Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. Tonight, my good friend, my mentor in this space, the illustrious, the charming Mr. Stephen Glicker from Roll for Combat has decided to stop by. Actually, he was very insistent. You basically demanded that you be on.
Well, I wanted to help you out.
Yeah, well, right. So, yeah, so today's going to be a little bit different. Obviously, Stephen's been on the show before, but yeah, so Sketchosaurus Rex says, bully him, Stephen. So, you know, there's definitely a place for some tough love. Let me fix my chat real quick here.
Tough love.
There we go. But, you know, we've been talking, obviously, all year. We've been hanging out all year. I've seen you more than, like, you know, people.
Anyone.
Yeah, basically. I mean, at this point, I think that is almost, except for the guy I play racquetball with. I really do think that's true because.
Well, after this next couple of weeks, it will probably be true.
Yeah,
you're
right.
You're gonna be staying in my house.
Right, right. Now the call is coming from inside the house.
You'll get to actually see the illustrious bookcase in person.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Maybe we can have you sign it. We'll have people start signing the bookcase. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave an Easter egg there. No one will notice it. And I'll just point it out. I'll be like, haha, I was in the background this whole time. No, but we've been hanging out obviously a lot this year. And, you know, again, obviously most of the people here are, you know, kind of aware of this, but number one, obviously Stephen is a prolific producer and publisher of role-playing games through, you know, the Roll for Combat and through the Battlezoo line. And obviously, you know, for people who don't know this, the way that our friendship kind of was born was out of pure business respect, I will say, which is, you know, at the time we were mostly covering Pathfinder 2 stuff. And this Bestiary had come out from a new company that we knew was attached to Mark Seifter, who of course was the lead designer, or one of the lead designers on Pathfinder 2. And I hate bestiaries. And so we decided to take a look at it, and we liked it. You know, we didn't like everything, but we liked it. We liked the Pathfinder 2 treatment. We liked the 5th edition treatment. And it was a surprise for us because we had pretty much built up a reputation as being the guys who shit on everything. And Stephen noticed that, there was some increase in sales and looked for it, and saw this video from these people he never heard of, and joined our Patreon just so he could see what we said to him behind our paywall.
That's true. I wanted to see the full thing. You got me. It's like, join the Patreon to see the uncut version. I'm like, okay,
right,
I'll do that.
Right. And so, and obviously that was all really cool. But the respect was sort of paid back. Obviously we liked the product, and that was to say something, but there's a lot of people out there who make products, and they're good, but where's their passion at? Where's their heart at? And Bob, who is sort of a formatting, he's an architect, and Smith had made these little comments about the PDF and some of the formatting, and there's like, yeah, that wasn't quite right, and there was a little bit thing, and Stephen went in and was immediately like, oh my God, you're absolutely right. I fixed it right away. Like, it'll be in our PDF and it's going out in the thing, because because I want that level of perfectionism. And I was like, okay, here's a guy who not only can produce a book, but, cares about the product as well. And as I became more familiar with the channel and the show, I have a bit of a bias, because obviously our channel has always been about talking about role-playing games. But we also started our channel playing role-playing games. And I wanted people to be able to see, yes, I play these games too. I'm just like you. I'm not Critical Role. I'm not playing with the thespians, with Masters of Arts from, NYU or from Tisch or something. I'm playing with my friends, that I hang out with. And we're not particularly good at anything, but we have fun. And sure enough, here's a guy who's doing the same thing. So I was like, okay, so he's a real gamer. He knows his shit. He hired Mark Seifter. He makes a great product, and he obviously can get a book published. And then shit exploded. He became Mr. Fancy Pants with the OGL and all this other stuff. Hey, and then, all of a sudden he was getting invited to all these cool parties. And then that's when we started going to cons together. And you're like, all right, all right, Padawan learner, I'm going to bring you along, and I'm going to introduce you to this world, because if anything, I think it's fair to say that you have pushed me more to basically be like, you should do more, with this, with what you're doing than what you are doing. And, you're always trying to introduce me to people and network, and I don't like networking, and I'm, like that. So, but this year brought about a change of circumstances. As many of you know, I lost my job earlier in the year to AI. Thanks, AI. Thanks, Jeff Bezos. Thanks, Elon Musk. And, so for the first time in my life, I find myself in a situation where I have this platform, and it's a kind of a combination of three things. One, to be completely blunt, a financial reality, a logistical reality, which is I would like to see if I could make a career or a living out of this industry. For number one, full disclosure, I don't necessarily love, going back to work for hedge funds and insurance companies and, the soulless 9-to-5 grind of, trying to eke out another, $200 million for some multi-billion-dollar fund. That's just not necessarily where my passion is. And I would hope, after watching me for 5 years, you have a pretty firm idea of where my passion lies. It lies in role-playing games. So that's number one. Number two, I've always, of course, been very interested in role-playing games, and I always thought it'd be really cool to create one. I'm a big believer that you don't just throw these things out of your ass and throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. But I always obviously have a lot of ideas about games. However, I've not necessarily had the time or the ability to work on it. And then the third thing is
until now.
Well, that's what I'm saying, until now. And then the third thing is obviously I have a community of followers who are incredible and even make this a possibility, because through their Patreon subscriptions, through their tips and support of this channel, I am able to squeak by so that I could, so that I can even consider this, which is obviously something that most people can't possibly, most people have to go and work a 9-to-5, come home, take care of the baby. take the husband out for a date and then come home and work on their, thing at 11 p.m. at night. I have a lot of freedom in that respect. And, shout out to the Knights of Last Call for that opportunity. But I have a community, and there's a lot of people who for years have been saying, Derek, when are you going to make something? Including this guy who's like, basically like, you've already done the hard part, which is, because I've been to those meetings with you and Kelsey, Dion and Professor Dungeon Master. And I've seen time and time again, the questions come up. How do I do where do I do this? How do I start this? Where do I do this? And you and Kelsey and you all say the same thing. Baron says the same thing, which is, well, first you got to build your audience. You can't just make a game and just put it out there, because if nobody knows who you are, it's going to be a very, very, very slow process. If at all. You could create the world's greatest game and no one's ever going to see it. So obviously, while I am not the illustrious heights of the Silver Button play group, I obviously have a lot more exposure than a lot of people do. So cool, check mark number one. But I'm not saying it's bad advice, but a lot of very heartfelt people in my comments in my community are basically just like, Derek, just do something and we'll love it. And I'm like, that's great. But let me talk to the hard truth here. Let me talk to the man who knows this business better than anyone else I've encountered in the 5 years I've been doing this, and that's Mr. Stephen Glicker, about what does it really take to do this and to do it well. Now, does that necessarily mean that you're guaranteed to win in any? No, but I don't like to do stuff that sucks. I don't like to do stuff that falls flat. I don't like to do stuff that is going to disappoint people. I want to be true to myself, but I also believe in, not to say scoreboard, but if you create a product, I think there's a part of me that wants it to be a financial success. What that means can vary, and we can get into that. But I'm not. This is not just a passion project. If it was a passion project, it'd be very different. But obviously, I am motivated by other factors, and so there's been a lot of conversation about this, especially since I haven't had a job, and that is the purpose of tonight's stream. So, Steve, what are your thoughts initially, Stephen, after that rant?
So I was thinking about this a fair amount, and I was looking at like some of the more popular, famous, well-to-do Kickstarters, TTRPGs, and I mean, the thing is that everyone who's done it, because I've been talking to people, I was talking to Esper, and then everyone who publishes, it's that there's something in common. First of all, which is kind of interesting, is pretty much everyone who does a TTRPG has been a teacher once in their life, either professionally or semi-professionally.
Dan's Professor DM's a teacher. Dungeon Coach was a teacher. Baron was a teacher.
So was Kelsey. I taught at NYU and CMU and your school for many, many years. They were, some are teachers professionally, like professor, and some of us were part-time, but still teaching in a public setting.
I was never a teacher. Good night, everybody. That was
right. Well, that's the first one. I got no, I'm being serious. It's like, okay, first mark against you. Like, we're going down the checklist. Like, teacher, nope. Okay, then everyone who's done this, they have usually written, laid out, designed, and maybe some of them even illustrate their own TTRPGs. So can you illustrate? No.
Oh, no.
Can you design? No, not yet.
No.
Can you write even?
Well, that's sort of interesting. I mean, by the way, I do want to shout out Evan from Nimble is in the chat. What's up, Evan? By the way, Evan, I know you sent me that email, but again, awesome, fun game. Really, really liked it. And again, like I said, I don't know why people would play 5e when you could play Nimble. Obviously, you could take all your 5e stuff and convert it, but it's. By the way, Math Guy Dave says this has become a roast.
This has become a roast. It's not a roast.
No,
I'm being honest.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, well, that's okay. Quite frankly, that's the beauty of the back and forth between me and Stephen, which is that I like, you could say things to me, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, that is actually true. So obviously, when I am running a game, or I'm thinking about a game, or I'm even reading a game, I am constantly thinking of ways that I would do things differently. I have a very, I'm like, okay, I want to create this kind of feeling. I want to create this kind of experience. I want to create this kind of play pattern. and how would I change these mechanics to better arrive at that, end? So there's an element there of design, but it is certainly not formal. And it is not like in terms of writing, and being able to like, I'm going to write this down because quite frankly, I have only ever had to do that for me, like I'm only internalizing it for myself, not trying to communicate it to somebody else. And so, the closest I've ever come to doing that is honestly with our like mega games, Northern Reaches, Dragon Tide, where, I have to communicate rule sets to people and rules changes to people. So in terms of a formal perspective, you are absolutely right. No.
So
that's 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's 2. Well, it's like 10 strikes, but we'll keep going.
All right. But who's counting?
Who's counting? So, but let's actually do something interesting. We'll talk about how I got into this because I came to it from a very different approach. Is that I had an actual play and I wanted to, and this was before actual plays. This is back in 2000. I mean, actually, let me go way back. So I had a video game podcast way back in 2003. I started gaming, Steve, back when podcasts were really new. Like there was very few of them. And that was phenomenally, ridiculously popular. And then eventually I had kids and I moved and I kind of stopped doing gaming, Steve. And it was just a weird time because the YouTube didn't even exist, to give you an idea how long ago that was. And then eventually I stopped doing that. And then I'm like, you know what I want to do? I want to do an actual play. Because we were playing D&D every week. Sorry, playing Pathfinder every week. And I'm like, you know what? And I thought our guys were funny. And I was like, it would be fun just to listen to this. And I think it would be fun. And I kept saying that. And I told you this guy on my show, Bob, he refused to do it because he didn't want to, quote, be famous or whatever that means, And he refused to do it. StarCraft came out. I said, screw it. And by then, by the way, we were totally spent. I did something like 10 Adventure Paths and Pathfinder First Edition. We played so much Pathfinder First Edition, like especially Pathfinder First. So your characters go through the same steps. You get the same, everything's the same. So we were so done with it. And then Starfinder came out, and I was like, there you go. Awesome. I love Starfinder. I love the concept of Starfinder. I thought it was great. And then we're going to start a Starfinder podcast. Bob, are you in or not? If not, I'll find someone else. And then he's like, okay. And then, of course, Bob becomes our most popular character, our most popular player. Everyone loves him. And I'm like, of course he is. So when did we want to do this? Ends up like stealing the show. And then he retired forever and will never do it again, which is just so Bob. So
sounds awesome.
Yes.
I really like this guy.
Okay, you would like him a lot, actually. Actually, no, he won't go to cons. He lives in Ohio. He lives right near you.
Oh, like define right near me.
He lives, well, I don't know where. He lives near Cleveland.
Oh, well, that is near me.
Yeah, okay. That's where he went to school. He showed me, he walked me around like where he went to high school and everything. So, yeah, he lives right there. So anyhow, I had an audience, and my audience was quite big because then the podcast got very popular. I mean, it was started off as Starfinder, and then eventually became Pathfinder 2 podcast. And I did do the first step, which is you have to build an audience. So I had an audience, and then I used what I know, and this will take a little while, but I'll explain. I think it's important. Is that I know how to build websites, and I was going to Paizo cons and, going to all the talks and all the Paizo talks, and every single talk would ask, when are you guys bringing back the RPG Superstar? When you bring back RPG? Because they stopped it. And everyone said, we're not going to do it because it's too much work. And then at that time I was doing freelance work for Paizo, and I ended up getting strangely pinholed or stuck into making monsters, because actually monsters are very hard to make well, because they're very tough. It's very hard to make a lot in a very little space. I can spend a whole episode of how to build monsters. They're very tricky, and I became the monster guy, and I got a lot of monsters from a lot of people in Paizo and Starfinder, and I just ended up, I was like, oh, I'll do other things. I'll do like this and this, and they're like, nah, here's 5 more monsters. I'm like, oh, okay. So I was like, I had become the monster guy. And then I thought, hey, wait a second. And when Pathfinder 2 came out, Pathfinder 2 is extremely regimented in how the monster making works.
Correct.
It's almost like it's basically a formula. And you can the secret of Monsters of Pathfinder is that there's a formula. You follow the formula, but then you break like 5 to 10% of it. That's it. That's basically how you make a monster, unless you're making like a dragon or a god type monster, then you break like 25% of it. That's how you make a monster. So I was like, you know what I can do? I can make a computer program that does this pretty easily. And you know what? Why don't I bring back RPG Superstar and we'll use it? And I figured out how I can automate the whole thing because that's what I did for a living, full time. So I saw Eric Mona at PAX. PAX actually unplugged, and it was back in like 2000.
What, 21?
No, it was like right before COVID. It was like
2019.
Yeah, it was like 2019. I saw him, and I said, "Hey, can I do, or maybe even 2018?" I was like, could we do this thing where I'll do it? And I explained to him, and he's like, "Sure." It's like we're not doing anything with the name, and so we signed a contract, and then we got the license to do RPG Superstar. I showed it to him. They liked it a lot. They thought it was great. And then I showed it to Owen because Owen Casey Stevens actually ran RPG Superstar. So I showed it to him and he's like, "Oh my God, you automated the whole thing." I'm like, "I know, isn't it great?" So the whole thing is automated and we still use it to this day for our continuous use. It's like you submit the monsters, it's automated. It then has this public voting system where you vote on the monsters and that's automated. And then it automatically, I assign judges to it, and then I assign the monsters, and the monsters are automatically assigned to the judges using criteria, and then they log in the system. It shows them what monsters they have, what monsters they've done. They fill them out, all automated. I don't need to talk to anyone. It's done. And then at the end of the day, me and Mark go through it, look at it, we sorted it, assigned the winners, and you win. And so I used what I knew. That's what I'm getting at. It's like I knew how to build a system like that. I can build a website. I can make this thing automated and really easy to use, and it was a big hit. And we also crowdsourced monsters with, hey, what a surprise. I don't need to tell you that. It's like, what do you know? You get really good monsters when you start crowdsourcing. You get really good stuff when you crowdsource. Okay. Again, I'm using what I know. Crowdsourcing and open AI and open source and all that. Very well known. It's a big thing in the computer industry. So I'm using all my best practices that I know through computers. And then I decided that, you know what, I'm just going to make this book and I was just going to do it kind of for fun.
Right.
And then I was going to go sell it at Gen Con with Paizo.
Right.
And then
now we're like circa 2020.
2020 and then COVID. And then I was talking to Eric. He goes, "Yeah, we're not going." And I'm like, "You're not going?" And this is literally in June. No, this was literally like June 29th, July 1st-ish of 2000. And I'm on the phone and I'm like, what am I going to do? And I'm talking to my friends at Blizzard and a lot of them were doing Kickstarters. And they're like, "Just do a Kickstarter, man. Just do a Kickstarter." And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I guess I'll do a Kickstarter.
Because you had never done one.
I never did one. I never did a Kickstarter, but my friend said to do one. And I was like, all right, that's a good idea. And then I spoke to Patrick Rennie, he used to do the adventure paths for Paizo. He now works at WotC and he does adventures there. And I hired him as a freelancer to do all the monster design. He would go through all the monsters, make sure they adhered to Pathfinder. I paid him as a freelancer. And I do a lot of art direction in my day job, so I art directed all the monsters. And I used to work at the school newspaper at Carnegie Mellon. And so I have background. And I used to do a lot of layout and design, not a ton, but I did enough that I know InDesign and Quark and PageMaker really well. And so I could lay it out myself if I had to. I was a little rusty, but I knew how to do it. It's like riding a bike. And then I'm like, all right, let me do this. But then I was looking at, I'm like, okay, I can't do one book. So, and then when I was like, what I really wanted to do, because I love adventure paths. Like I'm Mr. Adventure Path. The only thing I run are adventure paths. I love adventure paths. I read them. I can't get enough. I can't get enough of adventure paths. They're my favorite thing in the world. So I'm like, I'm going to write an adventure path. How hard can it be? Something, but it's similar to you. Like it's something I've always wanted to do. And I felt like, you know what? I could do this. And plus I thought I could bring some new ideas to this because I was going to use movie script writing techniques, which I did. And then I also said, and this is where my business acumen comes in, I'm not going to write the adventure path. I'm going to find the 3 best writers that I can find to write the adventure path. And I found Patrick Rennie, who ran the adventure paths for Paizo. And then I found Ron Lundeen, who also ran. They both ran the adventure paths for Paizo. They would alternate between, because they would do 2 a year, so they alternate them. And then I also picked Linda Zayas Palmer, who did Pathfinder Society and Starfinder Society, and has designed and worked on more than 500 adventures in her lifetime. So between those three, I was like, I think I got adventures covered, right? I got that covered. And by the way, it's not that hard to hire these people because that's how Paizo works. You can hire freelancers. And then through Linda, I met Mark, because Linda and Mark.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
They're married.
Well, no, I knew that. I'm saying I thought it was the other way around. I thought you
well,
met Linda
I
through
met Mark at PaizoCon, and he and
Yeah.
I would talk.
Right.
But I worked directly with Linda and then got closer to Mark through Linda.
Got it.
So that's how that actually worked. And then I was talking to Mark, and I said, "Hey, Mark, I need another book." And then we were talking about him maybe coming on full time. And by the way, if I didn't hire him, Wizards of the Coast was going to hire him, and so because he was talking to Wizards at the same time he was talking to me. And
the fool. What did he?
No, I'm kidding. He loves it. So what happened is that
No, I've heard him say about how he's very happy with the relationship.
Oh yeah, he loves it. So, but then he's like, Steve, I'm like, okay, I got one book, and that's the Bestiary. I got an adventures, but we need another hook. I need another hook. And then he's like, all right, I have an idea. I've always wanted to do a dragon book, and we can just do a small book. It'll be like 16, maybe 32 pages, just a soft cover. We'll do a couple of dragons. That's it. I'm like, sounds great. We're going to do 45 dragons and pick it up. 200-page book, because more is more. That is my philosophy.
Right. We were talking about that before, right? More is more.
More is more. It's not more is less. More is more. And he's like, what? Like, he's like, you don't have to do that.
So let's talk about something then. So obviously you bring Mark in. Mark, who has a lot of game design chops, and I mean systemic game design chops.
Yeah, at that point he had over 100 writing credits and dozens of cover credits.
Again, I'm not besmirching. Everyone has to use. This is Derek Melenda's own personal take. I think it's a lot harder to say write a game system than it is to write, say, an adventure or a module. Or
it's definitely no. We rank. We always talk about that on the show. I don't think you've been on one of those. We talk about the rankings of what is hard and that game system is 10 out of 10.
Right.
Like classes are like 9 out of 10.
Right. So let's talk about that, because again, I put a poll, or it wasn't even a poll, because people were like, why didn't you make this a poll? I was like, because I just want to, because YouTube polls only let you put 4 options.
Yeah.
I was like, I wanted to see what people said, and I got like 120, 130 comments. And there was comments all from you should do a Pathfinder 1 supplement to
no,
I know. It's like I've worked the booth with you. I know when people come up and they go, "Oh, it's for PF2. When are you going to create it for PF1?" And it's like, I don't know how to break this to you, but never.
Like, how are you going to do it? Never. Sorry.
But there's a lot of people in my comments who are basically saying something along the lines of like, I want to see Derek's system, right? You always talk about game systems. You have more systemic knowledge than most people, right? Even Trevor Duvall, right, said on his channel, recently that he's like, I met Derek of Knight's Last Call. This guy, he's the only person I've ever met who knew as much about RPG systems as me. And yet, some of the people we know, by that I mean and I know them through you, but a lot of people who've come to you for support, a lot of people who've done very well for themselves and potentially bought me dinner because they did very well for themselves, have done systems, right? Deathbringer is a system. Shadowdark is a system. DC-20 is a system. Vagabond is a system, right? All of these, you talk about the difficulty rating, and yet it seems like everyone's first project out of the gate is a system.
Yep.
For the Kickstarter.
Yep.
And you went with Bestiary.
Yes.
And
I'll tell you why.
And you have and that's one of you have Mark on staff. Right? One of the most prolific writers I've ever met in my entire life. Like Stephen King, Mark Seifter. And obviously has incredible systemic game design chops, both from PF1 and obviously PF2. And yet you guys have never done a system.
Nope. Never will. Not never, but probably never.
Never
will.
say never, but never.
Yeah, never. I mean, we'll never say never unless there's a reason. Because, so I spoke because I'm also a businessman, and so I did a lot of talking with Eric Mona, and I literally said,
By
to
the way,
him,
Eric Mona, for those of you who don't know, Eric Mona is the head
Publisher.
of head publisher over at Paizo.
Yeah, he's basically like third in command. And he and I are very friendly. We talk all the time. And I said to him, I'm like, what sells? And he goes, Bestiaries. And I was like, there you go. That was it. That was it. I was like, simple as that. But then I'm like, well,
yeah, and you see that, by the way. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's not Bestiaries, it's got to be, to lack of a better word, splat, right?
yeah,
Like a book of
Splat.
classes, a book
Yep.
of
Yep, Splat saucer. So it really, so okay, this is what happened. Bestiaries, because Bestiaries sell, and they are very good at being evergreen because they will last forever. You can just keep updating them. You have the art. Once you have the layout and you have the lore, you can just keep updating them. And then, if you think about it, the Monster Manual has been updated for 50 years, if you
right.
think about it.
And to be
I
fair,
mean,
how many times has the Displacer Beast been printed?
oh, and how many times have you bought it?
Right. Well, a lot.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
I
Right.
bought it for
Right.
first edition. I bought it for second edition. I bought it for
Exactly.
second edition revised. I bought it for 3.0, 3.5.
This
Fourth
I won't get. Again, we could do whole shows on this. Actually, I would like to bring. I might do a show on this and bring John Stats on, who did all the level design for World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft, yeah.
That there's a secret is that in games, it's the forgotten. We've talked about this, but it's the forgotten aspect of gaming is monsters, and without monsters, you don't have a game. And people forget that a lot because people are always working on everything else. And I think I've said it. I think this is basically why Sigil died, is because when they saw how many monsters you have to add, they like said, "Oh boy, we're done." Because it is so thankless. Like, think about it. It's like, as someone who designs monsters a lot, it's like I'm putting my heart and soul and hundreds of hours into designing and crafting and making this perfect monster that will die after 3 rounds. I'm like, and no one will ever see it or know anything about it. It's it's so heartbreaking if you think about it. But that's okay because the monsters have served other purposes, but you really need monsters. And so there's like there's like various things in video games, and I call them monsters, but it's really it's really whoever you're fighting against in the game.
Yeah.
And that is where a huge amount of game time goes, is building out those freaking monsters and building out the bad guys. It's so time consuming. And I can remember I told you that with these other books, these systems. It's like, they spend so much time in the systems, and there's so much time in the classes.
Right. And then no
time.
and then
then
no
there's
time
no-
in the monster.
Yeah,
And-
they
and-
don't
and-
spend any time on monsters.
Yeah, and there are a couple things to say here. Number one, this does assume a certain right. You don't even maybe understand it, but it automatically is coded that you're playing a game where having monsters is important, right? Because there are systems that don't really have monsters. I know it's crazy to think, but but when we think about monsters, we're thinking about mostly antagonists, right? We're thinking about monsters that you want to kill you and eat you, and you want to fight them, right? There are plenty of RPGs out there where there aren't really any monsters, or there's not that many monsters, or there's hardly any fighting, and so that does sort of lean into that. By stretch of imagination, games like 5th edition and Pathfinder 2 are also the most popular RPGs. So there is a bit of, like you said there, to the market targeting. And the second thing is we have seen historically, right, that most monster books, when they come out, usually for a setting, for a system, especially once they get past those very first couple early levels, are usually pretty bad. Because
there's I can get into the reasons for that.
but because they don't know their game system yet, right?
They don't know the game system, and also, quite frankly, that most people don't go past level 10. So they
Right.
all the monsters are really designed from levels. So a level 1 monster is insanely hard to design. Like low level monsters and high level monsters are the hardest ones. Low level monsters because they have to do so much with so little. High level monsters because you physically don't have enough space in the book to put in everything they can do. So they're they have to be in the headspace of the DM to run them. So the vast majority of monsters are level 3 to 7 by far.
So then why do all these people launch with a system?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm sitting here. No, I really don't know. I mean, maybe control, maybe because they think they all can offer something that no one else can. And that is so. All right.
Cinnabos says hubris. I don't, I don't want to.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm going to talk about hubris. So I came up with monsters in our monster book. I'm like, okay, we're going to come up with monsters, but there was a second part to that. That's the monster parts system.
Sure.
I forgot to mention, and that's basically the ability to make any gear from monsters. And that thing is awesome, if I must say so. It is secretly just the runic system from Pathfinder, and we just renamed it and retooled it. And now instead of having whatever there are like 50 runes in Pathfinder, there's now like 700 runes in Pathfinder. That's basically what we did. If you want to strip away the shell and the coating, and you can see underneath the actual mechanism is just runes. So that's what we did. And then I did the adventure path literally for hubris, like, because I just wanted to do it, and I did it, and I will never do it again because it almost killed me. It was so hard, but it is so I loved it.
And that's a great segue, okay? Yeah. Because there were several in my survey. I used ChatGPT and I took all my survey results. I did read them all, but I took ChatGPT, I fed it all my survey results, and I said, hey, can you itemize and group these, and give me some word clouds and idea clouds, and can you sort of, kind of put these into categories and categorize them for me automatically? And one of the top categories, not the top, one of the top categories is people very excited about this project. And to be fair, it was never really intended to be published. Mm-hmm. It was more of an example, because I understood the length of the complexity of it. I have an ongoing series called Project Shadow Deep, and it started as a literal joke, or not even a joke. It was like a troll of you, and Kelsey.
Me?
Yeah. So
why?
Yeah, because you had Kelsey. Hey, Sorrel, thank you so much. I do have the sounds off because I have a guest on. He said, "Nice to see Stephen on the Knights channel for once." Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Been a little while.
He got too famous for a while there. He couldn't be seen on our little channel.
I might whatever you want. Especially now, baseball season's over, baby. Got nothing to do.
That's true. That's true. Now you have nothing to do.
I have nothing to do for the next 5 months.
And by the way, I actually know that this is true because having spent time with this guy, like I'd look over, and it's like the middle of the day, and I'm like, "What's going on?" You're like, "First pitch is at 2:15." Like it's just like it's nonstop with this guy. So
I love my baseball.
So I started. You were on. Kelsey was on your show. I was not. Right. Remember, it was one of those. We have a popular person. We don't need Derek. And
no, you were too busy working.
Man, I was
when you had a job.
I did have a job. And burn. Kelsey was on your show, and she was, I think, wrapping up the Western Reaches Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And you said something, and I was in the chat, and you said something like, dungeons are dead. It's all about hex crawls now. It's all about Western marches, and it's all about overland. It's all about hexes. And it's all about this. And in the chat, I was like, I will prove you wrong, Stephen Glicker and Kelsey Dion. I was like, dungeons are in the name of the game. It's all about dungeons. I've always loved mega dungeons. And I had already done a couple of things on my show where I talked about the design of dungeons and my philosophy on them. And so then as a kind of a joke to that, I started off and said, hey, because of Kelsey, I was like, let's do it for Shadow Dark. And we jokingly called it Project Shadow Deep because the joke was at the time Smith had created a table where you just combined a dark sounding word with another word to create the new hit RPG.
Oh, we still do that.
Right, exactly. So, Umber Reaches, Shadow Dark. And so I
Draw Steel.
Draw Steel.
That was taken.
So we created Shadow Deep. And the whole premise was just to show how I would go about designing a mega dungeon. And of course, people obviously started watching it and they were like, oh, hey, this is really cool. Are you going to make this? And so getting back to your point about, and I will never do this again, one of the top things that people were like, Derek, this is what you should do. This is what I'd be really interested in, is an 11 level, 500 plus room, probably 400 to 500 page mega dungeon as my initial inaugural, not just as my initial inaugural offering, but as the I've never designed anything in my life project. Now, to those people, I say, I love you with all my heart and soul, because the level of belief, if I believed in myself as much as you believe in me, boy, I'd be the CEO of the world.
Yeah, I mean, so designing, say Nimble's on, and he's saying how hard it is. Dungeons are 9 out of 10. Now, again, I'm talking about like I was insane because I actually designed an adventure path that connected, and everyone I spoke to wrote me and said, "Steve, you're going to kill yourself."
By the way,
it's possible to do.
By the way, for those of you who are unaware of this, I'm just trying to.
Are you pulling it out? I have it right behind me.
Well, yeah, that thing's a 10-level adventure path. It's not 20, levels. Motherfucker. It's 10. It's 10. 10 levels. 10.
3 bookmarks.
10.
Yeah. It's 250,000 words.
10.
Because more is more.
Not 20. You'd be mistaken to think, oh, that's 20, right? Because I mean, like, I don't even know where anything is. I was going to pull out Shackled City, right, which is like the original adventure path, right? And it's like 9 adventures. It takes you from levels 1 to 20.
12. It's 12 adventures.
It's 12 adventures, and it takes you from levels 1 to 20, and it's maybe like 300 pages.
Yep. Well, I also, there's a lot of gazetteer stuff in there too, but keep in mind, doing an adventure. So what I did is I actually had the adventure so the biggest problem with adventure paths is that, and they're gotten way better at it, is that they're all written by separate people and then they don't connect them. There's no connective tissue. So a lot of times you'll have things that are introduced in the first adventure path that don't show up in the second or third. So I made sure that everything is connected, and everyone said I was insane, and they were right. They were all right. Because I wrote first one. Well, they wrote it, then I wrote it. Then the second one came in, I went crap, and I had to go back and rewrite the first one to make sure everything connected. And then the third one came in, and then I had to go back and rewrite the second adventure path and the first adventure path. 250,000 words. Do you know how big 250,000 words is?
Actually, I do, because I own that adventure path.
Well, yeah. And then there's the thing. So it took forever to write, forever to read, and then I got to get the maps. I had to get all the art. It was ridiculous. And then I had to lay it out. And here's the thing. I remember the summer of 2022. And I was just like, okay, one day at a time. And it was like, okay, I did it. 1% done. And like I spent all day. 2% done. I was like every day, I was like a little bit more. It's like I was going like, oh man, it was so hard. And remember, I never did an adventure before, so I had to figure out how to do the layout, figure out the design. I had to figure out how to like come up with the box text, like everything had to be. So it wasn't just doing the layout; it was coming up with the concept of the layout of the design of how it should look and what fonts to use, and like everything had to come. I had to do it all. Yeah. And it was just me. It's Mark's no help with that stuff. And I wasn't talking to anyone. It was literally just me. And then I eventually, it took me months. I finished it. And then I'm like, okay, great. Now I got to do the Dungeons and Dragons version. Oh, yeah. That was the killer. I was like, I was only half done. Right. I was only half done.
Right. So, and at this point, let's be honest and let's talk. Because I've worked your booth for a couple of cons, right? That is an adventure. It is thick. It is heavy. It is big. And Battlezoo Bestiary Classic Creatures, Battlezoo Bestiary Strange and Unusual, Battlezoo Ancestries Dragons outsell it by like 10 to 1.
Oh, yeah.
15 to 1. You know what I mean? Like it's not even close. And Eldamon outsells them all. So, basically classes, monsters, and races.
Yep.
And you said it before, like this was your hubris project. This is what you're like, I want to show that I could do this. And you did it. You did it. You're even playing your own adventure on your channel, which is either the bravest thing ever or the most horribly prideful thing I've ever seen in my life.
So much fun. Well, you know why? I haven't looked at it in detail in so many years that it's almost a little.
I'm waiting for when you go, what asshole wrote this?
No, what keeps happening on the channel is last night is that John is playing an Eldamon and he's like, the wording of this is all messed up. I'm like, John, I wrote that, so I can tell you what it says.
Right. You've got
Like-
people, you're using monsters you made in an
Right.
adventure that you wrote
Right.
with classes that you published.
Yes, and design and Ancestries we were everything they're playing with is
Right.
Battlezoo.
Right.
So
And-
it is very funny because
Yeah.
if they complain, I'm like, dude, I'm right here. I'm
Right.
like, you're literally talking to me. It's
So
very funny.
yeah, Omanal, 10,000% correct. Monsters, classes, and races can be dropped in most any game. And Omanal, actually,
Correct.
I am to this day still surprised that classes and races. But then again, I guess you have to recontextualize.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
Well, no, because I fail to realize there's two behaviors that I am not really privy to. One is, it's my understanding that there are a lot of people out there. We call them, they don't play Pathfinder, they play Path Builder, who have hundreds
Yep.
of characters built
Yep.
in
I know.
Path Builder and D&D Beyond.
Yep.
That is not me. The number of characters I have ever made is basically equal to the number of characters I have played. Okay, because I never sit there and make a character.
Yeah, a
So
lot of people do
if for a lot of people that is the solo game of TTRPGs, right? Sitting around and building out these characters. So if that's the case, there's a lot of reason for you to get all these classes and races because you'll quickly run out if you're just using the 12 or whatever that come with the game. So that's number one. And number two, there are a lot of people who, are basically, their campaigns last for a month or two and then they end and then they start a new game. So again, you're going to run out of those really quickly. Now, Monsters makes a lot more sense to me because that is literally something, because in my mind, I'm like, oh, I'm starting a campaign. I won't need another new class or a new race for 6 to 12 to 18 months, right? So in my mind, I'm like, I don't get why people get so much value out of this. But Monsters makes a lot of sense because, you're always moving up through the ranks and you're always, in need of potentially new monsters.
Just people who play a lot. I mean, that's why.
No,
So,
I get it. I get it.
So-
But also, you could sell that to the player, right?
Let me tell you a secret about adventures, though. There is a secret. So they don't sell as well, but they sell forever. And
Sure.
they're ultimately there's the ultimate evergreen. So they consistently sell all the time, and that's the secret. And that's why you write an adventure. I mean, people still play.
Sure.
Was Tomb of Horrors to this day. It's like when you write a good adventure, it's like writing a good book.
Right.
It's like if you were a Stephen King book, it's like, okay, that's going to sell for the next 500 years.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's like you write a good adventure and you just keep updating it. It'll keep selling.
Right.
It will. It will.
So-
Especially when people again, not hubris. I went to What's Playing, or what's the one where people can DM
Start playing.
start playing, and I looked up Jewel, and there's a shit ton of people running Jewel. I'm like, damn, man, cool. I was impressed. I couldn't believe it. So it was a lot of people. I was like, all right, neat.
Well, so you mentioned it too for the Monsters and for the adventure. And Evan's here from Nimbleco.
Yeah.
So I think this is the other thing to talk about. Okay. Again, remember, as I said before, there are a lot of reasons that people might want to publish. You might have what you think is the absolute, you might have this. I have solved the problem. I have created the unicorn RPG system. This will bring together the trad gamers and the narrative theater kids, and we'll bring them together as one. No, like you might think you have solved the issue, or maybe you go, I understand I'm creating a niche product. It is not, you're Luke Crane. You're like, I'm not trying to make this game for everybody. I'm trying to make this game for 7 people. And two of those, they literally only published 1,000 copies of Free Market. There she is.
Still in the shrink wrap. Look at that. Still in the shrink wrap. Never gonna break that one.
Right. I mean, it's not often that you could say that at the same time on a live stream, you are looking at like a sizable percentage of all that an RPG was ever printed.
That's right. That's very funny.
So, but I'm coming at this from a tri-section. A tri-section is need, opportunity, and I guess I would say desire, right? I have the opportunity to work on this. I have an audience that is willing. I have things that I want to say. And quite frankly, I need to make some money. And, if I could create a product that is popular enough to sell and make, and I've told you this number, if I made $30,000, $50,000 between that number next year in 2026 now, I could double my Patreon. That would also solve that problem. But to double my Patreon, it took me 5 years. And, I don't exactly, I don't have record growth because of the nature of my channel. So that seems very unlikely. So if I want to say, bring in an extra, let's call it $40,000 of income, then how do I do that? And what is the best way for me to do that? And now, again, there might be other paths and there might be other options. And again, my reality is that these are now I might do a different approach if I was working, if I had another income source, and might end up being what I end up having to do. And I may end up having to go do analytics for some faceless company. No, I'm pretty good at laying on my feet. I mean, I've tried a lot of different things. You know, I was a photographer for a while. I was a consultant for a while. I was an insurance analyst for a while. You
could take pictures of RPG books.
I could take pictures of RPG books. And I'll make a book. But Evan's here, and so that's why I want to bring this up, because you mentioned it and I want to talk about it. Which is the idea. You make all these games. I've watched you play. You played Pathfinder. I've seen you talk about games, and to my knowledge, the only game I ever see you playing is Pathfinder 2.
Yep.
And yet, when we go to these cons,
yes,
more than half of the books that we bring are 5th edition.
Yes.
I just read, Evan, love the game. I just read through Evan's game, and it says very clearly 5e compatible. And it is
fish
in that it has monsters and dice.
Is it a TTRPG? Yes.
Is it
Does
a
it have the word
TTRPG?
5
Yes.
and E in it? Yep.
Yes.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Right. So, does it have its complete own initiative system? Its complete own class system? Its complete. Oh, yes. So, there's this. The truth of the reality is, if making money as part of your litmus test, there is this overwhelming specter of 5edom that presses down on you. And obviously there have been people who have broken that paradigm. And I would even say, some of the people who've done very well by quote unquote breaking that paradigm, like Kelsey, did it because in a way she was basically saying, number one, let's say her and Alan, aka the dungeon coach, happened to strike when the iron was exceptionally hot, right after OGL. But, let's call it what it is. DC 20 is very 5e adjacent. I mean, it does take some big liberties and big changes, but it is fundamentally written. In fact, I think Alan himself pitches it as, an evolution of 5th edition to make the game more playable. Kelsey is basically saying, hey, you like all this OSR stuff, but it seems a little bit too wonky and old-timey. Here are enough 5th edition commonalities and tropes like advantage and disadvantage and stuff that you will feel fairly comfortable at home, right? And she made that game. Now, Kelsey wasn't expecting it to do $1 million+, and I don't think Alan was expecting his to do $1 million+. But the fact of the matter is, 5th edition sells.
Yep. I mean, well, keep in mind. So, I don't really do it as much, but I mean, I know dozens and dozens of computer languages when I was programming. And like anything, once you do enough computer languages, learning another one, not too hard. They all have the same structure to them, and it's pretty easy to learn a new computer language. And even the other day, even now, I won't get into it, but I'm doing the layout and design from the latest Kickstarter, which launches in 2 weeks, by the way. Exactly 2 weeks from now. The Year of Mysteries. Ooh, mysteries.
Puzzles, prizes. What
puzzles and
win?
prizes. And you can go to yearofmysteries.com to check it out. And wait, what the hell was I talking about? I don't even remember what I was talking about.
I was talking about 5e's importance.
5e, yeah. So what I was saying is that you know how much D&D I've played? You know how much 1st edition, 2nd, 3rd, 3, 5, 4, and I've played 5 a fair amount, that I know it. It's I don't need to play it every single day to get how it works.
Right.
The same way you can read a book and get the gist of it, okay?
Right. Oh, right. But you still produce for it, though.
Well, that's the secret. So the secret was, and again, now, my luck is insane. So I'm just going to say this is exactly what you won't even believe this. So at
this point, buddy, after Robin's bat mitzvah message, I will believe anything.
Oh, okay. He's spent enough time with me that he's like, I will say that tomorrow the sky will be purple,
right,
with rainbows. And he'll be I believe it. I believe it.
I'll just say this. Don't mess with the bull or you get the horns. That's all I'm going to say. Okay.
Because, I don't fool around. So I'm sitting there. I was I did the Kickstarter for, we never got into the dragons because the dragons is important, but I did the Kickstarter. It did really well. Okay, the $301,000. Now I had a couple secrets. One, I had Mark. Two, I had a built-in audience, and three, I had this person who was brand new to the scene who helped promote my Kickstarter and did videos for it called Ginny D.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, what do you want? I mean, I had a lot of ways to promote this, and I
know.
also
I'm
smart
simply,
enough to get the right people.
Look,
to,
I'm,
like, do
you know,
this.
one of my favorite Schadenfreude to myself, if that's even a thing, I don't even know. I guess that's just masochism, is I will go onto Kickstarter and I will go to Tabletop Games and I will sort active projects and I will go down for them and I will, I don't know how, I can't describe what emotion I have when I see some of these 5e compatible products and books and what they're at and how much they're being backed for. And it just is the most outrageous thing. And I know that if that wasn't 5th edition, it wouldn't even be a blip on the radar.
Nope.
And so I feel like it puts me in a weird position because, again, I don't hate 5th edition.
I know, but you don't want to do 5th edition.
But, you know, but I also am aware, right? There's also a practical side to me, right? Like a lot of people assume that I'm some sort of like, you know, I don't know. Hipster, it would be a good word. And in some ways I am, but I'm also realistic. And I understand that there's, you know, a part of me that says, hey, look, if I want to make a game that people are going to play, you know, I want to make a game that people are actually going to be excited to get onto their table. And, you know, I'm guilty as much as anybody else. There are RPGs that I have bought and purchased, and because I believed in the message and I believed in the product identity, and it's on my shelf, and there it will last, you know, for time eternal. Like I'll give you an example. It is near the top of the list of games that I would love to play. Is Chris's Mythic Bastionland.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. I really want to play that.
And I know because I bought it for you at PAX.
I
Bought it for you at PAX. And that game I think is incredible. It's beautiful. It takes into the odd and it applies this fantasy aspect to it. It's got some really cool procedural systems to it. I think it's incredible and it's amazing. However, I understand that is going to be a hyper niche product that you are going to see being played by hipster fucks like me at conventions, okay, or on actual plays that I put on my channel that are going to get 200 views, not at, you know, your local game store. It's just it is just the truth of the matter. Now, Chris did very well selling that because enough people bought into the messaging of it. And if you could tell me, Derek, you could create an RPG and no one will ever play it, but they will buy the ever-living shit out of it. I'm not going to lie. There's a part of me that, you know, when I look at my bank account, I go, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, you'll never know who plays it, though.
But, I mean, you know, though. I mean, but you know.
Not really. I don't know. I don't know how many people play my stuff.
I guess. But, you know,
No,
but
I
even,
don't.
Okay,
And I don't care.
But no, but
I
even,
mean,
okay. But even if the difference between playing and not playing is like if they're building Eldamon trainers and Path Builder, I consider that playing. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
You know, I if they are engaging with the game in a somewhat game-like manner. Right. I'm talking about the people who buy a book because, you know, I'm talking about all the people who bought Avatar Legends. That's who I'm talking about.
Hey, man, I wish I was Avatar Legends. I've been laughing all the way to the bank, man. I feel like
right. And so, I mean, this, again, there's the practical reality of, do I want to be Avatar Legends? Well, yes. I'm not going to turn down millions of dollars. But also, I don't want my game to be known as that game that won millions of dollars that nobody plays, that people literally hold up as the example of.
Yeah, but you're worried. You're turning into my friend Bob, who was so worried about.
Well, we were trying to figure out what my sin was. The other day on Discord. Was it pride? Was it pride, or was it gluttony, or was it fear? And I was like, I didn't think fear was a sin.
It's fear,
but I don't think that's one of the sins.
It's
so
not
like,
one of the sins.
Count.
It's not one of the sins. It's not one of the sins in 7. It's well,
it's like wrath, gluttony, whatever. Watch 7. It's a great movie. But and I was trying to think of it like it's not that I'm afraid of failing, because I don't have like a lot. You've met me. I don't think of myself as being very like prideful, and I tend to land on my feet. It's more like, if I'm going to invest my time into something, I want it to be something of value, of worth. Here's the thing. I don't mind working hard, but fuck me, I hate working hard only to see, like we've all been there in corporate events. I've been there where I have busted my ass on a project and created an incredible thing. And then like,
okay, wait.
And then like right before
Wait.
it gets canceled. And and now my paycheck's still cleared. I still made all the money. Technically, right? That's why I'm going to work, is to get a paycheck, right? So why should you care if you work for 6 months on a project and then they go, and throw it away? That to me feels like I'm wasting my time. And I'm only here for so long, in the world. So how do I make the most of it? So is that pride? Sketchosaurus Rex says it's pride. I don't know. What's my problem?
I can answer it to you. Very simple. Here's the good news. I actually do have good news for you.
Okay, good news. Well, because remember, we started with 10 strikes, so I could use some good news.
So when I make stuff and we look at it, and do you think I design all these books and write them and lay them out and say, man, I don't know, is this good or not? You've met me. Do I do that?
No, of course not.
Hell no. I'm like, this thing is awesome. This thing is great. And I know it's great. I think it's really good. And Mark looks at it, he goes, man, this thing is awesome.
Yeah, I've seen you guys. I know there's no filter. Where the hell's the filter? Where's the self-talk? I don't understand.
Mark's even more. He's like, oh yeah, this is the best. And you are too. You're like, Eldamon, it's awesome. Like
Eldamon is great.
But this is the thing. When we make it, I hate to break it to you. Here's the secret. Are you ready? It's not always great when we start with it. See?
Sure.
And that was the thing. So, for example, this is, I didn't even get to finish my other thought, but I'll get to a new thought. So we did.
Well, we're on my show now, so we can do tangents. It's fine.
Tangent. Okay. Secret Dragons. So Secret Dragons was 4 dragon books. Okay. And I did this 2 years ago, and it's late, but I'll tell you why. And so I actually had the books already written. I had all the art done. Everything was ready to go. And I even advertised that in the Kickstarter. But I didn't do the layout. And then I did the layout for the books. And I realized, no, it wasn't good enough. And I was like, Mark, we need to add another 50 graphics per book. And we need to add another 20 to 50 pages per book. So
now when you're making that decision, is that a financial decision? Or is that a...
Oh, I could put it out. No,
is that a pride decision?
No, it's neither. You can't put out, if you put out a bad product, it will haunt you forever in every way, shape, and form. You don't want to sell it. You don't want to put it out. Like you're going to have it there forever. Because like, I just didn't want to put out a bad product. And quite frankly, it was 4 of them. And they all had to have the same layout and design. So if one of them was bad, all of them were going to be. It wasn't 4, it was 8. So because I had for both 5e and it.
So I actually understand that more than you think. For starters, we did get a super chat from Sorrel, who shouting out RFC says, I interested my GM to roll for combat, and he's huge into the next campaign for both Eldamon, Jewel, and monster parts.
And that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
awesome.
It is literally what you're doing. You have an Eldamon trainer. You're using monster. I heard you talking about monster parts because one of your players was like, "Can I put it onto a rope?" And you were like, "Come on." I did see that.
That was last night. Last night we went through, explained how monster parts work. That's funny because I go through the explanation. It was half an hour of us going through it, and they're dead silence. And I'm like, "Are they zoned out?" And then they're asking really good questions. Like, okay, they're paying attention. They actually were.
So.
No, so I went back and Mark and I had to figure out
I wanted to say
how to add to it. And we did.
My most watched video by far, I'm talking about like 100x more than any other video on my channel, is our very first one. All right. Episode 1 of Rise of the Rune Lords, where I have like a single shitty camera. Well, it's a good camera,
same, dude,
right?
Same thing.
And that's the video that most people have seen. And it drives me fucking crazy.
Yes.
Because I'm like, that is me at my absolute worst. So maybe there is a pride element to it, but it's also just like a presentation element to it. I don't want my first product. There's a mentality. Okay, people call it pride. I call it, the Ron Swanson belief, right? Which is don't half-ass 2 things, whole-ass 1 thing, which is like, I want everything that I make to be reflective of my belief in quality. And I don't want, a lot of people are like, oh, just get a product, just get it out there. Your first product is never going to be any good anyways. And I'm like, why? But why is that true? It doesn't have to be true. And I think that, there's a part of me that goes, look, maybe that's the only book I do ever make. Right. Maybe my life circumstances change. Maybe I'm forced to go get a job. Maybe I get hit by a bus. But I don't want to have that mentality of it's okay for me to cut corners just to quote unquote get something out there. That's not how I want.
Well, then you understand, because so you're looking at our stuff and you're looking at the final. You're looking at this and you're like, oh my God, it looks so nice. And
well, yeah, it's just chock full of art, design.
Yeah, but it's like I had to decide, because I'm like, okay, this isn't good enough. And Mark was like, ugh, because he had to write all this. It actually sucked for him, because I had, and not he had to write all of it, but he had to write a fair amount. I did get new, I actually hired a whole bunch of new authors for the intros. So I added intros, and that took up about 10 pages. And then it also gave more lore and information. And then we also added more backgrounds. I actually we have great worms, and then we wrote specific great worm backgrounds as well. So we had stories about the great worms. And then I also added battle maps to make it like just a better book that's also a more useful book. So it's something that you can use more. And it ended up costing tens of thousands of dollars more. I lost a year. It took us a year to do this. Okay. It wasn't like, oh, we'll just do this. And now I love the product. And that's the thing. It's like, this happens, unfortunately, with Eldamon. Eldamon took, we wrote it, and then it took a year to play test it. A year, it's not like, oh, we just put this thing out. It's one of my favorite Steve Jobs quote of all time. It's like, everyone thinks that overnight success happened overnight, and it didn't.
Right. Well, I know, and that you're absolutely correct. I remember when we were originally talking about Daggerheart, and we kind of thought like, wow, I'm really into this system. I think it's really cool. And I was like, yeah, it'd be cool if we could produce stuff. And I was like, well, maybe we'll create some ideas. We'll get it, workshop it with the patrons. We'll get it play tested. And a bunch of people are like, whoa, Derek, there's no way you can play test this stuff. You just got to print it. You got to rip it and print it. And I go, who does that? And they're like, everybody. And I'm like, I know. And but and maybe that is how everybody does it, but it just feels wrong, to me.
Because you have to have the time and the effort. And like, we had over 100 people actively playtesting Eldamon constantly. And we would put out a new power every couple of weeks, and Mark would go through the feedback. I mean, Mark must have spent hundreds of hours talking with them, designing, redesigning, re-elementing the playtest. But you see, it's funny because you say you guys aren't making systems, but we are. We just happen to make a dragon system, and I happen to make a Battlezoo Bestiary system, and I happen to make an Eldamon system. They just happen to be in Pathfinder and D&D, but I am making my own systems. I'm just making, and that's, by the way, the secret is that we are making systems, and I'm not doing what everyone else is doing, because like everyone else, a lot of people are doing adventures, and I did my one, so I did do an adventure, and some people do bestiaries, but they do them differently. Like they just hire people and they crank them out and do the bestiaries. We have ours, which is done by the public. Like you've seen it. All of our monsters are written by you. I don't write them. You write them, and then they're voted on by the public.
The public,
right? So the public because it's a public contest, which I like, because then people get to make their own monsters. We put their name on it,
and that's how you end up with a rope golem and a Knotsman.
Well, unfortunately, and in the current one, we have multiple singers and conductors. We have two. We have a storm conductor and like another conductor. I was like, because what can you do with the music? And and you know what? Whatever. We have two conductors. I mean,
that was one of my favorite little that and the mechanical maitre d' are the things that I like to harp on the most from classic creatures.
I know. But
or not classic creatures.
Battlezoo Bestiary. Does happen. It does happen.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I have an idea for the fourth one, by the way.
Oh my God.
I finally got it. Well, I got to come up with a tagline, but I think I got one. Maybe. But anyhow.
Well, the other thing is too, my background is in iteration, right? Like I am, historically in my job and in my elements is I'm very good at picking apart, what doesn't work and what doesn't serve the mission, criticizing things, suggesting alternatives, feature sets. I am never sort of a person who thinks I'm never a person who thinks that that an idea that I have is so good that it's going to fix everyone's problem. You know what I mean? Like
it doesn't have to.
Like I wonder, well, what I was getting at is I wonder, confidence is probably not the right term. I don't want to, what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, here's the thing.
Do you need to kind of have a big head to be a designer?
No, I think you need to have an idea.
Do you have to be like, wow, my idea is so fucking good. It would be it would almost be a crime if I didn't give it to the people.
No, I think you just need to have something that you can add to the, okay. So like I did the adventure because I just wanted to do one, and I wanted to do it differently than other people by having the adventure totally connect and using movie elements, which I did. And if you read it, it's very different than other adventures. It's like, it reads really differently because that's the way it was written.
Sam, by the way, Sam, I was trying to say ego. That's exactly right.
Ego. Yeah, you do need an ego, but you need to be
or do you need an id insinuation, or do you need an ego whip? Dude,
everyone who's successful has egos, though.
Right.
I mean, you need to be.
I have been told by friends and therapists that I don't really have much of an ego, and one could argue I have also not been very successful. So, by the way, this was a huge deal for me when I was trying to be a photographer, because
you kept doing stuff for free.
Well, no, but like, most of the photographers that I met were basically like, they really did believe, or at least they were very convincing, that they were basically like, I am the greatest photographer that has ever existed. And when they went and talked to their clients, they would basically tell them things like, no one will ever photograph you as well as I am about to photograph you. You are, I know that you're paying me thousands of dollars for this photography session, but really you're the one who's lucky that you get to be with me today in this moment. And I was always very like, well, your iPhone takes pretty good photos, and you know what? That is true. That is actually very true.
Yeah, you need to do this. And I'll tell you why. Because, so when I did, I mean, I still do it. I don't do it quite as much. So I built for a living Fortune 500 websites. And I would go into these companies. And let me tell you, here's the secret. And this, especially in the 90s and the 2000s, no one. You think even to this day, you think when I walk in and I'm going to tell them how the website, now people are a lot more smart because it's like been around for so long, but like at the end of the day, I'm coming in to sell you a website and sell you on the technology, but I'm not selling you on the website. I'm not even selling you on the technology. I'm selling you on me, because if there's 10 of us that go in and maybe half of them are even better than us, but they're not easy to work with, or they're not good people to work with. So when I would go in, I was like, and I'd sometimes even say that, I'm like, look, at the end of the day, you need to trust me that I can do this job for you, and that you're going to work with me, and that we're going to do a fantastic job. And as long as you feel that, you'll hire me, because do you really know the difference between me and 5 other people and what they can do on the websites? Because you don't even know the technology. Of course not. No one knows. No one knew. Like, they had no idea, because it was all just vibes, and it was just selling on vibes. And I feel like this is kind of, I mean, you saw when we're at the booths. I mean, a lot of it kind of is vibes. That's why I keep going on about design and layout and having bright colors and like really, a lot of graphic design in the books, because they're going to look at it real quick, and the words in that book could be the best words ever, right? But no one's going to know, because you're not going to sit there and read the words. So you have to do a quick sell. So you need to have that. Like, so yes, no, but like, say they're the best photographer. Are all the photographers, are they all probably pretty good and within like 5% of each other? Yeah, probably. Right. But I mean, I'm sure one's much better than the other and some stink, but they're probably all similar. Like, you probably, but if you get along with one better.
So here, I will give you I will give you a personal crisis that I have when I'm at your booth.
Oh, really?
Yes. You know, because again, I understand that I'm there to represent you. I'm understand, you know, and I'm going to do my best. I'm not
People
going to
love you.
I'm not going to misrepresent myself or the product.
People
But
love Derek.
let's imagine for a moment that Roll for Combat's booth was Derek for Combat. All right, it was just me sitting there. Okay,
That's a great idea. I'm going to rename it so when we get there, it's like Derek
for Combat. Okay, so Derek for
with
Combat,
your face.
right? And I had produced a book called same book. Called Eldamon, Battlezoo Eldamon, and it's exactly that book, which I love. Okay, and I get this a lot, so this is why I'm saying this is why this is a personal crisis, because I'm in these moments I am always very like conflicted. And let me just give you an example. A lot of times we get people come up to the booth, and you know, moms and dads, and they basically say something along the lines of, "Oh, this is great. My kids love Digimon, Pokemon, whatever. These are cute, whatever. I'm really looking for a game that I could play with." Like,
I know what you're going to say, because I've seen you do this.
And again, I'm sitting there with 5 crates or whatever of Eldamon to sell. If this was Derek for Combat, Derek would go, "Oh, you're definitely going to want to go play Animon Story. Like that is definitely better for kids." It is designed. It is a much lower barrier of entry. It does not have the level of complexity and nuance and tactical elements that this game has. Animon is much more about like, this is my pocket monster friend, and you should go play that because that game is really, really like explicitly designed for that. Yes, I'm costing myself a sale, but no, I don't think you should buy my book. Now, I don't say that at your booth because, you know, I'm misrepresenting, you know, what I'm there to do. But this is my situation where it's like, if I was trying to sell a game randomly, Derek, game, why should I play your game system? My response would probably be like, here's why you shouldn't.
Yeah, that's the wrong approach.
I know.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying, because, you know, we get that. We get people like, "Oh, I'm sick." You know what? I have kids that are
thank you, Sketchosaurus.
6, 8, 10 that are loving Eldamon. And here's the thing. Maybe, I mean, look, I'm not going to pull it out, but you know, my original Dungeons and Dragon books, dude, we played those. They were first edition. You know how unbelievably complex those books are? I mean, you look at the type is small, charts, tables. We were able to handle it, man. I mean, I think.
Well, it's one thing if like some kids go to the library, and I know because I know you're in libraries and I know you donate a lot of books, and they stumble across an Eldamon book and they try to freaking figure it out via backwards. Versus like a parent coming up to me and going like, "I'm looking to get my kids into D&D, you know, and RPGs. Like, what should we start with?"
Okay.
And,
okay. Well, that's different. That's
you
different.
know, and
I agree. I agree.
So
well, then I say maybe do a dragon book because they're cheaper, and so that way I feel better because I'm like, okay, maybe the Eldamon is too much for them, but the dragon books are reasonably priced, and if you don't like the stuff, we have so much lore in there that you can just read it and enjoy it as a book about dragons.
And again, and that's what I'm saying. It's not 100% apples to apples, but what I'm simply saying is that, you know, a lot of people watch my channel because they enjoy the critiques that I ladle against, you know, other people's published books. I question it. I really put it through the ringer. I hold it up to scrutiny. I question whether or not this mechanic serves the motivation or the play pattern, whether or not this was an elegant design or not. That's me being nice because I'm trying to respect that someone made a book and published it and people bought it and they want to play it. So when it's me, I mean, I am vicious with my thoughts and ideas because I better than anyone understand. Like, I'll have a great idea and somebody like, "That's a really good idea." I'll be like, it'll never work. And I'll tell you why. It's not just like a self-talk. It's like anytime I come up with a good idea, I'm also immediately aware that there are 5 reasons why it doesn't work.
Okay. So you obviously,
I love Eldamon. I love Eldamon. I love Life Eldamon. It's way more fun than healing. Okay. Yeah. But the system of tracking what I'll call the intermediate HP of how much damage did you take before you took the damage that you didn't take that you took is really annoying. Yeah. It's really pain. It's a pain. Now you get to a good place with it. It comes out that the outcome is a good outcome, but the way to get there is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I obviously love that book and I'm legitimate when I sell it. It's probably the book I'm the best at selling at your booth. But if that was my design, I would have been like, I can't. Because it's not elegant enough.
Well, keep in mind, we are expanding the Eldamon, so we're going to try to make it do more and less, so it can address those issues. That's the first thing. But second of all, you definitely didn't go to design school. So the very first thing you learn in design school,
No, I did not.
is critiques, and it's brutal. Like I remember as like a freshman and sophomore at CMU, like this is what happened. It was like, this is what literally what happens is they say, okay, we need you to design, this was typography. So we'd be designing typographies, and they say, okay, everyone bring it in, put it on the board. And now the entire class will go through and say what's good and bad about everything.
Right.
And
I am a math, chemistry, statistics, and computer science person. It either works or it doesn't.
Well, I did that too, but this is the thing about design, is that it taught you to take criticism and to take it well. And I put it this way, people who don't do it don't do well in design. And to also, more importantly, start learning to, it's called the designer's eye, is to get the designer's eye and actually start finding your mistakes before other people do.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a skill. And that is what you learn in design school, good design schools, is that you do critiques. And that's like design school for 4 years. Like basically everyone makes their stuff, and it's not the teacher grades it, the class grades it.
Well, so my experience with that is through photography. When I left my job, I knew I wanted to become a professional photographer, and I was trying to figure out a way to make that profitable. And through a friend of a friend and through some things, I got introduced to this idea of doing professional, high quality corporate headshots as a way of making money. And I got involved with a headshot group based out of New York City. Peter Hurley, he's arguably the world's most famous headshot photographer. And he had an exclusive group, essentially Patreon, before there was a Patreon. And I joined that group. And part of that group was every Tuesday, you submitted your headshot of the week, and there was a big Zoom call with 150 people in there, all your peers. And Peter or one of the other mentors would bring up your headshot. They would rip it to pieces. They would tear it apart, and then everybody would vote. In fact, they used to use the term, is this headshot Polish? Not the nationalities, but should it go on the poll to see who wins the headshot of the week? And there was a big competition for headshot of the week. So every week, your art got critiqued. They said why it was bad, what you could do to make it better. I don't want to say, I mean, they tried to find some nice things to say, but most of the time it was really focused on the nitpicking. And these are photographers nitpicking photographers, stuff your client would probably never even notice. So, and again, I have absolutely no problem with people critiquing my own work. I think part of the problem is
then why is this a problem then?
Because the critic I care the most about is me.
Yeah, but so this is what I'm getting at, is that like when I make these books, we keep working on them till they're done, until we're happy with them.
And that will never happen for me.
It will happen.
Because
no, it will. It does.
Because I'm telling you, when I make something, what's the product? What is it? Oh, art is never finished. It's only abandoned. That is how I feel. That is how I feel.
Well, believe it or not, that's the difference between a book. I'll tell you why.
Yeah, please. No, this is why I'm talking to you.
No, because so a book does have parameters where you can't do any more. Like when I'm doing the monster books, those are very simple because like, okay, did I lay out all the monsters? Yes. Do they fit on the page? Yes. Do they look pretty good? Yes. Where they play tested and proofread and yes. Is there literally any more I can do? And the answer is not really. I've done it all. I did everything I could do, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like you do run out of stuff. You do run out of time.
Boothby, by the way, Boothby says, I have the same problem in job interviews that Derek has selling Eldamon. It's like, are you the best person at this? Well, there's probably someone better.
No. I'm the best. I'm the best all around.
I mean, do you know that by the way, funny story, the CTO who laid me off from my company, apparently was also himself just laid off this last week. So the house cleaning.
Hey, got him too.
The house cleaning continues. But when I got laid off, I was already kind of sus at this random meeting that showed up with my boss's boss's boss on my calendar. And then when I got into the meeting, there was a person that one of the HR people was there.
You knew. You're like, oh shit.
Now this is over Zoom, and during the course of it, basically I could see that this was very uncomfortable and hard for them. And I was basically like, it's all right. Like, by the way, you know, like, I'm sorry that you guys have to go through this. It could be really difficult to have this kind of, conversations with people, blah, blah, blah. Essentially, I apologized to them and basically tried to console them because I'm like, this is going to be a really tough day for you, because I was like, I'll be fine. Like, you know, like I don't care, you know, like it's not a big deal for me, but you guys seem to be really struggle busing with this whole process. And this is, part of the business. So again, like my psychology is very unusual in that I don't really kind of, care what happens to me. I just want to make sure that people who engage with my game don't have a moment where, because there are games I love, and I sit down and I play it, and I sit down and play it, and I'm like, I love this game, and then I sit down and I go, oh fuck, that is not a good mechanic.
Okay, well,
and there's a part of me that goes like, why did that make it into the book? Why is that there? That's a mistake.
Well, here's the thing: if you do a book, there is only so much you can do to it, and there will be.
It's frustrating.
Well, that's the good, but that's the good. There is a definite, like, you will know when it's done. Like, I don't know how to say it any other way, because like when I do these layouts, like I know when it's done. I just know. It's like, because I ran out of things you do run out of things to do.
Like draw steel. You're going through draw steel. Okay.
I'm not talking about other. Okay. I'm only talking about my books. Okay. I'm talking about my
draw
books.
steel, and all of a sudden there's rules for building bridges and fishing. And I'm like, where did that come from? Like, how did that make it into the game?
We're not going to talk about that book.
Okay, we're not talking about
that book. You can talk about that book on your show.
This is my show.
I know, but I'm not going to talk about it on your show because I don't want to get in trouble. But
well, again, I just, and obviously that book, did millions of dollars, and I'm like,
well, pre-orders it did $4 million. And now I'd be curious to see how well it does after.
I mean, I'll take 10% of that. I'm not being greedy. I'll take 10%.
So actually, by the way, we never met how I got into fifth edition. So Alex, this is a funny story. When the book came out, I got a random email from some guy who said, hey, we saw you doing this book in Pathfinder. We do 5e conversion. And he has his rates. They're really reasonable. We would love to do it for you. And I said, okay. And I had them test out a few, and they did a great job. And next thing I know, it was Paul and Paul and Bill. These are the guys who wrote, what's the one? The Ian World Advanced 5e, the Advanced, whatever that one's called, Advanced 5e.
Advanced 5e.
Yeah, they wrote Advanced 5e. He's written half of their books. He's like he has the blog of Holding or something.
Oh, yeah.
He is the Mark Seifter of 5e. Like, he knows every single goddamn rule. He knows all the math, all the numbers. This guy wrote me out of the blue. I hired him, and now he does all my work. So there you go.
All right. So okay. So
again,
the lesson from Stephen Glicker is have a lot of money already from your very profitable web creation firm.
Well, no, that's
then
the secret.
Hire the best of the best.
Yes.
Poach Mark Seifter from Paizo.
Yes.
Get the 5e King of the Kings.
Yes.
Okay. And then hire them to go do your stuff. And then sprinkle a little bit of Stephen Glicker magic on the top. Stamp your name on the cover and sell it. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Yes. You ever heard this story? How do you make
Evan, you feel like making another
small
game?
Fortune in TTRPG? You start off with a large fortune.
I mean, we've talked about this very bluntly, that a lot of people that we meet at these conventions are basically going there, and their expectation, their hope is to break even.
Oh yeah.
Best. They're not. And especially if you factor in all of the, dinners and flights and booth costs and all that other stuff, like if you really factor in everything, breaking even is basically the best hope that they could do. It really is just.
Wait, I want more Draw Steel fans to teach Stephen about production. Why would they teach me about production?
Well, have you ever done a $4 million Kickstarter?
If you add them all together.
Yeah, you had to do 15 books to do what Draw Steel did in one.
Hey man. Well, I'm not Covell, and I freely admit that. But I'm also doing different stuff than him. But anyhow. This is all terrible advice. All my advice is terrible. Well, hey man, but this is the thing though. Everyone who does this is the thing. We're actually very similar in a lot of ways, because not that Okay, mine's a little different because I did hire the best people, but I did that in my job. And I also knew like I need to hire really good people because here's the other secret. I don't do any of the mechanics. I don't do any mechanics. None. Okay, I do lore. I do a lot of lore. I do big ideas. Okay, like I'll come up with ideas of types of dragons and how they should work, and then I'll say, "Oh, it should do." I'm like that guy in like the movies. I'm like, "Oh, it should do this and this and this and this." Mark, make it work.
Right.
And I throw it to Mark, and he does it.
Right. So in Magic R&D, they talk about design and development. Right. Design are the people who basically go like, oh, I have this idea for a big fire breathing dragon that like when it attacks, it reverses the turn.
Right.
And then they send that to development and they go figure out how to fucking make that work. I don't even. Yeah.
Mark and I go back and forth. He and I have a very good process. Like I'll come up with an idea, he'll come up, and then he and I just work real well together. So, but he does all mechanics. So he does 100% mechanics. I do 0, maybe 1% mechanics. My mechanics are I read it through and say, hey, Mark, this sounds wrong. He goes, oh, you're right. That's supposed to be this. Okay. I find the mistakes, but I don't come up. The only mechanics I come up with some of the monster mechanics. So monster mechanics I can do, but I don't do any of the feats. I don't do any of the classes. I don't do any of the Eldamon stuff. I did do the adventure, but that's also, so my wheelhouse is monsters and adventures. That's my wheelhouse. So that I can do, but anything else I don't touch. Yeah. And that's Mark. So it's not like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing with what I do. And that is layout, design, marketing, the finance, working with the printers,
Right. Because we haven't even touched on.
Right? Oh, I know. We didn't even get to that stuff.
We're just talking about conceptualization because, one of the things that somebody said, and I said, I'm pretty sure Stephen has said on his show that's like definitely not the first thing to do. It's like, they're like, well, the first thing is you got to write it. And I said, the problem with that is if you're looking at this from the perspective of, I want to make something that is going to sell. If you just start by just making something, that is potentially a very disastrous process, because you might have a great idea and then you find out, oh, you can't get that printed, you have a cool idea for
Yeah, but keep in mind,
what would this cost now? $10 trillion, right? Like,
yeah, it's not cheap. Like, I don't know what. Well, this isn't even going. I mean, I'm not going to rip on Nimble because I don't think this book is that. It's not that cheap. What is it? It's like 100.
No, it's
$150. Yeah, it's 150.
Yeah,
and that's reasonable. I mean, for what it is.
But I mean, I'm saying, but it's got cards and it's got books, and I'm just saying the process to get this printed is
before tariffs.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Before everything hit the fan. The process to get this done is a lot more complicated than say, something than like,
I mean, I know I print these, so I know what these cost. And I mean, these are pretty reasonable. I mean,
can you even imagine what it would be like to make free market now with all the cardboard pop outs and shit?
Not really. Believe it or not, it's not as bad as you think.
I mean, cards.
It's not that hard. It's because those companies, that's all they do. I mean, it's kind of amazing.
Now, Mike, you know what? Actually, Mike, I think you're absolutely right. He says, hi, Derek. Hi, Stephen. I'm assuming this stream fills in the blank. 1, license a popular IP. 2, question mark. 3, profit. Yeah, that also seems to be a good idea
that is a good idea, by the way.
Just.
Oh, God, I am so mad. I'm so mad. I'm furious. I'm so pissed at myself because I wanted to get the TTRPG for Dungeon Crawl Carl, and I didn't. Someone else got it, and Dungeon Crawl Carl just did he's on backer kit. This thing ended days ago, and it's still going in extra innings or whatever you call it. It's up to $2.4 million. It ended, I don't even know how long ago it ended, because the way it works in backer kit, if someone backs it within 10 minutes, it keeps going. So they just keep backing it. It is 24,000 backers. It's for a comic book. A comic book. $2.4 million for one comic. One book. Oh, I really wish I got that IP. That would have been so much fun. I love this book. It's like one of my favorite books of all time. Anyhow,
Sorrel, by the way, with the $2 super chart says hand up for Mark. I don't know if you mean Mark Seifter, Sorrel, or if you mean Mark T or Mark Seifter, or if you mean a different Mark. But yeah, Mark is obviously the GOAT. We love Mark.
yeah. But, and someone asked like if I self-funded. Yeah, I self-funded.
Stephen Mick, I have not seen the Draw Steel Codex yet. I've only seen video. I haven't played with it myself, Stephen. I've only seen it like on video, of other people playing with it. But yeah, Omanal, Free League does that. Modifius does that. Cubicle Cubicle 7 does that. Fantasy Flight Games does that. There's a number of RPG publishing houses that basically just get IPs and make their game. And I mean, it's hard to say how much money they make because they have to pay for that license. But yeah,
it's tough. I've done because I do when I build websites. All my clients are Fortune 500, and I've done Girl Scouts of the USA. I've done Disney. I've done Timon and Pumbaa. I did the Harry Potter website. Like I know how to work with big IPs, and like I mean, I work a lot with Disney. Believe it or not, Disney was I know people. I have no problems. They're really easy to work with, but that's also you have to understand the IP, and they give you the book. They give you an IP book. They give you the Bible.
How is there not like a Kingdom Hearts? Is there a Kingdom Hearts TTRPG?
No, but I wouldn't.
Disney, like a Lorcana TTRPG.
No, I wouldn't actually even do that. By the way, by the way, for the new Eldamon, which was announced, Eldamon Legends, one of my main artists is the woman who does the Lorcana cards. By the way, so she's been making all the new Eldamon. So
fantastic.
There you go.
Lorcana does look very pretty.
Yeah, she's doing a really great job.
Staff says, tell Mark to make Druid stronger in PF2, please. Well, Mark hasn't worked with Paizo for a long time, so
too late. Let's see. Be doing extra. God, I would have loved that. I love that. I love Lit RPG, and I love Dungeon Crawl Carl, and I would have made that so good. Anyhow,
I hate Lit RPG, and I don't even know what Dungeon Crawler Call is.
It's the number one.
I'm sure it's just
really good.
It's just like your K-pop
so
Demon Hunters. Where
No.
Was either.
This guy now, this guy's a real writer. He's a genius because it starts off very gamified, and by the third or fourth, fifth book, he doesn't even talk about the game anymore. It's only about the characters and inner development between the characters in this crazy world and how to take it all down.
So the Lit RPG was just a poison pill to get you into his.
It's still there. It's still there, but that's the problem because I read a lot of Lit RPG. Is they get too caught up in the Lit RPG, the game part, and then by the seventh book, you're like, okay, enough. I get it. You don't have to go through every single choice that they're making at level 83. But this guy doesn't even I don't even know what level they are anymore. I'm up to the sixth book, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're up to like level 63 now. Like they just mention it in passing. Like it's not even part of the book anymore. It's really interesting.
So a couple of things here. Jackal says, sounds like Sword Art Online. Omanal says, wow, the limited edition hardcovers for book 2 and 3 is at 2.5 million, and there's still 10 days to go. Dungeoneering Extension says, has anyone figured out how social media subscribers translate into Kickstarter or backer kit funders in terms of numbers of subscribers to dollars? Is there any data on this? Now, the reason why that's interesting to me is because when we think about these systemic things, okay, people mentioned Kelsey and Dungeon Coach made a community based around 5th edition D&D. Dungeon Coach did it with his channel. Kelsey did it with Adventures Publish, including Keep on the Lighthouse or whatever, Shattered Keep or something on the Lighthouse, which was free. And it's the number one selling RPG on TT Adventure. Yeah, because it was free. But selling is a bit of a misnomer. But anyways, she made Adventures for 5th edition. And then Dungeon Coach made a bunch of videos about 5th edition. And then both made multi-million-dollar Kickstarters selling not 5th edition. So help me understand the through line there.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the secret is that both of them thought that, according to them, and I'm not trying to put words in their mouth, but I know both of them, and you and I have had dinner with them.
Yeah,
is that they thought that their Kickstarter would do $10,000.
Sure,
that's why.
Right.
And why they did 2 million?
I mean, I know that I don't
know.
know that I've heard her use that number, but I mean, I know that Kelsey said that.
Well,
you know,
Kelsey said she would have been happy it was 10,000.
Yeah.
Like that's what she thought it was going to do. And even now she's like, she doesn't know
Yeah,
why.
doesn't quite understand why. Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's because she's so damn nice. And it's just hard not to fall in love with her.
You know what? But that's life. Because like, so when I was working with Blizzard, so I don't know if you know this. So like StarCraft back in the day took over South Korea. Now, when I mean it took over South Korea,
I know.
okay,
I remember when. Listen, I remember when certain StarCraft pros, because there's mandatory military service in South Korea, and there was a time where they made an exception to mandatory military service if you were basically good enough at StarCraft.
So,
and this is a country, by the way, that is still technically at war with its North neighbor.
Korea. So, by the way, and this is back in the heyday when StarCraft 1 was still around. They didn't even make StarCraft 2. I mean, this was when World of Warcraft wasn't even around. And I would be with these guys, and I'm like, and this was like StarCraft was like, it was the most popular thing in the entire country.
I legitimately almost failed out of college because Brood War got released. So
yeah. And like, you know, you'd see planes painted and stuff. Like everything StarCraft, everything StarCraft. I can't even emphasize how big StarCraft is. Like Star Wars in 1983 is what StarCraft was in the late 90s, early 2000s. Right. And I would talk to the developers and I'd say, what is going on? How did StarCraft get so popular? They'd lean over to me and they'd say, I have no fucking idea. They'd be like, we have no idea. We have no idea.
Right.
They have no idea. Who knows? They never figured it out.
And now RTSs are dead.
True. Okay, I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll tell you why. There actually is a secret. I'll tell you one of the secrets. You can play. This is crazy.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons StarCraft did so well is because you can play StarCraft with one hand, because you needed to use the other hand for the cigarette. Because everyone in South Korea in the 90s.
What kind of StarCraft player doesn't use their other hand to do keyboard shortcuts?
Believe it or not. Well, they can keep this. It was actually. This is what they would say. I forgot how it worked exactly. The StarCraft 1. I guess, yes, you definitely needed two, but these guys were so fast. But that was a big thing, and they did make it so it was very easy to play with one hand, because back in the 90s, when like literally every person smoked, and there was the bangs, the internet cafes, which they call bangs there. It was like just keyboard, ashtray, like built into the keyboard is the ashtray, and then mouse, so they'd be able to hold a cigarette and play at the same time. So anyhow,
so we had a super chat from the self-confessed cynic. Our friend Vin from Australia says, anyone who stares too deeply into an edition wants to throw it out and make their own thing, is the way I'd finish that sentence myself. Anybody who pays too close of attention to any game, right, inevitably wants to throw it out and make their own thing. And I will say, in a very cheap hack fuck sort of way, I am far more interested in taking somebody else's really cool idea and going, I would change like 20 to 30% of it and make it this, than I am in like making my own thing. Because to make your own thing, I think you have to feel like you have to have this idea that like
so much work.
Well, no, but I also think the idea is like, I legitimately think that this is a better way to do things. And I don't necessarily know that I'm ever fully convinced that any of the ideas that I have, or quite frankly, any of the ideas of the games I've seen are really truly, quote unquote, a better way to do things. So I do think that is something to be said. We also had a super chat, big super chat. Thanks, Steph. Not to interrupt, but curious on your gutsy thoughts on the new WotC books. If you guys have time later, sorry for the interrupt.
I didn't buy them yet. I live in New York. With the big secret in New York, there's no game stores near me.
Steph,
there's no game stores.
Are we talking about the Faerun book?
Yeah, they must be, because those just came out. There's two.
So here's my thought on the Faerun book. Obviously, I've not looked through it myself. I've only seen a couple of reviews.
I've seen the reviews.
I saw
Ben Milton's review. Brutal.
I saw Ben Milton's review. My thought process is, I think that it is a great book, and I think that it is well needed. It's well deserved, and I think the adventures that are contained within it are exactly the type of adventures that most people most of their core audience, especially, are looking for and are capable of running. I think that the standards that someone like Ben Milton are applying to a Wizard of the Coast product is completely out of sync with the way that 95+% of people play TTRPGs and why they play TTRPGs. I think creating basically a bunch of micro modules, and I think modules are a cool thing, things that aren't necessarily tied into some mega adventure path, a way to legitimately explore the Forgotten Realms and drop in these short 1-session type adventures, 2-session adventures, I think is very in line with the way a lot of people are playing the games these days. So quite frankly, I think it's a good product. Now, I haven't looked at it myself, but I've seen what other people have said about it, and I've looked, what they've looked through it. And I have to say that I'd rather get that than another adventure that goes from level 3 to level 12. That's not an adventure. That's just a campaign.
Well, okay. So by the way, again, I did this this to me, by the way, Julie Indigo, this is my system. This was me. I think everyone has one book that they want to get out and that they feel strongly about. And to me, it was this. And I did it and I'm done. Do you know, Mark, his was dragons. He always wanted to do a dragon book. So I did it for him. And it ended up being a huge bestseller. And we love it. Everyone loves it. It's a great book. So that was his. I mean, you think Mark, the guy who's written like 1 million books, you think he wouldn't have? I mean, also Eldamon, but that was both of us. And that was a different thing. That's like, and we're still doing Eldamon, but Eldamon's like, it's no.
What they awoke in the darkness of
actually, that's not true.
Apparently I didn't turn off this sound clip when we get tipped here. We're getting tipped. Mike T tipped $5. Says, Viva la Revolucion, GC BWR NW Princess? Donut
that
Queen
is from,
I don't know what that means.
That is the sentient cat.
Oh my God.
In Dungeon Crawl Carl. It's
of course it is.
Princess Donut. Everyone loves Princess Donut. Dude, this thing, when they make the miniseries in the movie of this, you and I are going to go see it. And I'm going to make you wear a Princess Donut t-shirt.
All right.
It's so good. It's so good. Well, very long story. He goes into the dungeon with a cat and that's the whole reason he gets sucked into the dungeon, because he's going after his girlfriend's cat, went outside in Seattle in the snow, and he's stuck in his barefoot in his shorts and sorry, not even shorts, in his underwear. And then he gets sucked into the dungeon, and then he opens up a loot box, and this cat becomes sentient, and now suddenly the cat can talk, and they become intergalactic famous. And the AI that runs the dungeon has a fetish for his feet. Oh, so he's never allowed to put on pants or put on shoes.
Every part of this just sounds horrible.
I know. That's why I'm telling you, because I know you all enough that you're like, oh man, there's a fetish AI with this guy walking around smushing things with his feet, and he keeps getting power-ups called like smush or like kicking, and he gets a pedicure kit.
So we got self-confessed says, I seriously don't understand why people love Dungeon Crawler Crawl, and I like lit TTRPGs. And then Boothby said, I read all 7 and hated them. It was my practice run so I could get ready to go through Wheel of Time.
Oh, come on. You hated them. Why'd you read them all?
Because Boothby is a glutton for punishment, as far as I can tell.
Now, they're actually, I read a lot of lit RPG, and it's actually extremely well written. There's the guy who wrote it, actually, I think it was taken over by a major publisher, and I'd be curious, because I've seen that before, where lit RPGs are self-published and they're like, okay, and then they're taken over by a major publisher, and then they go through and edit it, and you're like, oh my God, it's like a completely different book. So it definitely is very well written, and his arc is excellent. I mean, I love it. I literally look forward, because I read before I go to bed for about an hour. I literally look forward every night to go to sleep and read my Dungeon Crawl Carl. That's how much I enjoy it.
So obviously,
I didn't know there's a Kickstarter too. So his backer kit is up to 2.4 million, and the Kickstarter, which is, by the way, it is nothing but the second and third books with new covers. $2.5 million, baby.
Which is
for new covers,
which is just fantastic. So
ridiculous.
So I don't have a hard stop at
2.5
9,
million,
but
10 days to go.
if you do need to leave at any point, Stephen, you let me know.
No, I do not. Me, please.
I don't.
I might want to get. I might have a 1 minute bathroom slash drink break. I just want to get a drink.
So there's another thing that I want to discuss, which is I think very relevant. Okay,
we still haven't figured out what you can do. By the way,
right.
It sounds like nothing.
Nothing.
Like nothing.
Well, no. But this is the real tea. And I think here's the thing: nobody here will disagree with this, including you. Which is this, because you guys were just talking about Dungeon Crawler Crawl. You wanted to do Dungeon Crawl. You're reading Dungeon Crawler Crawl. And Dungeon Crawler Crawl 2.4 million. There is a saying that the way that you know that you are ready to join the Knights of Last Call Patreon is because you fervently and with all of your heart believe that Derek is wrong. And that's when you know you're ready to join the Knights of Last Call.
I don't think you're wrong.
Okay. So everyone agrees one thing, and I say it frequently, and I don't try to make any sort of delusions to the fact. The way I enjoy and the way that I play and the way that I interact with role-playing games is very, very different than the way most, I would say, the vast majority of people play role-playing games and the way that they interact with role-playing games. Mm-hmm. And even my own patrons will frequently, and we'll be talking about, I'll be like, well, I am really strange. And people will be like, no, that's true. You are very strange. What you like about role-playing games is very distinctly different and unique. And that is another thing, again, that I think gives me a little bit of pause or concern, which is, am I wrong? No, it's the children that are wrong. Like, when I have an opinion about a game content, now, by the way, Vin super chatted, said Derek is wrong. Ironically, saying I'm wrong, that I am wrong, but I am wrong. And then Staff says, I think you make good content even when I disagree with your opinion. And Staff, that sentiment is frequently repeated, where I see people all the time who go basically like, it's the Howard Stern effect, Steve.
I know the Howard Stern effect quite well.
We got people saying they're listening to him for 45 minutes. What, 45 minutes? What about all the people calling in who say they hate him?
It was 2.5 hours of the people who like him.
And like, what about all the people who are calling in? Yeah, but we have 10 times as many people calling in. They say they hate him. Yeah, they're listening for 3.5 hours.
No, well, I was there 2 hours and 45 minutes. There was long. It's like they're listening longer. Why? That doesn't make any sense.
Right. So I think there's a lot of people who listen to me just because they're like, I love hearing what to me sound like crazy ideas, but articulated in a very thoughtful and respectful way.
Okay.
Well, and so
the thing is, I don't know. Like,
so what I'm trying to say is, I understand that what I want out of a role-playing game maybe is very different than what other people want out of a role-playing game. Apparently, what people want is Dungeon Crawler Carl and fetish foot fetish AIs. All right, well, we got another tip coming.
The second I saw that thing today, I was like, oh my god, this thing is going to do so well. Boom.
So Thaddeus says Derek is wrong. He just needs to dig a little bit deeper, probably in Khazad-dûm. Khazad-dûm. Yeah, absolutely, Thaddeus. I mean, that's a great example. Is that
I understand. I know where you're coming from. See, I don't think you're wrong. But everyone likes certain things. Like I often say this about my kids. Like they come in, they see this, they hear me playing video games. They literally make fun of me and bring up my YouTube channel to their friends in school. Okay, that's what I mean.
Shouldn't that make you like the coolest dad ever? Like, isn't that the thing? Isn't that what everybody wants to be?
The opposite. Like, what a dork! Like that guy is so dorky.
When my nephews found out I had a YouTube channel, and then I was like, actually, in terms of like YouTube content creators, I'm in the bottom rung. But in terms of total YouTube content creators, I'm in the top 0.1% because 99.9% of people who post to YouTube will never make even $1.
Oh yeah, no. Right.
Well,
that's right.
And when they found out that like I'm basically keeping the lights on, because of my YouTube channel, they were like, "Wow, Uncle Derek is finally cool." Like,
now, well, this
we
is the
finally
thing.
respect him.
They're like, he's not cool, but he kind of is cool. And why I'm cool? Because I'm not cool, if that makes sense. The circular logic goes on forever. And they literally come in, I'm watching Star Trek for the 10 trillionth time. And they're like, oh my God, the stuff you do, it's so geeky. Meanwhile, I got to go to my chorus practice in New York City.
Right. But your kids are like, the nerdiest, dorkiest sounding children of all time.
I know.
I mean, I'm not, those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, and I'm not trying to cast dispersions, but
I'm like, that's why I'm like, look, everyone is into their own thing.
Right.
And everyone has geekdom, whether they realize it or not. So that's why I'm just like, hey man, whatever floats your boat. I don't care. And on top of that, you and I went to similar schools. Like, I thought I was a geek. And I went to Carnegie Mellon. Damn, I learned whole new levels of geekdom that didn't even know existed. I went deep into that well when I went to a nerdy school like that. Okay. I was at the top of that tier, let me tell you.
So self-confessedly says, well, you are a director at heart. I think if we did a survey, most folks are closer to actor, etc. And that is very true. I do not play role-playing games. I've said this many times. I do not play role-playing games to become another character, to live in this fantasy world, to feel what my PC feels. That is something I am completely, I am super anti-immersion. And actually, Emmanuel Galetto, the author and designer of Fabula Ultima, just finished a $1.7 million Kickstarter. He is like me. He's super anti-immersion. He actually doesn't like it. He thinks it's actually problematic and not a good thing. Anyways, long story short, I like the game part of a role-playing game. Now, that doesn't mean I like just killing monsters. It means that I like for the game to be very incessant. Well, it's more complicated than that, though, because when people say they like the crunch, they typically mean like character building options and lots of feats and lots of skills. That's not what I mean. I like a system that insists upon itself. I like a system that demands to be heard while you're playing it. And
Okay,
so it's a very unique perspective on role-playing games.
Okay.
And Vince says it's nice to hear two people be very wrong.
Okay, look, everything you're talking about is great, except none of this will make you money. Okay,
right?
You're still just talking about.
No,
things
thank
you.
That is exactly right.
No, because you're just talking about things you like, and like I can talk about things I like
correct.
too.
Procedural
but that's not going to make me. Yeah, and so, but we have to talk about like the same thing. So, like, would I like to maybe make my own game system and become Kelsey? Yeah, I probably would. Do I want to and will I? No, because I don't need to.
Right.
It's like,
and quite frankly, like you even said, right? Kelsey didn't go into that with that expectation.
Yeah.
It was part luck, and I mean, I'm sure winning the Ennies and stuff didn't hurt, and all that other stuff.
Were you there with us? Yeah, you were there with us.
I went to the party. I didn't go to the party because I think the Ennies. I used to go when I was All
right, you went to the party with us at the after party. That was fun.
I told you where to go.
But it was.
I told you where to go.
I know, and then you met us there, and it was hot, like 10,000 degrees.
It was very hot. Well, we were upstairs, and it was really hot.
It was really hot, and it was very loud downstairs.
Right. Yeah, because like Omanal, that is one thing about me, which is really strange, which is that I don't like video games, and but I do love war games and board games and role playing games. And one of the things that I think makes me very different from other people is I think that video games, especially, have become much more plot driven, and there's script writers, and there's like video games now are almost more like interactive movies. And I feel like a lot more people want their RPGs to be like video games now.
They do.
And whereas I want my role-playing games to be more like a board game or a war game. And that's one of the big differences I've seen between my opinion and other people.
Wait, we got something. Wait, we got it.
We got it?
Yeah, I have an idea.
All right.
You could make... You see, this is actually the funny thing. Is this is why I like Pathfinder so much? Because Pathfinder 2nd Edition, the way we play it, I mean, we play it very tactical. Like, to us, it's like, I told you, our guys, if you go an hour without combat, they're like, enough talk. And they're like, okay, let's start the combat. And they spend so much time, and to them, it's not boring. It's like they'll sit there, like, counting out the squares, making sure, like to them, it's a war game. And they play it like a war game. There has not been a true, I mean, I guess draw steel.
Yeah, draw steel is very much that.
Yeah, it's very much so. But it's still, maybe actually, I have an idea. It's like maybe you do need to do and try to come out with a tactical not a tactical TTRPG, but almost like how how Magic is basically a story tacked on to a tactical TTRP, a tactical game. And they added, the story keeps evolving and they added a lot to the story. But at the end of the day, the game was first and the story was way second.
Correct.
Like that story came years after,
Correct. Correct.
And
Well,
they still.
And that's the dilemma though, right? It's like, so you know what I want? Here's what I want, Stephen.
Mhm.
I want, so Jackal Torn Moon says tactically narrative.
Yeah, you know what that is? That's
you know what I want?
Gloomhaven. Fucking
No.
Gloomhaven. Right.
No, I don't want Gloomhaven. I want the role-playing game equivalent of Arcs.
Oh God. Wow. That's hard. But I think it can be done. I mean, well, that's a board game.
Okay.
Though.
Yes, it is. But that's why I said the role-playing game equivalent. Now, people who haven't played Arcs won't understand what that necessarily means. Or I want the role-playing equivalent of Oath.
No, I get it. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you. As soon as you said it, I know exactly what you meant.
Right.
Well, you know what? Let me go to the bathroom and get a drink, and you explain to everyone what that means.
Jess is here. She says, "I'm catching up from the beginning. Excited for Stephen to teach me how to publish." And self-confessed cynic says I should just make a board game.
All right. Yeah, you should. Well, I'll be right back. I just want to get it.
And then he says it again. Derek should just make a board game. Except the thing is, self-confessed cynic, is that what interests me is the story. I like the collaborative story building element of role-playing games, right? I may not enjoy the immersion, the personification element, but I think role-playing games are the premier medium for collaborative story building. And I think that is far more interesting. By collaborative, I truly mean collaborative, like the GM and the players all working together and creating a narrative through play. So I do think that role-playing games still have that beat. Now, don't get me wrong. People have, I think, most war gamers that I know, very few, I would say, war gamers that I know, just literally sit down at their buddy's house and play a battle. Almost everyone I know that plays war games builds some sort of campaign, as in, the term that when we talk about D&D campaigns, where that term actually came from, as in a military campaign. Wargaming campaigns have been a thing long before D&D campaigns. And so the idea of an evolving story, and you're using a war game as a game mechanic to process the story. Well, D&D is the same fucking thing, right? In fact, most old school war games used to have a campaign referee, someone who didn't have an army, who didn't have a stake in the game. There were 6 players all battling for control of the Vale of Arduin, and you used your Warhammer army or you used your whatever army, and there was some sort of referee who made determinations and things of that nature. And so in that respect, like, isn't that a role-playing game? Sure, you're not personifying a character, but you're playing a campaign. There's somebody making adjudications and making, rules decisions. So for people who've not played Arcs is a board game, but, and it has no flavor text on any of the cards. The game is very abstract. It doesn't have built-in lore or flavor. It is a trick-taking game that kind of takes the idea of spades or euchre and applies it to a war game. It's fundamentally an area control game at the end of the day. But every single person I have played Arcs with, or that have played Arcs, comes away with it where they play the game and then they come back and they go, oh, it was like the Galactic Empire was starting to expand, but then the Psychic Legion secretly wormed their way in, and they ended up using their mind probes.
That's my game. That's the game we played.
Right, and it's like a merchant consortium formed, and they ended up getting a monopoly on the fuel lobby. And then once they got a monopoly on the fuel lobby, they cut off and embargoed the hegemonic alliance, and then the hegemonic alliance fell to infighting. They were able to infiltrate and use bureaucracy to tax them into nothingness, and you end up with this, Runehammer, it fucking sounds like Dune, but But that's
it's
but
so good.
but that
I remember our
story-
game. I like won at the very last turn. I think I used my psychic powers to like
yes.
yeah
Yeah,
I
to like
messed everyone up.
unleash hell. And so but here's the thing. You're not playing a role-playing game. No one is trying to create a story. You're not trying to, you're not trying to be a character. You don't have this list of character personality traits. You are just playing a very fun game that makes a lot of cool tactical decisions. But as you're playing the game, you suddenly start to realize two things. One, we are building a story. And two, unlike most board games, there's a part of you that kind of doesn't care if you win, because you're pretty happy with the role that you have taken or carved out in this particular telling of the story. And at a certain point, like when I play Oath or Arcs, I'm not, when I play like a game like Caverna, or I play a game like, I don't know, Settlers of Catan, I'm not trying to tell a good story. I'm trying to win. But when I play Oath or Arcs, it's a little different. And I'm not trying to win as much. I am trying to use the game rules and create cool moments. And Arcs does this, and Oath does this, but Arcs especially, in a way that I have not really seen many board games do. But no one would ever look at that game and go, it's a role-playing game. Like you might look at Gloomhaven and go, oh, it's kind of like a role-playing game because, you got a character, they level up and all this other stuff. But in my experience, this is crazy, I felt more of a role-playing game vibe from Arcs than I did from Gloomhaven. Gloomhaven felt like
100%. 100%. All right, guess what?
What?
I have good news for you. Very good news for you.
All right.
And I follow board games very closely. I'm a huge board game nut, and I used to play every single day. Me and Seth and a few of my friends, the guys who I still play my Pathfinder game with, we meet every day in Manhattan and play board games. Losers. I'd have to take the subway. I would literally take the subway from my office. We would all take our subways from the various offices, meet in Midtown, because they had it was a lunch area. And it was huge. It was like this 5,000 square foot lunch that anyone can go to. It doesn't exist. It was Condé Nast building. We'd go to Condé Nast, we'd go, and we would play games. It was awesome. And I did this for years. And I'm still a huge board game player. So right now, this type of game, this Oath type game, is really popular. In fact, the new one that just came out that's getting all the buzz is the Old King's Crown, which I'm looking at it. It's fucking $500 on on eBay, man. But I might have to get it just so you and I can play, man, because it is supposed to be just incredible. But it does exactly what you described, where it is a tactical game that has story elements where by just playing the game, the story emerges, but only through the graphics. Oh, like look at the graphics, look up Old King Crown. Like there's different families, and the guy who made the game also did the design, and the graphics are like unbelievably gorgeous. And he has a different color combination for each house. He has a different style for each house.
Oh, the art looks great.
I told you, look at this thing. It looks amazing. A beautiful, beautiful game. This is the big hotness right now. So this is the big game. This type of game is really hot. Like this is the bigness right now. So, and I know you well enough now. It's like you love 4E. I know what 4E is very similar to this. You love Oath. Like I see the pattern that maybe, and this is like I'm starting to come up with in my mind, the idea is that you can come up with a TTRPG game that uses board game trick-taking card mechanics. So it can be either. It can either be a board game. It could be both, but you know what kind of did this also? You know which did this? Remember the Pathfinder card game?
Sure, the original one.
Right, and then which was very good. And then you would like continuously get more cards, and then you would level up your character and then add more cards. Kind of how Oath, Gloomhaven works and some of these others. Like that has not really been explored, and maybe that is something that you would want to do.
Right.
Now, it's not super cheap to produce. It's like medium level, but and this is something even I'd be interested in because it's hitting a niche that no one else is in, which, by the way, that's one of the secrets of like, you can say, oh, well, DC-20 is derivative and Shadow Dark is derivative. I'm like, yeah, kind of. They actually do have their own mechanics.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they are derived from
they are derived, but they
from the D20 system.
Correct, but they do have their own voice and their own look. And
absolutely, of course, yes.
And that's a big part of it. I actually think this is not a bad idea.
Right.
And
so
I think
like
this
Vince says, he's like, this is what I was meaning. He's like, if Gloomhaven is the fighty board game, why not make it a RP board game? And I mean, that kind of gets to the joke, right? Where I was talking about.
I wouldn't even make it a board game. I'd make it card based.
Well, don't you know, if you put cards in your game, it's automatically a board game. It can't be a role-playing game and have cards. That's
good.
The rule.
You know why?
That's the rule.
Wait, you know why? Because then you can easily get it into Target and into Kmart, Walmart, and you get a bigger percentage of the profit, and they can't return it. Good. Make it that.
And anything with a card, it's automatically not a role-playing game, according to the people out there.
Good.
But
and it's easier to sell.
Right. So George says cards, so Magic the Gathering.
Yeah,
well, no, that's just the thing, George. It's I don't care about as much about the battle. That's the thing that I don't care about, right?
I'm not even talking about the battle part. I'm talking about a tactical. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, kind of an Oath or any of those games, the root type games where it's like there's a mechanic in there. But maybe that's how the role playing is done, is that instead of rolling dice, you can use card mechanics. Right. And some games already do that, like Dungeons Master does that, and a few others.
Well, like we also joked, right, about how I wanted to create a tactical role-playing game. And people go, oh, so like 4th edition or Draw Steel? I go, no, like Stardew Valley. Right, like because most of the time when you have these very like cutesy pastoral games, like the mechanics are things like choose a feeling. Which feeling are you feeling right now? Are you feeling sad? Or are you feeling happy? Choose a season. Why is that your favorite season? Those are like the mechanics of the game.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I know you want.
I want real mechanics. You know,
I 100% agree. And yeah, so you want a Magic. And now it's funny. Now it's all coming to. It clicked. It's like Magic the Gathering, which you love, Oath, Root, all those games which you love. 4th edition.
Well, I like games.
You want mechanics. You want crunchy rules. This is how it works. ABC, none of this touchy-feely. Oh, do you feel like you can win this battle? Then you win this battle. No, that's not how this works.
Right.
Roll the fucking dice.
Vin says like, he goes, the game almost no one wants, but you never know. Maybe it has an audience.
No, I don't think so. I think people do want it because this is the new hotness right now.
So this is
very hot. These type of games.
So this has always been my take, which again, most trad RPGers don't understand or don't fully understand. I don't have a slavish devotion to the rules. What I like is I like for there to be 3 people playing a game. Okay? The game master, the players, and the rules. And just because I'm the game master doesn't mean I get to gainsay the rules. And that alone already freaks people out, because what I like about rules, and rules typically people think, oh, you mean like -2 because it's raining. No, I mean rules that insist upon themselves so that the game doesn't get to go in the comfortable direction. The game doesn't get to go in the predictable direction, that the dice take us somewhere truly unexpected. And that's what you get out of Oath. And that's what you get out of Arcs. Because there's no game master, you don't get to go, oh, it would be really cool if Steven could do this. No, Steven has to play the game. And sometimes that creates these weird situations. And it forces you as a group to create new narratives that you would have never created on your own. And I think that when people are very, I think when the rules are allowed to be very when the rules aren't very stringent, that creates these kind of issues. And that's one of the reasons why I love Powered by the Apocalypse, is because Powered by the Apocalypse moves, and capital M, are not something that the GM gets to decide or not. In fact, if a move triggers and the GM misses it, a player has the doesn't have the ability, they have the obligation to point it out and raise their hand and say a move had to trigger there. It's not an if, it's a must.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of insistence to take the game in a new direction, that is the most exciting part of a role-playing game for me. And Self-Confessed Cynic says, yep, I hate everything about this, but like Steven is kind of playing, maybe there's a bigger audience out there than people like Vin. And I think that is what makes Oath and Arcs such a fun game, is because at the end of the day, that the story that came out of Arcs wasn't because there was some GM behind the screen pulling the strings, because there wasn't a bunch of nudge, nudge, wink, wink, between the players and the GM. It wasn't because you made some bullshit argument to the GM and the GM agreed with you. We're playing by the, quote, rules of the game. But the rules of the game are so fucking good that they create this narrative. And when you don't really know that you're creating the story until you're done, you look back and you go, whoa, that was awesome. And I think that's a really cool experience.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, now I'm in like development mode. I'm thinking this through. I'm like, this actually is a really good idea. I'm like, I kind of like it. And I know what you're getting at, because there is a root RPG. I'm not talking about an RPG. I'm talking about an actual game.
But to be clear, the root RPG is a PBTA game. I mean, it's just
yeah. But I'm not even talking about TTRPG. Okay, it's not a TTRPG. It is a tactical game, and I've seen them also in the past. Kind of even like what Daggerheart's doing right now with different class packs. And man, it's so funny. It's very close to kind of what the Pathfinder card game was doing. I really like the Pathfinder card game, but it was a little too crunchy, if that's possible. It wasn't, it didn't have enough depth. It almost made it, but it wasn't quite there. But also a lot of it has to do with the art, and that's another problem, is that they reused a lot of their own art, which I get it. I know why they did that, because might as well. But that's the other thing about Root, and now even this game, and even Gloomhaven, is that it's all connected. It's like you can have a great game with great mechanics, but if the art, that's what really sells the Root and Oath and those type games, because of the art. The art style really helps sell it, because then you use that to develop stories in your mind. And even just the little things like the icons are very important. So if you come up with an idea, and it can be small, it doesn't have to be huge. It could be a small, even prototype type game. I think this actually has a lot of legs. And because it's not a TTRPG, you can sell this fucking everywhere.
Chris, I have heard of Mythwind, and yeah, I think there's some elements for sure that are there. I know Mythwind is solo or co-op.
I have Mythwind.
And do you have Mythwind?
Oh, no, yeah, Wander Home, I'm thinking.
No, Mythwind is like a board game.
I have Mythwind too. It's actually
but I don't think it has but it doesn't have like a game master as such.
No.
And so I don't know. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I just know that I think that that's what really interests me in TTRPGs is when.
And you know what? And 4th edition basically was kind of a card game in a way. And I know why you like Eldamon, because Eldamon was designed as a fucking card game.
Well, again, I like games.
Yeah.
Right. And I view role-playing games. So we were talking about this the other day, and this is Vin. Self-Confessed Cynic is one of my oldest patrons. So we get into it all the time on our Discord. Yeah. And I pointed this out, and he completely agreed with me, which is for him, I should say, the role-playing game system is just a means to an end, right?
Right. Yeah.
You don't really care so much about it as long as it does what you need to do. You'll hack it, you'll beat it up, whatever. Like what matters is this thing doing what I need it to do? My perspective is I enjoy the process of the game itself, So if a role-playing game, if getting to your experience is the journey, is the destination, and you don't really care about the journey, I care about the journey. Like I care about the system. I think system is important. In fact, Luke Crane is very, says system matters. And I kind of agree with that as well, right? In fact, I think interacting with and engaging with a system can be an enjoyable part in its own sake. I enjoy game design for its own sake. I don't just care about what it can do for me. I like going through the motions. And this is one of the reasons why when people say, oh, I love playing on a VTT because it just hand waves all the mechanics and it just puts it in the back end and I don't have to see it. It's one of the reasons I don't like that. You know, I like interacting with the game mechanics. I'm one of these weird psycho fucks that would rather play a board game on TTS than on BGA because I like physically moving the doodads. You know, I like shuffling the deck. I don't really care. Like a lot of people go, I don't care how we get there. Just tell me what my damage roll is. Right. I like the process of building a dice pool. There's a rule in Torchbearer. In fact, it's literally the rule in Torchbearer. In Torchbearer, when you roll a dice, you roll a pool of D6s. Okay. You can help somebody in Torchbearer when you help somebody, they get a bonus D6 and multiple people can help you. It is the rule of Torchbearer that when you help someone, you have to physically give them one of your D6 and you have to make sure that your D6 don't look like anybody else's D6 so that they know which dice in your pool, oh, it's the yellow sparkly ones. Those ones came from Stephen. And it even says it is the law of the land. It's like literally a rule in the game. You can't just go, oh, you're helping me, and I just throw 2 more D6s in the pool. Now, of course, obviously you could do that. There's no one, the Pinkertons aren't going to kick in your door and arrest you. But Luke Crane talks about how it's important to him that the process of building that dice pool physically and having your allies around the table pick up a D6 from their dice pool and put it into your dice pool or to hand it to you so that you can add it to your dice pool. And then seeing whether your dice that you put into the pool mattered or not is an important part of the game. And I think that people, believe it or not, I think people are more privy to this than other people realize because there's one of the most popular mods for Foundry Pathfinder 2 is modifiers matter. Now, realistically, this shouldn't matter at all. Did you hit? Did you miss? It doesn't matter. But there's a percentage of there's a root psychology at work where people go, I want to know if my aid that I gave you was the difference between you missing or hitting. And so that modifiers matter module actually technically slows the game down. But people really want to know, did I make a difference or not? And so anyways, it's a long way of saying that I think engaging with the system is its own reward. I don't just treat it as a RNG RNG process that gets us to where we go, So, but again, I would rather play a board game. I know a lot of people who say I would rather play an RPG on Foundry than play it in person because I don't want all the fiddly shit. And also I know plenty of people who said, oh, I love playing board games, but I'll never play them in person. It takes too fucking long. I love playing board games and role-playing games in person. Like so much more. And it's because I get to interact more with the system and with the process. But again, this is very unpopular stuff.
I don't know. I mean, I think I like this idea. I like this idea enough for myself. Even this is a good idea. This is a good idea. I like this idea a lot. Yeah. And it's a lot of it's, but see, that's the secret. There's like the mechanics. It's weird. The mechanics are the most important part of the game, but it is literally maybe 20% of the game because there's so much more. There's the feel of the game. There's the iconography. There's the graphics. It all has to come together.
Right.
And that's the secret.
Someone's like, what's going on? And George says, Stephen tapped out, is now drafting an email to Mark to come up with the rules for this game.
I have my own things. We're busy with enough stuff. But for
yes,
Derek,
we certainly are.
I actually think this is a pretty good idea.
Jackal. Timmy, actually, it's kind of Timmy Melvin Vorthos game. I actually really enjoy mechanics that tell a story. Right. That's what I'm getting. Because someone asked, how is this? They don't understand where the role playing is with the tactical. I said, because if you've never played these
types of games, and there's a lot of them. They're very popular now. It's there. There's really no difference between like how is this different than Monopoly or how is this different than even chess or something. I'm like, it's actually not. They're just games, but it's how it's presented. It's that you are playing a house or a faction as opposed to I'm just a car or I'm just a boat. It's like, no. And by doing that, I mean, Root is the king of this because how many fucking factions are there now? Like 10,000?
There's not that many. There's like 12, but
no, dude, no. I saw a video someone played with every single one in one game, and it was like it's a funny video. They're like pulling their hair out. They're like, I couldn't do it. It was every faction, including like these factions that are like, like decks of cards and stuff. But they do. So that's a combination of asynchronous gaming with mechanics that work with the type of anamorphic creature that you are. Like when I was the Vagabond, you are just one character, right? Yep. And when you were the Bird Empire, you guys were just like all the birds, like you just were the birds. And by being one character, you were like literally the Raccoon Vagabond, which was fun because then you're going around the board doing your own little things. But really, could that have just been a samurai? Could we have now put that in feudal,
right.
Japan? Of course, we could have done anything with that. It didn't matter. We could have even just made that abstract. It didn't have to matter. That's the thing. It's like by adding all those little elements and by putting like the graphics on it, it does tell a story. And even the names of the abilities that I was doing when I was the Vagabond, it just added to that story element. And then we ended with the closest Root game in the history of Root ever. We're
the
all
last
1 point
so
away from each other.
I played Arcs a couple of weeks ago, and it was the biggest. I lost, by the way. It was the biggest blowout I've ever seen in my entire life. My buddy Ross, it was a 3-player game, and I think when the game ended, it ended early because he crossed the point threshold. He had like 50 something points or like 55 points. I had like 19, and then like my other buddy had like 6. It was a brutal beating. So someone asked for a question of, can you explain what you mean by mechanics tell a story? Sure. So I'm going to put something up on the page here. Okay. It's a card from the upcoming Avatar: The Last Airbender Magic the Gathering set. This card is called Sozin's Comet. It is a sorcery spell, which means you cast it and it has an effect that one turn. It's fairly expensive at 5
I was like, damn, that's expensive.
And it says, each creature you control gains Firebending 5 until the end of this turn. Whenever it attacks, you add 5 red mana to your mana pool. Now, very expensive, but that is a very powerful effect. It's going to make all of your characters firebenders.
It's legendary, it looks like.
Then it also, though, has an ability called Foretell, which is an old Magic mechanic, which they don't use very often, but they brought it back for this comet, which says you could pay 2 in a red mana, much cheaper than its cost of 3 in a red. And during your turn, you may pay 2 mana and exile this card from your hand face down. You can cast it later for only that Foretell cost. What this means is, you can more easily cast Sozin's Comet if you foretell it and basically show your opponent that it's going to be coming soon. And if you know how Sozin's Comet works in Avatar: Last Airbender, you understand that this mechanic is basically going to more than likely play out where your opponent shows you Sozin's Comet with their foretell ability. And they hint that in the coming turns, there is going to be a massive firebender attack. And that is exactly what Sozin's Comet does in Avatar, the TV show or the cartoon. And so there's no flavor text on that card, but just through mechanics. In fact, Foretell, again, is a pretty old. Firebending is obviously a new Magic mechanic that they created for this set, but Foretell is an old one. And foretelling Sozin's Comet was a huge part of the Avatar. They discovered it. They figured out when it was going to be the day, that they had to beat. That was going to be the day they had to beat Fire Lord Ozai, or, things were going to be done. So, yes, correct, Kevin. You exile it face down, but it's the only card in the set that does that. So it's Sozin's Comet, Kevin. I mean, I suppose there's a world where somebody has zero clue about any cards in the set, but it is the only card in the set that does that. And but like it's one of those things where there's no flavor text on this, but just through mechanics, they are able to tell the story of Sozin's Comet. And by the way, Magic the Gathering cards are exceptionally good at this for doing that. And there's tons of instances where there's just an incredible, thing. Staff says, I still think lightning bending should be water or air and not fire. Well, it really wouldn't fit with the elemental themes of water and air in the game. Also, remember that fire bending in Avatar: The Last Airbender is the element of power. It's the element of direct force. So in that respect, fire and lightning kind of makes sense. But anyways, so yeah, I think mechanics can and do tell stories all the time. So I don't know.
And now the $1 million question: can you come up with a game like this?
I don't know.
Or would you want to?
Well, yeah, because I think it's an interesting design challenge, right? Because it creates experiences. That's what I really want to create. I'm not interested in creating a simulationist, thing. I'm not, interested. I'm interested in creating games that force you,
all right. So
or facilitate you to create experiences.
All right. Well, then let's back up. Let's work backwards. So, what would you want to do? What type of world would you want to build? Like, would you want political intrigue? Would you want it to be fantasy, science fiction?
I think fantasy. I mean, that's
Okay.
bread and butter for sure.
Okay, fantasy. So fantasy. Would you want to do kind of a Dune-esque factions? That's the most traditional, easiest for people to understand. Obviously, Root uses animals because that's a very quick way to, you can get a lot across by using animals and using their mechanics, their built-in mechanics. So if you did fantasy,
we never did do it, but we were going to create a Root hack of Game of Thrones where like the Starks were all little anthropomorphic wolf people, and the Lannisters were all little anthropomorphic like cat people, right? And the Targaryens were all little anthropomorphic lizard people. These are already factions basically in Root. And I thought it was
so. What I would probably say is, what you could do, which actually would be kind of fun, is that you could have families and then factions, and then even factions could be various monsters. Like one person can play a vampire, one person can play werewolves, one person can play, and I'm just throwing this out, like goblins, and but then, and again, fantasy shorthand, you're using open source material, fantasy shorthand, everyone knows what these are,
right? What Mark Rosewater calls resonance, right? Where if you put a vampire in your game, and in your game vampires are empowered by the sun, it's like, it's cool for my lore building. And you're like, yeah, but that works counter purpose to the way that people expect things to work,
And then also now, because you're using pre-existing IPs and mechanics and lore, people can easily assign stories to them. And you're not even as dependent on the art as much, which is good. So as I help you build your game. So you come up with, so we go from there, maybe, okay.
So, but the question is,
yes.
So, but it sounds like you are talking about a board game.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about cards. There could be a board element. And what I mean by board element.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I actually like that stuff. But
okay, what I'm talking about as a board element is that almost like Dice Throne does this, where you get a board.
Oh, I know Dice Throne.
Okay, and where you get a board and the board gives you like your powers.
I think Dice Throne's awesome.
Yeah, so exactly. So you could do that. It's like you can have it that you get a box, and your box is okay. You get maybe a power board that describes what you can do, and then cards and whatever. I mean, again, we're still working this out, but then you then have the cards and your abilities are themed on your monster, and then maybe there is a board, and the board can be as abstract. The thing with the board is like, do you want it to be a true board where it's an actual game? Like Root, where you're going around doing stuff, which I don't think is necessary.
No, I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, because here's the problem. The problem is
I definitely don't want to do that either.
With the problem with a board game type process or that kind of process is I do, and any game that has bits and components bothers me, like Daggerheart even, because when it's on a card, you write like it feels a lot harder to say house rule it. Or
yeah, I would also rather have
change it.
I'd rather have it componentized so that you can put an entire faction in one box. So
Yeah.
everything you need is there. And then you literally just take boxes and you can mix and match and build a game like Magic.
Right.
Well, we're actually fucking doing this. But I like this idea.
Well, because again, I want something that allows you, like I said, I want a game that's fun to engage with, but that creates stories.
Mm-hmm.
And fundamentally, Root is, or Oath or Arcs are theoretically competitive board games. What I'm looking for is something that combines that sort of collaborative teamwork aspect of, say, a role-playing game. But I also appreciate the role of the game master. And I appreciate the role of the game master. I don't like it when the game master makes up rulings or decisions that are very carte blanche. I like it when the game gives the game master tools to assign or assess how hard or how difficult something should be. And then says, but I'm not going to give you any recommendation to that effect. So, for example, Blaze in the Dark is very famous about this. Blaze in the Dark has this position and effect system. And it says, look, as a game master, your job is to listen to the player's description and then make an assessment of whether that position, whether they are controlled, risky, or desperate. And those three things mean something in the context of the game. They mean something mechanically. It's not just some bullshit term that you're coming up with. If a role is risky, it has different mechanical properties than a role that is controlled or a role that is desperate. However, the decision point of whether this action that you have described is controlled, risky, or desperate ultimately relies on your shared understanding of the fictional space and the game master's interpretation of that space and their sort of decision-making process. I like the game masters to be part of the loop. But what I like about Blaze in the Dark is that when you get to that point and then the players roll the dice, we are all sort of bound by those results. We're sort of locked into that outcome. And that's what I like. That's where we get to the truly emergent experience. And then we're all sort of working together to craft this story out of these unexpected outcomes. That's what I really like. And hopefully engaging with those mechanics is a fun process. If you've ever played a game like Caverna or Agricola, and I might be talking to nobody here, but if you've ever played a game, if you've ever played a Uwe Rosenberg game, okay, it could be Le Havre, it could be Caverna, it could be Agricola, it could be Ora et Labora, it could be the Feast of Odin, okay?
I love Feast of Odin.
Okay.
I played that a ton.
Then you know that even if you lose the game, you start off with your
I never
board.
win that game. I just
Okay.
like building. I just like building the board.
You like building your board. Right. That's exactly what I'm getting at here. That's exactly what I'm getting at.
I have more fun building my warehouse than actually winning.
Correct. I call it the mousetrap effect. I had mousetrap growing up. Everyone I know had mousetrap
played
growing
it
up.
1,000
Not a
times.
single person I know have ever played mousetrap. All we would do is set up the mousetrap and then trigger it and watch
Oh,
the
I played
Rube
it.
Goldberg machine. We never played it because
played
it was a stupid game. But like when you play Caverna or Agricola, you start off with this little, with this nothing. There's a little cave and you got your little dwarves. And then by the end of the game, yeah, I lost. But look at my board. Look at my mines and look at my plowed fields and look how big my herd of cattle is. That's awesome. And yeah, I lost the game. But the experience of engaging with the game was fun. And even though I lost, it was pleasurable to go through the motions and to see my tableau is the board game term, develop and grow based off of my choices. And in a certain way, that's kind of why a lot of people like TTRPGs, right? Because your character sheet develops and grows, right? As the game progresses forward. And you get to see it expand in this, in this concept. So it's taking some of those elements. People say, "Oh, that's a board gamey thing." It's not as board gamey as you think. It actually is a big part of why people play TTRPGs, or at least I think so.
So I have a basic structure. Now you just got to come up with the game, man. How hard can that be?
How hard can that be? Can a board game not have a game master? Is that the line in the sand we're drawing? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I guess
yeah, there would be no game master. It's a game. It's like Magic.
No. Well, yeah, but you're not playing against each other.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, of course you would. It would have to be.
See,
I would think this is how I would say.
I don't want to play against each other.
Okay, well, in that case, then it's a little trickier.
Right.
So then what you would need is you would have to come up with, you would have to come up with mini adventures the way that Gloomhaven does. But what you can do is you can have them also built out of card decks. Like, okay, these are the various, again, I'm doing very abstract, but you can have, okay, there is different adventures and you have different card decks for different aspects of the adventure. Like you have to slay this many monsters and get this many treasures in this many turns. And then you work together to do that.
Gloomhaven is co-op, self-confessed cynic, but there's no game master.
Right. So you do that, and that way you can build mini adventures that you go on, and then you can even adjust the difficulty based on how many cards and what type of cards, and then maybe even level up. Like I can think of my kid's calling me, I can think of a lot of ways to do this. So that's how you do it, is that this way you can play co-op, and then you have pre-made adventures or pre-made rule state or like game win states, and the win states are designed, it's almost like a roguelike where you're basically designing the win states based on cards. So that's how you would do that.
I mean, I will say from a profitability standpoint, if you could sell like these adventure packs, that would actually be pretty.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's actually
Derek.
I'm liking this idea a lot.
Derek has his like his idealized form of what role playing game experiences are like, and then Steven's thinking about like, oh man, this thing is in Target, huh? Like,
I know. But well, this is why Mark and I work so well together, because Mark is worried about mechanics and all that. Hold on, let me just take this real quick.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, that's true, George. I mean, I do like the idea of creating a framework more than something else. And like in terms of talking around it, it's because I don't necessarily have a clear vision of how we get to that idea. All I know is like the feel of what I want. And there have been moments and times when I've played like PBTA games, and you know, a role triggers, an action triggers a roll, or triggers a move, and it's not something that like I, the GM, made a decision about, and it's not something that the player made the decision about. In fact, it's not my decision as the game master to make. But then the rules basically say, I care about this part and I'm going to get involved. And the outcome at this point is going to be predicated upon this die roll. I enjoy that sort of emergent chaos. And I enjoy that the rules demand that they be listened to. That a game master, let me put it this way. This is a very unusual statement. I like it when a game says, yes, a game master can cheat. As in, Game Master, you're cheating right now. That's not allowed. You are breaking the rules. I like it when a Game Master can be called out for cheating. And not like in the 5e sense, because in 5e, the rules say the Game Master could do whatever they want. And I think that's kind of a cop-out. And so a GM, you know, if somebody says, I'm supposed to get disadvantage, and like the GM says, no, you don't get disadvantage. And the player's like, you're cheating, GM. It's like, no, I can do whatever I want. I'm talking about the fact that there's games that basically say that the system matters, and it's not just something that you should be casually dismissing. Now, I don't want a system that does away with the GM. A lot of people think that when I'm talking about that, they mean like, oh, so you don't want the GM to do anything. Just the opposite. I actually want to lean into the game master's role, right? More than many games. In fact, I think the game master has a very important role to play in, say, Daggerheart or PBTA games. Maybe even more so than in, you know, a game like D&D in some ways.
So by the way, that was my kids calling me because the new Wicked for Good movie pre-sale just went live, and they were trying to coordinate buying tickets for them and me to go see the movie together because they are huge Wicked fans.
I have obviously listened to the soundtrack 1,000 times.
Well, that's the weekend we're going to PAX, so I had to tell them I'm not going to be here. So I said, you should buy tickets to see it, and then I'll see it with you on Tuesday when I'm back from PAX. And they're like, oh, we're going to see it 3 times. Okay. I was like, all right, there you go.
So I never saw the first one.
It's good.
I'm sure it is, but I've listened to the soundtrack 1,000 times. It's incredible. So I figured that when the second one comes out, they'll probably do like a double release.
Oh yeah, they're definitely
like a back to back, and
it's good. It's good. It's like it's solid. It's solid for what it is. I mean, I love musicals.
Obviously, so do I.
As you know, we don't know. Anyhow, back to this. I like this idea a lot. I think it's a really strong idea. Now, all we have to do is come up with, the game and the mechanics and the rules and everything else, and come up with the art and design it and print it and publish it and come up with the money.
With all that being said, with all that being said, let me pitch something else to you.
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of a joke.
Oh, good. I can't wait to take care of this. Yeah.
Okay. Now, because what we just described there is what I'm actually passionate about. Right? I think that's a really cool idea. Now, years ago, we ran a 5th edition campaign that was super hacked. And as part of the joke of it being so deliberately stupid, the name of that campaign, the name of the system was called Dungeon Time Extreme. And the joke was that I didn't know what I was doing and I didn't respect anything about 5th edition. So I just made up rules as we were playing because I really wanted to play Powered by the Apocalypse. But Smith didn't want to play Powered by the Apocalypse. Smith wanted to play 5th edition. And so I said, fuck it. And I just basically ran 5th edition like I was playing it with Powered by the Apocalypse. That's basically the joke. And I had to make up a bunch of rules. And the joke was that we were going to release that because I said jokingly, we could call it 5e compatible. And some people in my comments, I've mentioned this on stream before, and some people in my comments said, that's what you should do. You should release the game you don't care about.
So what's your question?
My question is that better than trying to do something that is really complicated and very involved and you're very passionate about?
No. So back in the day when I used to make DVDs, remember those? I would tell people there's a minimum amount of work to make a DVD. And like when we used to do websites and DVDs and other things. And I said, look, the bare minimum to do a DVD might be, I'll just say $50,000. That's what it costs. Like whether it's good, bad, or otherwise, that's the bare minimum. So you might as well spend $80,000 and make it good. Because you're already going to spend, there's already a sunk cost. Mm-hmm. So there's a huge sunk cost to make a game. Like you're going to be putting in, let's say this way, let's just say you're going to have to put in to make this thing work 2,000 hours.
Sure.
Do you want to put in 2,000 hours and put out something that's garbage that you don't even care about? You don't have any time, and it probably won't even do well. But so why would you bother?
If it's something I care about, then it's probably gonna be more like 10,000 hours.
Yeah, but if it's, what everyone makes, I know you guys make fun of me because I'm working all the time, but I like it. I sit here, I enjoy it. I'd rather do this than play a video game. I'd rather do this than watch a movie. Okay, I'd rather, because to me it's not work. It's not work. It's crafting. It's coming up with these books and making things for other people. And I'd rather sit here and and I'm literally fooling around with the typefaces for my stupid Kickstarter, and no one is going to notice that. Okay, I'm like making the font. There's the kerning right on the font, and I'm like fooling around with the outline. It should be half a point or a quarter of a point, and black or off black. I'm doing every little thing, and I'm just having fun. It's like it's just fun. I enjoy it, and I know. But to me, it's not work. That's the other thing. So, and you just also happen to make a living off of it. But that's the other thing. It's that it's just not that. It's not really work. And that's the thing. If you're doing something that's going to suck, you're not going to want to do it. And then it's going to suck.
Okay. It's not that it sucks. It's that part of the reason I've been successful as a YouTuber is I understand that there are games, I wouldn't have played the game if I thought it sucked. We played it because I thought, oh, this is fun. I understand that not every game is for every person. You know what I mean? And so like, there's a part of me that's like, I'm fine working on a game.
All right, well, let's back up.
That isn't for me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
Oh, no. That's fine. You don't have to. Right, I get it. Okay. I do the same thing. I work on things, that aren't necessarily for me, but I understand.
Like for me personally, I love mechanical driven games, right? Like it's totally a board game, by the way. It's not a role-playing game. But I love Gloomhaven, and there's plenty of people who don't because I love how, fiddly and interactive it is. I love games like Caverna and very highly detailed worker placement games. I like role-playing games that have a lot of, like Legend of the Five Rings is a great example. Like, right, you build your dice pool, you roll it, then you look for opportunity symbols and you spend them. A lot of people don't like that because they're like, I just want to roll the die and tell me if I missed or I hit, which is fine. But I understand that what I was talking about in terms of this very mechanically driven narrative experience, somebody said tactical role playing, and I thought that was a really good example, a really good phrase. I understand that that is the game I would want to make and play, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the game I have to make. You know what I mean? Because there are other cool ideas that I have. It's just, that's like the one that I think at some level is the one that I really want to make, It's just like Shadow Dark. I love Mega Dungeons. I think Project Shadow Deep is really, really cool. But I also have to be realistic. There's no way I can afford to take a risk on a 500-room Mega Dungeon.
Well, you're not going to.
No, but I mean, there's people out there like that you should definitely do that.
No, that's why you can. But that's why you use Kickstarter for the real purpose then, because then what you do is then you invest a little bit on the concept and show what you've been developing, and you do a little bit of art, and black and white art is dirt cheap, and you can spend a couple $100 and you can get all the black and white art. You throw up a Kickstarter and say, okay, this is what I literally need to make this, as opposed to, and then you see if it works, and then you can make it.
Right.
There you go.
There's kind of a fundamental. I know that's what Kickstarter's for, but like it always does scare. Like when people like do Kickstarters and they're basically like, I have none of this finished. We have to make it. That is very,
Then you get Draw Steel. Dun-dun-dun.
I'm just saying, like, you never know, you never know what you're gonna get.
Then you get DC-20. Dun-dun-dun.
Oh, well, they're still playtesting that, right?
I know. It's up to version 9.999993 or something. To be fair, I make fun, but I actually liked. I played DC-20.
By the way, Agile Monk with 10 months of supporting the adventure says, always showing the love to Derek and the community. Thank you, special guest star Stephen Glicker. Thank you, Agile Monk. I have a lot of mental hangups. I'm a very complicated person.
You are a very complicated person, but I feel like we just got to burst you through one, because I deal with creatives all the time, and like, look, I will be dead honest. I was looking through the Battlezoo Bestiary today, and I saw a layout thing, and I was like, oh, what the hell was I thinking, man? I was like, it killed me. I was like, it was so bad. It was so bad. No one noticed it. But
right,
I'm
no,
like,
no one noticed.
I would never put that in my books today.
So
what the hell was I thinking?
So, woodworking was really a problem for me and that I loved it. But like, if I was making something and I realized like, the piece of wood has a bit of a defect, I would just throw the piece of wood and start over.
Oh, I can't work in like physical form, because if something messes up, it drives me insane. That's why I have to work in digital. Because digital, I can always change.
Wood, I didn't have that choice, right? I had to.
I know.
Kevin says, Draw Steel was unusual. Most people can't say, please back us so we can figure out our dice mechanic. Which is
or please back us so we can figure out.
I mean, here, you want to hear why Draw Steel was really unusual when it kickstarted. By the way, I backed it, Smith backed it, Bob backed it. It wasn't even called Draw Steel. It was called MCDM RPG,
which I don't even mind that name so much. You know what's weird? Here's the weird part. I got a notice. I already got my books, but then I got a notice saying that my books were shipped. I'm like, did I'm getting two? Did they screw up? But I tell you what I did get today. Oh, baby.
Would you get
It took
Dawnwood?
it took a while. No, it's I am getting it, but they don't have it. They're giving it to the backers first, and then they're sending me the physical copies. So I bugged Joseph Goodman enough because I kept saying, "Hey man, why don't you send me free stuff? Why don't you send me? Why don't you friend me?" And then
the
he's
Dark
like,
Tower?
"I put you on the list." Oh, look what I got today! My goodness.
Oh, sick.
I know. Look at this. I got this and this and this and this. I'm gonna have them on because these are great. I didn't even know this came out. Dungeon Crawl number 4, Dungeon Crawl number 3 adventures, and the 2 caverns.
Yeah. Oh, nice. The special edition. Yeah.
I know. And this is the best part. I opened it up and it said box 2. And I was like, box 2? That means there's another box coming. I was like, that means there's a 1. So
I got my Caverns of Thrasea right here.
yeah. I didn't even open it. I just got it. It came out of nowhere. I was so excited.
Why is Zoom?
Now him is also an interesting story because he was working in Chicago as like an insurance something. I think it was insurance. And then he wrote the one of his first DCC adventures. And I love DCC. I read the first one and I was like, oh my God, this is so good. That DCC 1 is an excellent adventure. And then I went to the store and I bought every single one. I have every single DCC adventure. And I never run them, but it's not true. I used to run the tournaments at Gen Con. But man, I just love the whole look and feel and concept of DCC. And but again, he's someone who wrote the adventure. And I don't think he does any layout and design. He hires everyone else to do that, but he at least wrote his first. And I don't think he does any of the design in any way, shape, or form for the current ones, Joseph himself. But you got to do something. That's what you got to do. You got to do one thing, Derek. You got to put your foot down, and then you can farm it all out.
Shout out Agile Monk for the super chat, reminding that you, Stephen, that you need to get in touch with him.
Oh my God, I'll talk to you later this week. How about that? I can talk to you on Thursday or Friday. All right.
Thank you, Agile Monk. It's so weird. So I just realized because I haven't used Zoom on this new computer yet, right? Because it's my new streaming computer. Our old one burned, so I had to reinstall Zoom. But I haven't actually Zoomed yet, and I realized that my video profile was switched. And it's really weird to me. I'm like, why does Zoom mirror your video so that you look like what you look like in a mirror? But that's not what anybody else who's ever met you in person sees you. When someone sees you in person, they don't see your mirror view. They see the non-mirrored view. And so it's very strange that they would choose to show you the mirrored view to make you more comfortable. But that's not what people who are used to seeing you see. Anyways.
Okay, that's what we come out with a game called Mirror Universe, where you play Jean-Luc Picard and Captain Kirk, and you're all in the Mirror Universe trying to take. Yeah, there we go. That's a good idea.
There you go. But yeah, George G. No, I mean, there's definitely. Here's the thing. We can accept a certain element here. I don't want to say it's fear, but it's realism, which is, I'm not one of these big channels that has 100,000 subscribers. I'm not made of, I don't have a shitload of money sitting in the bank. And currently I am, without a job. So there is a pressure on me to deliver something. And again, I could not do that and I could just go get a job. I mean, that's the other alternative. So there is a sort of pressure there where I feel like, hey, I got to pick something that I think has a pretty good chance of working. Because if it doesn't, then, I'm going to have to, go back to a 9-to-5. And if I go back to a 9-to-5, chances are pretpretty good that I'm never going to get one of these.
All right. So in that case,
and I want to add one more thing. And I think this is really important. There are channels you might say, well, yeah, but so-and-so and so-and-so, they were working a regular job and they had their YouTube channel until they had their big blowout breakout Kickstarter. And they were able to work on it. That is true. But realize that the standard YouTube content creator spends about an hour or two a week creating their videos. In fact, I learned the other day that a very famous content creator usually takes about 1 week every 2 months, and they make all their videos in that 1 week. And then they basically take the next 7 weeks off. And, you know, so they're working 1 week every 8. Because of my structure of my channel, where I'm live streaming 10 to 20 hours a week, and unlike most content creators, which I've learned, most content creators, when they meet me, are shocked to learn that I spend 40 to 60 hours a week on my Discord, talking with my patrons, engaging with them, gaming with them, talking with them about everything, that I read through all of the messages on my own Discord. Most content creators ignore their Discord. And so they have a lot more free time that they are dedicating to maybe their next, 5e Kickstarter or whatever than I do. So if I'm working and I'm doing my live stream and my channel the way that I do it, I don't have any time to do any of this stuff. So this is only an opportunity for me right now because I'm not working. But because I'm not working, I'm also not bringing in a lot of money. Yes, I have if I didn't have a Patreon, this wouldn't even be a question. I would already have a job. But I have the luxury of enough of an income that I can scrape by for the time being. But I'm sure you're all aware prices are going up, and they don't look like they're going down anytime soon. Thank God I didn't buy a house like I thought I was going to last year. And so, there is a little bit of a realism here. I would say that is about accurate. I have about a 1 year runway. Actually, Steve was trying to give me a job earlier today, so there.
I was already trying to give you something. Maybe we'll still
but I cannot stress this enough. This summer, I've had the ability, the luxury. I went to Origins and Gen Con and PAX, and I'm going to PAX in a couple of weeks. And 90% of that, the reason I was able to go to all those things is because of Steve, because he gave me a hotel room, because he, paid for my meals. And yeah, sure, I maybe had to do a little sweat equity on the hottest day of Gen Con of all time. But
I was there with you, buddy. I was bad. Oh, but how nice was PAX West?
Oh, beautiful. I'm looking forward to this Unplugged. Apparently,
I think Unplugged is the nice thing is it's cold. Because it's going to be freaking
right. That's what I'm saying. That's why
it's going to be. It might be quote hot, but it's not going to be Gen Con hot, because the ninth circle of hell. Of course, I said that, and then Mark's like, "Oh, actually, the ninth circle of hell is ice," and I'm like, "Okay, I hate you, Mark." He got me. Okay, the hot circle of hell, whatever that one is that Dis or something?
I think the ninth circle of hell is hot. I think the eighth circle of hell is cold.
I thought so too, but Mark ripped on me.
I thought the eighth layer of hell is like Levis or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, geeks in the chat, you must know, but he did.
All right, yeah. Eighth level of hell is Cania, the realm of seemingly living cold. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Cania.
Maybe I said the eighth circle of hell, and then he goes, "Oh, that's actually cold, Steve." And I'm like, "All right, whatever." Yeah,
right. We are all nerds. We all are geeks here.
we all know it. We all do right away. My circles of hell. So only one I remember is Dis. I don't remember the others. My circles of hell are. I have not read Dante's Inferno.
Dis is definitely 2 because I know that because of Dispater, and then I think the first level of hell is Avernus.
Avernus. Well, Avernus, like Descent into Avernus. Dis. What else was there? Now we've really gone, oh, that's what we could do. We can have your game. Oh, I got it. We can have your game. You're trying to take over hell. Oh my God, people will hate it. It will do so well. Oh my God.
Right. And of course, the ninth level, of course, is Nessus. But I only know that because my user profile online for like the last 35 years has been Asmodeus DM. And a lot of people go, oh, like a dungeon master? And I go, no, my initials, Derek Melinda, are DM. So that's where that came from. But Asmodeus was my, I always loved him. I thought he was awesome. Anyways, any case, but yeah, George, the thing about the runway there is the 12 months off the ground, they're building the audience. I already have an audience, George. I have hundreds of people who have basically told me, hey, build something, I'll buy it.
Yeah, well, then that's what I was going to get at. So then why don't we do the safe one? Shadow Dark is safe. It's pretty inexpensive to do. It's inexpensive to make. It's inexpensive to print. It's inexpensive The book is smaller, so it's less expensive to print. You only have to do one edition. You don't have to worry about 5e. You don't worry about it. It's easy to get into the stores, and it's inexpensive for art. It's 1/10 the price of any other art.
George, cheap, quick, good. Pick two, buddy. I can't do it all.
Well, it is cheap, so you have one, and
it can't be long because if
it
it's
can't
long,
be good.
so it can't be good.
so we're gonna get it.
We're gonna get it quickly and cheaply. The quality, we'll see.
We'll see. No, but seriously, because Shadow Dark, I mean, there's a real hunger for it right now.
Derek, you are 100%. It'll be a book. You know what? To quote the great Mr. Smith, this is a book. It has pages. These pages have words. Some of the pages have art. The art has color.
Oh, this one wouldn't because it's Shadow Dark.
But I don't know. I just think that there's there's an element of me that, obviously wants to do a good job, but there's also an element of me that's like, look, I respect my audience, and it's a very diverse audience. And I think that, that audience deserves to, I don't want to bilk my audience. I think there are some creators out there who bank on the fact that their audience is just going to buy whatever they put out. And I don't want that to be me. I don't want there to do that. Are there any other mega dungeons for Shadow Dark? No, John, because mega dungeons don't sell.
I wouldn't do a mega dungeon. I would do small, little. We could talk offline.
We'll be in PAX for the next. I'll be hanging out at your house for the next.
True.
We'll be hanging out for another week.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do have some ideas of what I do know what sells.
Look, Ken is a great example of it. He says, "Please, God, just put something out and we'll buy it. For the love of God, stop whinging and
yeah,
write
no
it."
kidding.
Yeah.
Even I'm starting to get annoyed.
Yeah, and rightfully so.
Not that hard. And then you do that. You'll have your foot under you. You get the hang of it, and then you do, because I didn't do Eldamon right away. Because that was the one I wanted to do.
That was your heart project.
Right. So I did the first ones to learn what I was doing. And then
that's why Eldamon is the best book, and you should all buy it.
It's really good. Wayne said Eldamon Legends. It's coming out real nice. I've been sending you all the art. You like it so far. And you even give me good notes when Derek says to me, he goes, "Hey, that looks like a penis. You should remove that." And I go,
"It did look like a penis." It did look big. George says, "Why don't you just go the MCDM route and do a Kickstarter for a product and then figure out later based off of what the Kickstarters want you to make?"
Yeah, might as well. I mean, you work for them, great.
Yeah, shots fired.
I make fun of them, but the game looks fantastic. I want to play it.
It is absolutely fantastic.
It looks really, really good, and everyone I know loves it. So I want to play it. I want someone else to run it for me, though. I don't want to run it. I'd like to be a player in it. So
yeah. I don't know. I do think it would be a funner game to play than to run.
What? Oh, that? Yeah, it sounds like a lot. Oh, yeah. That's definitely, but that's my thing. It's like, I love to run games, but not other types, only Pathfinder. And I've only been a player in Shadow Dark.
Yeah.
I've only been a player, well, actually in everything. Now we think about it, like in every game I play, I'm always the player. When I played Daggerheart, I was a player. I'm only a player, but I do not like to be a player in Pathfinder or Starfinder. I'll do it once in a while, but I'd rather run it. Both those games.
By the way, everybody, Mega Dungeons notwithstanding, me writing an adventure is actually probably a really bad idea, because if you've watched my show, you know that I'm pretty much anti-adventure. I actually don't really like most adventures. I like big, expansive mega dungeons because it basically is a gigantic sandbox and it gives players, total and command of agency. And I like the depth of play that emerges over, say, many dozens of sessions. But the standard typical, I created I created a 6-room dungeon. That is just so unappealing to me. And certainly the standard adventure template of kind of a linear railroad is not not my forte. Those aren't the kind of things that I do or run. Even in my own games, I don't really run those. So the last adventure I ran was Abomination Vaults, and let me tell you something. The Battle of the Bands turned into Smith fireballing them and killing them all, and I was on board with that entirely. And then we skipped level 6 because they cast a Dimension Door spell, and I said, yeah, that beats the whole dungeon. So needless to say, the standard way that most people play adventures is not the way that I really,
I'll tell you a secret.
Yeah.
That no one knows.
Oh.
I was talking to some of the authors, I won't say who, of Abomination Vaults.
Yes.
And they were working on it. And I said, like, oh, what are you guys working on? And they're like, oh, we're working on this and that. And I was like, and then they were telling me Abomination Vaults, and like, yeah, no one's going to buy this. They're like, yeah, it's just some dungeon crawl. Like, no one's going to care.
The funny thing about Abomination Vaults is I don't even consider it a dungeon crawl. It's not even close to it big enough. It's barely on the cusp of being what I would consider to be a dungeon.
By the way, this is the authors. So at the time, this is way before it obviously came out. And they're just like, yeah. It's like they didn't think anything of it.
I think a mini mega dungeon, Woodland Fellowship, is just a dungeon. Isn't that what just a dungeon is?
Well, why don't you just write, like mini dungeons. So just write 15 or 20 or 50 mini dungeons, put them together, and ta-da, you got a mega dungeon. There you go.
Wow.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't you do this thing called Dungeon a Day? Where every day.
Oh, yeah, Dungeon. That was Monty Cook's
I
thing.
was in Dungeon a Day. I kind of liked it until it got
well, he
got kind of samey, and he stopped doing it.
Yeah, he stopped doing it. That was the big problem. But yeah, no, that was awesome. We love that. Also, like nowadays, you would do that through the Patreon model, right?
True. Yeah, I know. I remember that. It was actually kind of an interesting.
Actually,
idea.
the way you would do it as a Patreon model is right. The way that most Patreons are set up, like my Patreon, most channels Patreons are set up on the monthly recurring revenue stream. Mm-hmm. But the way that, like, for example, Jepeku, who does the battle maps, the way that Patreon was originally designed was that basically you set a payment, and whenever that creator publishes something, you pay the agreed upon amount and you get the thing. So if Jepeku publishes 5 map packs in a month, then you pay whatever, $35, $7 5 times, but you get 5 map packs. If they publish nothing in a month, then you don't pay anything. You only pay when they publish. Mm-hmm. And that's true. Like if, let's say you really support like an independent musician, every time they drop a track, a new song, you pay the $3 or whatever that you've signed up for, and you get to download the track. What, they don't allow that model anymore, Kevin? Oh, wow. That is shocking. You know why? Because fuck Patreon. Fuck Patreon. Fuck Patreon. It's how I make my living, but fuck them. Someone needs to make a new Patreon that doesn't suck. Anyways, I was going to say,
that's what you can do. Make a new Patreon.
I was going to say, like, you could do that model, but with dropping like new rooms to the dungeon, right? And so that way, every time like you sign up and you're like, hey, I got the $2 room, and like every time a room gets added to the dungeon, you pay $2, and then each room at times it comes out. That's crazy, Kevin. Man. Yeah, it makes sense because the quality on Patreon has just been going down and down and down, and they aren't doing anything to improve the platform except to just try to fucking squeeze and squeeze and squeeze. I don't know. Do you mean Ko-fi? I don't know. Ko-fi doesn't have the kind of integration stuff that Patreon has.
So why don't you?
Anyways, we're off the topic.
Why don't you do something that? So you just do something that the patrons and your audience wants. That is either.
Daggerheart. That's what they want.
Daggerheart. Well, if they want Daggerheart. Oh, no, I wouldn't do Daggerheart.
Well, no, here's the problem with Daggerheart. And I'll be honest with you.
I wouldn't do Daggerheart.
No, but here's the problem with Daggerheart. The problem with Daggerheart is, number one, it got shot in the foot when they chose D&D. I think. I mean, the game's still obviously doing well, but I think that was a big blow. I think that changed things up a little bit. And the second thing is, I have my own standards. And the fact of the matter is, since Daggerheart has come out, I have not been able to play it. I only played it in the beta. So I don't feel like I am in a position to publish anything for Daggerheart because I don't think I should be making anything for Daggerheart until I've, gotten several dozen sessions, under my belt. And I just haven't had an ability to do it yet because we were going to start the actual play back in like July. And my group kind of imploded that I play with. So,
all right, I'm actually looking. So I'm looking on.
So Daggerheart, the
Kickstarter.
situation, like I do have cool ideas that I think is really interesting, but I don't feel like. And and by the way, I actually have confidence in that they're actually really cool ideas, despite my lack of a quote unquote experience. But I do agree that's really presumptuous, and I don't want to be that person.
All right, so can you bring up a window? Or
Yes.
why don't you bring up Kickstarter? Because I'm kind of curious. Because like I'm looking to see what's hot right now. Okay, I haven't been on Kickstarter in a few days. Like, look at this one. I just
All
sent
right,
it
I'm
to
bringing
you
them
in
all.
chat.
We got Disney the Afternoon. What the hell is this?
That one live today. That's all that one. That's comics.
Hold on a second. We're gonna.
No, that one, the Baba Yaga's hot. Look at that one. Recommended for you.
All right, it's 15 days left. Dancing Hut of Baba Yaga. 63,700 backers. OSR compatible. 5e compatible.
That's right. That's right.
It is compatible with everything. Now, by the
It
way, so, real talk here. I don't know anything about the Hut of Baba Yaga, but it was funded in 30 minutes. It came out of Side Quest. Okay. I don't know anything about them, but like, if I did that, if that Kickstarter, right, let's say half of that money, right, went to publishing it and, fees and all that other stuff, and the person made $30,000, that's good. I mean, that's solid.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, look at this. This is like, this isn't crazy. This isn't a crazy.
It's the hardest dungeon. 50 rooms. 10.
Wow, that's hard.
10 Slavic monsters. 12 spells. 3 different outcome.
All right. Well, okay. Here we go to another one. Let's back up. Here's a crazy one. I mean, it's fascinating because like I'm in the hobby. I'm watching everything. And look at the do you see the one the city? I'm going to Chapelwick.
I'm going to Tabletop Games.
Let's go to Chapelwick.
There's like 18 Borgs.
I know.
There's Torque Borg.
They'll go to Chapelwick.
There's Ragnaborg.
And I'll send you the link.
Dungeons of Drakkenheim. That's the new one.
That one I want to look at real quick. Okay, because that's for we'll look at that.
I think that just launched. On that one. I think that just launched today.
It did, and that is for Daggerheart.
Well, yes, so already we're at a fundamental disagreement here because it says it's any award-winning adventure redesigned for Daggerheart. They're just taking their existing adventure and converting it to Daggerheart.
Yeah.
The other thing is Daggerheart fundamentally says, basically, you shouldn't have adventures. And the problem that Daggerheart is having is that they're like, oh shit, everybody wants adventures. So they tapped Mike Underwood, who is awesome. He's one of the co-designers of Daggerheart, who does a great live stream. And they basically said, hey, can you take our 5e adventure and convert it into Daggerheart? And he said, and I'm sure they said, and we'll throw a bunch of money at you. And he said, sure. And that's what you get here.
I know. And the thing is, but that's also why I could, in theory, if I wanted to, but I probably won't because I'm lazy.
Now, by the way,
I could Jewel and make it for Daggerheart.
$150,000 for Dungeons of Drakkenheim, which is a Daggerheart campaign guide for an adventure from level 1 to 10, which is all Daggerheart. However, if we look at Dungeons of Drakkenheim, which was a 5th edition funding thing, it got 1.3 million. It was a 5e adventure for malevolent monsters. So the 5e version did 1.3 million, and the Daggerheart is at 100-something thousand. Similarly, they did one that was just the monsters of Drakkenheim. So basically just a monster spat book. And that did $1.1 million. So
yeah, I'm not even, I mean, I have it. I don't quite.
Also, George is quite right. 500K followers on YouTube. No, Agile Monk. Mike is great. He should definitely get his money. I mean, he should definitely get. I'm all for it. I'm saying that's a good design. So, but yeah. I mean, there's a lot of.
But look how many. But my point is, some of them are doing. I've never heard of some of these, and they have just look at Chapelwick. Let's roll press. Never heard of this. I know nothing about it. $270,000.
Oh, right.
And it's their very first Kickstarter ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, now they have a lot of the quote doodads, I like to call them. So now those doodads are a nightmare. You don't really they're a lot of work, and they take up a ton of time, a lot of work, a lot of energy, and they cost a fortune. You do not make money on them, and they never, ever, 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 ever sell when the Kickstarter's over, ever.
Right. You just make your money from the Kickstarters,
It will never sell another one again. Literally. I've spoken to many people about that. They're like, does it sell? They're like, no, never. Like those minis, they have never sell those minis again.
Yeah.
But look at this. Yeah. So they have a deluxe book, $120. And yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so you can do this.
I guess.
You see, here again, I'll give you. This is a little pep talk. If these bozos can do it, then you can do it.
I mean, I am sure they are very nice people who have a legitimate.
I'm totally.
And I will also, by the way, I am also.
I'm joking, and I will probably back all of these because
I know, right, you're right. But I am also fully aware that I am somewhat disadvantaged. In this perspective, Dolemwood did 1.3 million.
Oh yeah, that one is like that. Though
somebody asked what did it raise? Dolemwood.
That thing is amazing. I mean, that is like A++, freaking gorgeous, huge books. Like you get value, man. That is value.
But I and so this was something that actually I learned. It was a good learning moment for me. It was when we had dinner at Gen Con, and it was right after Dungeon Coach's DC 20 Kickstarter, and he bought everybody because he did over 1 million.
Well, I pushed him into it.
I had never met him. And you informed him that on our channel we like to call him Dungeon Cock. Because I was like, well, we didn't originally know what DC stood for because I didn't know. I just I didn't know it was Dungeon Coach, and I was like, oh, maybe it's Dungeon Cock. And I didn't know. I didn't know Alan from.
And the funny thing is, I said that right to Alan's face with you sitting next to me.
Yeah, and I went, I didn't.
But
know.
I knew Alan would think it's funny. I would not have said that.
Correct. But also, even then, I was like, yeah, that's. But
he thought it was funny. He laughed.
He was. But no. But this is something I want to.
So nice.
This is something I want to say is which is when. So this is where I'm saying I have this disadvantage, which is a lot of the stuff that Dungeon Coach made, and this is when we were first starting off. He was bigger than us, but not that much bigger than us because this is like 5 years ago. This is like COVID. I basically said, well, that's just 4th edition D&D. And I wasn't really sure if like Dungeon Coach was just like ripping off 4th edition D&D and passing it off to 5e people, or if, like, I didn't know what his deal was. When I met him in person, I realized that he was a completely and totally legitimate person. He was very enthusiastic. He was very, very excited about this game. And I mean this in the nicest way possible. I sat down to talk with him, and he, after dinner, and he was telling me about these mechanics. And he was like, I have discovered fire. And I was like, there's like 8 games that do that already. And he was kind of legitimately like, really? Which one? Pathfinder? And I went, no, not a D20 game. And he like legitimately had no idea that any of this stuff existed. And I have to say, one, it made me respect him more. But 2, I saw the value, or rather, I saw the downside for someone like me who knows every game. Like it's almost like when you know so much. Now, I don't know literally every game, but like when I have, even before this channel ever existed, I have read through so many games, I've played so many games, that at a certain point, it's almost like you reach this level of saturation where you realize there is no such thing as a novel idea. And, all you're doing is just iterating. And I think that can kind of, stifle you. Whereas I have seen I'll call it the passion and the productivity and the profit of some of these creators who started playing D&D 3-4 years ago, or 5 years ago. And they had never played anything other than 5e, basically. And they're like, oh, I'm old school. I started playing in 2016, and, like before, Critical Role it really blew it up. I was playing D&D before.
I started playing.
I started playing D&D before it was cool back in 2016.
I was playing it before Stranger Things.
Yeah, I was playing it before Stranger Things. Right.
I'm pretty cool.
I'm kind of OG. I'm kind of OG in that way. And
I discovered D&D.
Yeah, I discovered basically. I was
and
part of
like,
I got in on the ground. I got in on the ground floor.
And you ever heard of TSR? And they're like, what's that?
Right. They had no clue. No clue. I'm not trying to be. I'm not saying this in a gatekeeping way. I'm actually saying it in a way that it is really to their advantage. And in fact, even more so is that like they have the kind of confidence that only a foolish or naive person could have,
Right. Oh, I know that well.
And so I respect it. And it gives them a power, quite frankly, that I don't have, and maybe there's other people who could do more with this. Now, maybe that puts me in that, what's that, the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? I know enough to know that I know nothing, right? That kind of, they're in that beginning part of the curve.
I figured it out. You're too smart, Derek. You're so smart that you know how you're not smart enough.
Yes, kind of. Yeah. Well, because I know the difference between good design and bad design, and I know when I look at a mechanic.
And you're terrified, but wouldn't you rather?
But no, it's not about terrified. It's like, because there's also about I've been around the block, right? I know the truth to myself. Like, I see the design of people. Okay. There's two types of people. People who either don't know that they're not that good and don't care. Or, sorry, people that don't know that they're not that good. Or people who do know they're not that good and don't care. I look at the design mechanics of something like Burning Wheel, like Luke Crane. Of something like the Eldamon system from Mark. Especially the timeline that was created in. And I know, not guess, know. Like, I'm not Mark Seifter. I'm not John Harper. I'm not Luke Crane. And those are the games that I love. So if I'm not capable of making something that aspires to those heights, what am I doing?
Well, that's why I was trying to figure out what you can do, because keep in mind, Mike, what I really wanted to get at is that Mark stays in his lane and I stay in my lane.
Yeah, well, Mark's
and I
lane
hire people to stay in their lanes. Like he was like, who does the 5e stuff? I'm like, not us. Mark reviews it, but I have people who do the 5e stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So like, it's not about, because like it's not. There was a joke like, oh, Derek, do you want to win in any? Like, no, I don't actually care. Plus, it's mostly just a popularity contest. It's that
I haven't even submitted for them yet. I keep forgetting.
It's that again, I really respect some of the people who really change the game up, and while I don't necessarily care, I do need a certain amount of financial success to be successful. It's more of like, I just don't want to be a derivative of a derivative. I want to create something that like really inspires people to do something and play something different. Because if not, why would I play your game? I'll just go play Blades in the Dark. I'll just go play Fabula Ultima. I'll just go play the One Ring,
You just have to figure out something you want to do, man.
And like, could I throw together some mechanics and have some people go, oh, that's really clever. That's really interesting. Because there's a lot of games that I read where I go, yeah, this is clever. This is interesting. But I don't know that it's really doing anything different. It's just maybe taking a slightly different path to get there. And that's fine. And maybe that even sells. But it's almost like I respect role-playing games too much. And so again, I've met plenty of people, passionate people, successful people, eager people who have, said, I believe in my product and I'm going to release it. And I'm happy that they're so proud. But when I look at their game, I kind of go, it's kind of a derivative mess, and shout out, people are playing it. They're enjoying it. the book is you're holding the book in your hands. I can only imagine the pride that you feel, and you are right to feel that way. But as someone who's been around the block a few dozen times, pass. So I hold myself to that same standard. Like if I create a game and then I go, well, is this better than Blades in the Dark? And then it's like, well, no. Well, then if I wouldn't even play it, if I would rather just go play Blades in the Dark, what am I doing? So, no, George, I'm very aware that I am not the core market.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Did you used to have this crippling fear of failure when you were doing photography?
No, because I knew I was bad.
Wow. And you just didn't care. And I guess because photography, no one else is going to look at you and judge. See, that's the fascinating thing about this hobby is that you will put something out and then you will be judged and you will be criticized.
Well, let me put it another way. Photography, like maybe the photo I took wasn't going to win an award at Whitney.
At any.
Right. It's not gonna right. So So there's a big the Gen Con of portrait photography is called Whippy. All right. So it's the wedding.
That's so funny.
Wedding portrait.
Oh my God.
Wedding and portrait.
I want to go to
that.
That sounds awesome.
Okay. It's great. It's a fantastic convention. It's in Vegas. Okay.
Oh my God. When are we going?
Okay? It's anytime, buddy. I love Whippy. Okay. So WPPI. It's in Vegas, and one of the things that they do at Whippy is they also do this as part of the imaging, which is one of the biggest photography conferences as well. That's usually in Tennessee. There's contests. People submit photos, and they get voted on, and people win portrait of the year, wedding photo of the year, whatever. But in photography, fundamentally, you are taking the picture, especially in professional photography, for that person. If they like the photo, that's enough. Because you're selling that to them. So I don't need to make everyone happy. I just need to make that person happy. So even if the photograph isn't technically perfect, if the person likes it, then it's great. It's perfect. And they're happy with exchanging money. So it's a very one-to-one personal relationship. So I could take a bad photo and still sell it, and they liked it. And that's a mutual agreement. I suppose the only time I would ever feel bad is if I was like, I took a bunch of pictures and the client was like, all of these are shit. I don't like a single one of them. But my model was you paid for each photo that you wanted to buy from me. If you didn't like any of my photos, the only thing you paid was a small fee for my time. And if you didn't like any of the photos, and usually if someone didn't like any of the photos, I would have refunded them. No one ever did that. But so yeah, basically, I didn't have that problem in that case.
So why is this different?
Why is this different? Because
this is something you respect and love.
Yes.
And photography, you were like, it's a hobby.
Yes, it was a hobby. And I thought, maybe I could make money off of it, while I
feel like this can. So this is something else. This is a fascinating thing. Is that I've seen this happen many times. It's like, why do people go into things they love and then they ruin it?
Sure.
And it's the old Oscar Wilde quote,
right.
There's only two tragedies of life, wanting something and then getting it.
Yeah. No, getting what you want or not getting what you want and getting it. Right.
Right. Yeah. It's just, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like not right. And I firmly believe that because it's like, that's why I'm so driven. Cause it's like, oh my God, it's like, I'm like, I want this. And then you get it.
But
and then you're like,
also, okay, but you have an advantage that I don't have. And we've talked about this, right? Yeah. You're a scoreboard guy.
Yeah.
Right. For you, money is nice, but it's more of like the scoreboard. It's like a sports ball thing. Like you view it as sort of a life as a competition, and I'm getting more points.
Sort of. I know what you mean.
I'm saying, but no, you're driven by that. Capitalism works very well for you, right? You make a good product, the market rewards you with money, and you think, "Oh, that's cool. That was cool. I'm glad I made something that the market responded to." I am forced in this situation to potentially make something that the market would respond to.
Well, I'm kind of forced because this is kind of all I do. I mean, so I can't put out duds. I can't put crap.
No, right. That's what I'm saying though. It's like, for me, it's more of like, it's not even a fear. I mean, you know what? It's not a fear of putting out a dud. Maybe it is a fear, but it's more of like, why would I put out a game that's irrelevant? That's probably if you want to talk about a fear, that's my fear. Not a dud. My fear is, hey, your game was good, but there's really no reason to play it. Like, it doesn't do anything. Like, I mean, again, shout out and respect to all these games that have come out, but a lot of people are like, you know, Advanced 5e, PF2, that other game that whatever made, Cobalt Press made, Legends of Valiant. Take your pick. You know, they're all D20 fantasy. You know, you go around, you kill stuff. You got 6 stats. You roll the D20 good high, and like, yeah, you know.
Man, but you still haven't even figured out what you're going to make.
Oh, I know. Well, Zipper Fist. Danger Patrol wasn't even his first game. Zipper Fist. Well, John Harper is a fucking legend. That's why. I mean, that's possibly true. Agile Monk, you know, they become irrelevant. They all become irrelevant to someone somewhere, Derek. Yeah, that's very true. But you know, it has to sit right with me. You know, it has to be something that I fundamentally believe.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, so the stuff I come out with is all goofy and silly, kind of.
I know it is for some
but
reason.
I like it, and
I mean that's good. I mean, you know, that's
right,
fantastic.
and that's all that matters. And it is a little goofy and a little silly, but. I also did that to go against the grain, because at the time when this came out, everything was grimdark, and it was like, it was also my background in children's books, and I like, you know, like basically I work a lot with kids property, so I kind of know what sells to larger audiences. So
Ken with the super chat says, a year from now, will you wish you had started something? Not getting any younger. Someone will think your game is the best thing ever. Ken, you're absolutely right. You know,
right, that's why I
that is a way to think.
Gotta
of it.
just do it, man.
You know what?
Do it, you'll never do it.
This is the most Derek thing ever. I make a game, and I'm like, you know, I'm really like, oh, it's not, you know, it's not really that good. And I release it, and then somebody goes, Derek, oh man, I love the game, and then I go, well, then you're an idiot.
Wow, that will be the funny thing. You're like, this game sucks.
This
and he
game
goes, today we're gonna do
we're gonna first look at deep dive on my
own
own game and how terrible it is. Let me tell you about all the reasons that you shouldn't play this game, and you should go play.
It's like, in fact,
you should buy
this other game.
Animon Story. You should go play Animon Story.
Hey, but look.
Now,
how about
George,
this? Wait.
George, you are thinking like a true business professional. Derek, if the game is shit, that's what the second edition is for.
Hey, wait a second. We went to PAX West, and remember that guy who was next to us?
Rip Crip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what was his story? He just did that just because he wanted to, remember?
Right.
Now, do you think that game was going to change the world? No. But did it look like a fun little game? Had a nice design?
I mean, I bought it.
There you go.
I mean, he also got he got $17,000 on his Kickstarter.
Right. And it's like, it was, again, it's not changing the world, but he was pretty happy when we were talking to him. He seemed pretty, excited.
Agile Monk says, Derek, you are officially not allowed to be in sales and marketing. Amen, brother. Amen.
Dude, oh yeah. Well, although, you know who's doing my booth? Mr. Derek. Yes.
Okay. No, think about it. When I first started coming on your show, and you were very much like, you know, Derek, why don't you tell people about your channel, you know, as a marketing opportunity? This is when you were riding high off of the OGL stuff.
Oh, yeah.
What did I used to say? I used to say, we're nice to the last call. You won't like us. Don't even bother checking us out.
But that's actually a challenge. That's a challenge, because they're like, well, in that case, I'm definitely checking them out.
Pumpkin is also right. He says, I could imagine the fit Derek would throw if people played his game wrong and then use it to play in a completely unintended way. I'd be like, no, you're using it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Anyways, no, it is a complicated issue. I mean, there's more at work here than just the product design. It's also getting into the psychology of like, why do you want to create something, and you know, what is it that you're hoping to do? There is truly something that I have seen, and when I have met these creators, that I do feel is different than me. It is a degree of, you know, ego makes it sound worse. So there's just a certain degree of swagger that this confidence, that they walked into the room, their metaphorical dick has been in there for like the last minute, like
That's why you hang out with me, man.
Self-confessed cynic calls it moxie, right? Like I saw this man commit the most flagrant violation of traffic laws I have ever seen in my life. Okay?
You've seen you have but the funny thing is I hung out with you in PAX West in Seattle and you were just as brazen as I was in many ways.
Not that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I was a 10 out of 10, but you were a good 9 out of 10.
Chutzpah. Well, no, not while driving, Zipper Fist. It was in a parking lot situation. Needless to say.
Well, I was driving.
You were driving, but it was a parking lot situation. And Stephen, the rules are for everyone else, Glicker. Yes, that is definitely what happened.
Did we get there on time?
Okay, he's saying this.
Did
to
we
me,
get to the convention on time?
We did.
Yes,
we did.
That's all that matters.
Okay, I'm simply saying that there is a moxie.
And Derek lost the year of his life.
I did. There's a moxie. There's a chutzpah. There's a certain je ne sais quoi that some of these people have. Where I am quick to find the flaw, and I am quick to consider the risk, and I am quick to think about all the different ways that something could be done. And I am very quick to realize that my idea may in fact not be a good one. And I am never so bold or confident that I think that I could just, just go and do something. George says I did notice more.
Got to get you a few wins under you. I think you're getting too many L's in your life there.
Well, to be fair, there have been a lot of L's the last.
I know you have, and that's actually one of the reasons I bring you to these cons to build you up a little, buddy.
All right, yeah, Jake, that's just what I need to just let you play test my bad ideas so I can learn how bad my ideas are. But yeah, so it is a complicated thing. I love and respect this hobby, and I don't want to ruin my love for it by turning it into a soulless business. But I also don't want to just monetize it. I want to create something that I feel like gives back to this hobby that has given me so much and make a meaningful contribution. And if the market and the audience decides to reward me financially, that would be amazing. But, I do want to create something that isn't just another book, like somebody set up ahead. I will admit, we have been under a fucking. There's a lot of TTRPGs that are being published and kickstarted, and so I just don't want to be another one of those ones that comes and goes, Agile Monk with a $10 super chat says, tonight on Knights of Last Call, Stephen Glicker of Roll for Combat provides life and career advice and counseling to a young Derek whose favorite hobby is confusing his lifestyle and his future. Yes, exactly.
A very special episode.
This is tonight in a very special episode of Knights of Last Call, Stephen Glicker.
Well, here's the thing. It's like everyone does this, okay? Like, so I love movies. I love TV. I love Hollywood. And I went from college at age of 21 to work at MTV. And I worked at Hanging with MTV, a live show, 3 hours every day from 4 to 7. I was in charge of the green room. I was in charge of the guests. And it was awesome. I loved this job. It was everything I thought it would be. And I couldn't get enough of it. And then the show it would run 13 weeks and then they would have to renew it. So that's how it works. Every 13 weeks, they renew the show. So when 13 weeks, they renewed the show. And then on the 14th week, they canceled it. And I was like, what? And everyone was stunned because they didn't even go another 13 weeks. They went 1 week and canceled. I mean, you still get paid for the 13, but everyone was just and then it was like broadcast news. And this was a huge show. It was a live show, 50 people. And they were going literally from office to office, person to person, saying if you were fired or kept on. And they do this in broadcast news. They kept me on. And I saw that and I was like, damn. And then they put me on The Grind, which was the worst experience I ever had in my life. It was horrible. horrible working on The Grind. And if you remember, The Grind was the show with, they basically took club kids and had them dance in the studio. Oh, I had to deal with 200 snotty ass Manhattan club kids, and I was fucking in charge, and they were giving me attitude. I'm like, dude, I can kick you off this show. Stop giving me, and they all would gang up on me, and oh my god. And after that, I was done. And you know the crazy part was at the time, I actually do wonder about this, is that I was offered to work on David Letterman when he just moved. And I said no. I didn't want to work at. That's how bad of an experience I had.
Oh, that fuck! My dog's barking at something.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, now I own Knights of Last Call, and you can ask me anything you want, and I'll tell you all your Derek secrets will come out because I've spent so much time with him. I can tell you anything you want to know about Derek if you want. I'm looking at the comments, so. I even have mod privileges. I can't put up the graphics, but I can do stuff. I don't see. Why is Steven so awesome? I don't know. But that has nothing to do with Derek, though. Derek is really like, this is what Derek's like. Tell us more about CMU. CMU is awesome. I loved my time there. The school is so different because my son goes to Pitt, so I now get to visit CMU all the time, and it is like 3 times the size when I went, and I do not recognize anything. What are the pitfalls of making new systems, in your opinion? That no one's going to play them, and so unless you, unless you're incredibly lucky and do a really good job, like Pirate Borg is doing a really good job. Shadow Dark is doing a really good job, and they're getting people to play because they have a very good convention presence, and they do. That's how you get people to play. You have to really good. Does Derek ever sleep? Yes, he sleeps all morning because I could never get in touch with him.
That's true. George asked a great question. How much of the system should be finished before going to Kickstarter?
As much as you can, man.
Right.
I mean,
that's my thought process.
Yeah, I mean, like now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get I'm trying to get the stuff we're doing like 70 to 100% done. It's more like 70 to 80% done when I kickstart it. I'm trying to get better at that. In fact, so like Year of Mysteries, not only do we have a lot of it done, I already did the layout for the first like couple of months. I'm way ahead on that, like way ahead on that one. And then I have some more stuff coming. Well, the Eldamon, the Eldamon Legends, I've been working with Derek indirectly, and I've been sending him stuff, and you've been seeing how we're working on that. I mean, I only announced it last week for officially, so but we've been working on it for months ahead of time. So
yeah.
So anyhow, what I was getting at is that I did something that I loved, and even though I loved it, I didn't have to be in it, and I still love it to this day. And I had a good and a bad experience, and I realized it's something I didn't want to do. And the other thing that I loved is gaming, video gaming. And I did that, and I laughed because it was too goddamn hard. It was like, video games are really hard, like really hard. And it wasn't fun. And I didn't want it to ruin my love of video games, so I got out of that, So maybe you do this, and maybe it's a great experience, but maybe it's not a good experience.
No, I'm fairly confident that, like, because I enjoy the problem solving aspect. I enjoy solving through the things. It's just like my approach to role playing games. This is something I've also noticed. A lot of people design the role playing games based off of like vibes, and it's a very like kind of like top down design. And like my approach is much more procedural, right? Like I'm very cognizant of like, what do I want this process to look like? How do I want this to, step by step create this experience? And I feel like that's very different from the way that a lot of people approach role-playing game design. So I enjoy that process. I certainly enjoy it. It's just that, at the end of the day, it's really about a question of like, do I feel like there's something unique there for me to offer? And I don't know. And I don't know.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like the thing that Mark and I do. not to pat ourselves in the back, but we do stuff that we find that's very hard for other people to do.
I've been in the warehouse. Okay, that was an eye-opening moment for me. Okay, that was.
We do a lot of stuff that's really hard.
When your distributor was like, "This aisle is all of yours." Yes, Jake. Elden Valley. That's the game I need to make. Elden Valley. I joked about making. We joked about
What's
combining
Elden Valley.
Combining Stardew Valley with Elden Ring.
Oh, well, yeah. Good luck with that. That's actually not a bad idea, but good luck.
Like we're talking about, like
that is like the most. That is like either the greatest or the worst idea because it's like the most opposite audiences of the world combined.
Absolutely,
so you would have like 5 people who want that game, or 5 million. It would one or the other. That's it.
Every single idea that I have is usually the response from people is, no one will want this. That's usually...
Well, there you go. You see, I do the opposite. I'm like, what's going to do really well? Dragons.
Right. No, yeah, right.
Come on.
Self-confessed
adventure. Like I'm doing the stuff that I know sells. You're like, what is the worst idea possible?
It is. No,
Let's think the worst idea, and I'm going to make a game around
what
that.
Do you always say? I'm so bad at business.
You are so bad. You should do Free Market 2 Electric Boogaloo. If you did Free Market 2, this would be
yes.
That would be a guaranteed 0 sale.
That's the type, right? Yes, guaranteed. I remember when we did the first look for when we did the first look for Free Market. I said, unfortunately, you can buy fortunately, you could buy the PDF. Unfortunately, the PDF itself, when you buy it on DriveThruRPG, the people from Burning Wheel HQ said none of the cards or none of that stuff is included in the PDF. It's just the rule book, and you can't play the game without you can't play the game without the cards. So it's pointless.
How many people do you need for this game?
Probably 3. But like, you need a game master, and then you need 2 people. But I mean, you could
I was like, we can play when you come here. But if you need 3,
so somebody in chat was like, "Hey, I'm the guy who," and I go, "Oh, actually, look at this. A third-party person put up on DriveThru. They made the cards, and they even got the blessing from Sorensen to put the graphics up there." And I said, "Oh, look at this. You could buy this PDF, and then you could actually play Free Market by like print and play." And the guy who made that was in our audience. And he says, "Let me share something with you. I put that up there years ago. I have never had it downloaded once. And by the way, the cost for it, pay what you want."
Oh, God. I told you when I found this, I was walking. To
be fair, you only knew about it because of me.
Yeah, that's why everyone should watch Knights of Last Call. Because if you want to learn about the most obscure shit games known to mankind, you watch Derek. Because I never heard of this, and then I became very cool because I'm walking through the Gen Con hall first day. It's me, Ben Milton, Bob World Builder, and Kelsey, and then I look and I see this sitting there, and I go, "Oh my God!" And I pick it up, and I'm buying it. And they're like, it's like, "Where'd you get it?" He goes, "It's the last copy. We found it in the warehouse, like behind piles of crap, and it was $100." And I was like, $100? Here you go. And they're like, "Damn it, we knew we should have made it higher." They knew it.
Now, my question is, did anyone that you were with know what that game was?
No, and I explained to Ben.
You had to be the cool. You had to be the cool hipster guy.
I was the cool. That's why I'm cool now, because they're like, "Damn, Steve knows these really obscure games that like no one knows about."
Meanwhile, your copy's in the shrink wrap. My copy is well worn and well loved.
I feel like I can't because they, you know what? Because they said it's the last game. It was the last game on Earth. Literally, they said there was the only one in the warehouse.
Because I will admit this, and I have admitted this on my channel. I am in danger sometimes of losing the forest for the trees. Right? You know, it's the people who buy 1 trillion RPGs and play none of them. Like there are times where I am like, so like there's so many different RPGs that I want to play, and it's like, okay, but maybe you just pick one and play it, you know? And that's something the least I can, respect about you is you guys just go, we just finished a 5-year PF2 campaign. Hey guys, you want to play a 3-year PF2 campaign? And everyone goes, sign me up. We're good.
Oh, they can. They love it. They're having the best time ever because it's my adventure. Hey, wait, I want to show you something interesting. How about this? There's something. You're not going to know about this one. How about this?
Okay.
Hold on, I'm getting it. I have a lot of bookshelves. I'm getting to my other bookshelf. So my friends over at was it Hit Point? Is it Hit Point? No, it's Mage Hand Press.
Okay.
And nice guys. He comes to me and he goes, "Hey, you can have this for free. Blood on the Lens."
Okay.
And I'm like, "What is this?" He goes, "Oh, I just made this for fun. It's a horror movie RPG." Have you ever even heard it? Like he literally made this entire book, this entire game just for fun. Just for the hell of it.
He's strong. He's stronger than me.
That's what I was like. I'm like, come on, man, just do it. Do it. I mean, now I'm the cool hipster. Have you heard of this game?
I to be fair, I don't like horror, but no, I have not. I have not.
And he and I were talking, and it's my Mike Holt, and he's just like, yeah. And I'm like, I've never heard of it. He goes, yeah, I just did it for fun. I just wanted to do something. I mean, look at this thing. It's big too. It's huge. 312 pages. And I'm like, has anyone in the audience ever heard of this? Blood on the Lens. Anyone? I've never heard of it. I've never played it. I've never seen it ever played. But yet he wrote this huge book, published it. It's trying to see. It doesn't look like
right. And if I reviewed it, I'd probably be like, well, this is flawed. This is probably
yeah, but who cares?
No, because that's what I'm saying. I'm a piece of shit. Who
cares? Actually, I'm trying to see how it's printed. Actually, definitely feels like it feels like it was really printed. Actually, it feels like it's real.
But
doesn't feel digital. All right.
Zipper should add it to the first look pile. Is it even on drive-through?
Might be.
Blood on the what?
It looks really good. Blood on the Lens. And he just gave it to me. He goes, yeah, check it out. I was like, all right.
Mage Hand Press does not look like it's on drive-through RPG.
Just type
you are it's a meta RPG. You are characters who are in a horror movie.
Right.
That's why it's Blood on the Lens.
Right. Yeah.
Got it.
It's actually a pretty good idea, and the art's amazing.
Yeah.
Beautiful art. I mean, this actually looks like a grave robber, alchemist.
Looks like it uses piles of D6s. You need a pair of scissors, some index cards.
Yeah. Oh, he told me about that. Like, yeah, you cut up your characters as they like take wounds, and then they lose abilities because it's a horror movie. And I'm like, actually, that's a kind of cool idea.
You roll a D6 for each circle that you have for your ability. If you roll a 5 or a 6, you get a success. Anything else is a failure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So that's the core mechanic, but it does look like it has sort of an approach-based situation, kind of Blades in the Darky, actually. Mm-hmm. Like you have an aim, action, convince, force, improvise, investigate, rush, sneak. But like the idea is like you might use sneak to sneak, but you might use sneak to attack somebody, or you might use sneak to
now I remember. Yeah, he's telling you you write permanent. Everything in Blood in the Lens is written in ink or ripped permanently off your character sheet. Don't bother bringing pencils.
Yes, it does, because it says you need ink pens. I mean, it's doing something. That's cool.
That's what I said. Hey, man, there we go. I gave you a show.
There we go.
I traded you a new show for an old show for us.
Shadow and Flame. Thank you, Casey Roberts, for the tip. Sup, Stephen, joining late after coming from second in pub trivia, led until the final betting round.
I am really good at trivia, but I'm actually kind of bad at pub trivia.
I'm so good.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
we talked about this.
I used to be the captain of my academic challenge team.
Maybe on Monday. So on Wednesday night, there is a really good pub trivia near us, and the food is good. So maybe we'll do that.
I'm getting there Tuesday.
I know, but this is a Wednesday night. We can.
Wednesday night. Okay.
Wednesday night.
By the way, we are almost at halfway to our Moria goal. So while this was an unusual thing, and we are going to wrap up because it's 11 o'clock, and I'm going to let Stephen go, and I myself am going to go because my dogs do need to get fed.
And I gotta. You don't feed your dogs? Oh my God, that's horrible.
Well, no, I do. They get fed 4 times a day. But
4 times a day? I feed my dogs twice a day. What are you doing?
We feed them 4 times a day. We feed them. We feed them a fourth of their amount of food every 3-4 hours.
Wow, that's a lot of food.
No, it's the same amount of food just divided into 4 amounts.
Oh wait, here's another one. Did you?
Because
see
if we
one?
give them all their food at once, they eat too quickly and then they throw up. That one I have seen. Yeah, I don't own it, but I have seen that one.
Yeah.
I have flipped through
I don't know how I got this.
I think I flipped through it at Gen Con. But
yeah, I got it at yeah, they gave it to me at Gen
remember,
Con.
I'm not a big Pirates guy. Anything popular, Steve, I don't like.
I feel honored. I'm like, well,
the way that you said, you're like, we make all of our decisions based off of what's popular. Hey, pirates are popular. Dragons are popular. People love Pokemon.
Yeah, you love my stuff.
I'm like the complete opposite.
You are the most complex person I know. It's like I hate everything popular and in and like cool and fancy and colorful and cutesy. And I hate it all. And it's like, have you seen Battlezoo? This stuff is great.
Jess says, okay, I'm caught up. Derek, you can't make good art until you make bad art first. And Jess, my knee-jerk reaction was to be a complete dick and go.
Oh, Jess is finally caught up.
I was going to go, so explain this. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Jess, look at that.
To be clear, I had it. I knew exactly where it was.
He loves Jess. Are you going to PAX Unplugged?
She is supposed to go to PAX Unplugged, and I am excited.
Are you going to PAX Unplugged, Jess?
She is supposed to go to PAX Unplugged.
Are you doing?
Look at her. I do illustrations first. Yeah, she'll be
all
there.
right. So let's hang, Jess.
Oh yeah.
Come to the booth, hang with us.
Listen, I have a small collection of stuff that I actually really treasured from my last Gen Con. One is my signed poster of Daggerheart from Spencer and Elise and Rowan. And then my other one is my personal portrait of my Pathfinder 2 Eldamon trainer.
I know.
Slime.
Digimon.
From Jess. Well, no, he's flavor-wise, he is a nanite swarm, but he mechanically is a slime and ooze ancestry. Sorry, ooze ancestry slime.
Yes.
Oh, reveal it.
He showed it.
I showed it. And Jess was just doing these sketches just straight up in the booth at RFC. And, he doesn't really know how to make faces. So, like, he deliberately has asymmetrical faces. This was me giving prompts to Jess.
Hey, Jess, we could have you in the booth doing sketches.
Look, he's already tried to push you to work. See, this is your mistake, Jess. You should have.
No, not at all. Jess loved hanging. Jess was in the booth more than I was.
To be clear, halfway through Gen Con, you were kind of like, "You guys got this? Cool, out."
Hey man, I had to work. I have to do my hobnobbing and schmoozing.
You are the schmooze master.
Oh, dude, you know me.
I do know.
One of my absolute. This is one of my least favorite episodes of Deep Space Nine, but it's not one of my favorite episodes. It's the baseball episode.
Oh, that episode's terrible.
Starship Down. It actually. Oh no! That's not. They just put on the hats. Sorry, that's a different one. Sorry, that's the one where that's actually the one where the missile gets lodged in the ship. I forgot what it was, and they had to like defuse it.
I don't have
Jemadar missile.
I don't have quite the encyclopedic knowledge.
Now, next one is now on Star Trek Voyager is Fury. That one is a terrible one. That is when Jess comes back and she's old and she's trying to destroy Voyager because she's all angry.
The real question, Jess, is do you have a draconian schedule of vampire LARPs that you must attend and must run, else the fate of the city will be lost?
No,
she says no.
There's no LARPs. There's not that many LARP stuff at PAX Unplugged is very.
I'm just saying, Jess's Gen Con experience, basically, as far as I could tell, revolved around vampire LARPs.
Yes.
But KC says, I want Steven's take on the lodge ball in Game 6. I'm still devastated. It was a dead ball. It couldn't.
All right. So, let's get into it. So, anyhow, yes, it's never happened in the history. They actually remodeled the Rogers Center to make sure that didn't happen. The chance of that happening is like 1 in a billion, which of course it happened. And it got lodged. They couldn't even recreate it. And then for Game 7, they did spray foam on all the edges to make sure nothing can get stuck in there. But it is considered a dead ball. But I was watching this, is that they then showed cuts at City Field, because this happens in City Field, where the ball gets stuck And the umpires say no. And they say, and they just say, no, you just grab it and go.
Play it as it lies.
What?
Play it as it lies.
Right. And so they're a little inconsistent with that rule. And the main reason they have that rule is because of Wrigley. Because balls, actually, when the Mets were in 2015, a ball got hit into the ivy and got stuck. Now, that makes sense because when it gets stuck in the ivy, it's gone. Like, it's not like, oh, find the ball. I'm like, no, you can't find it. It's not coming. They don't even know where it is because it gets so lodged in there. So it's mostly for there. And older stadiums just have really messed up padding so balls will get stuck in there. But to be fair, Toronto had 1 trillion ways to win those games. They had people in base every inning in the seventh game, every inning, and they couldn't do it. If the guy had 1 foot more lead on third base, they would have won the game. And instead, he had one of the shortest leads. They statistically measured his lead. It was one of the shortest leagues in all of baseball off third base, measurement wise. And they made too many mistakes. And that's the thing. It's the game of inches, man. They made so many mistakes and they lost. They lost. And I feel terrible for them because they had that game 99. If they played those games, if that was like if they did a simulation of those games, I'd say 99 times out of 100, Toronto wins the World Series. And they just made so many mistakes and little things like the ball getting stuck, getting caught on second on a weird double play, being 1 inch too far away from home base and missing by 1 inch to score the winning run. Terrible. Anyhow.
I just realized something. The Elder Goblin guy says, I've learned more about sports watching Roll for Combat than I had in the rest of my life combined. All right, so Jess said something. She says, but seriously, all the character sketches I did stand on the shoulder of all the worst drawings I've done before them and get better every time. I just realized something, and I need my audience to promise me something. I realized something. Jess just made me realize it. Here's my fear. I make a game, and it's not good. But my audience, who respects me and supports me, buys it anyways.
Oh, like MCDM. No, I'm kidding.
Whoopsie.
No, that I think that is actually my fear. That is my fear. My fear is that I don't make something good, but people buy it anyways.
Of course.
And I don't want them to.
So this is what you do. Do your money back guarantee.
There you go.
Money back guarantee.
Because if something's good, I deserve your hard-earned money. But I don't want people buying something just because, they watch the show, and
you
like
do have you have a bad case of imposter syndrome. Bad case.
And
we got to get rid of that.
Well, no, I don't want people to buy my game because they like my show. I want them to buy my game because they like
how
the
will
game.
they know? Does anyone buy anything? Okay. No one knows anything until you buy it and try it.
Yeah, but then I feel like I stole from them.
Oh my God. No, you won't.
I know I will.
You're too in your own head, man. You got to get out of your head. You're really overthinking this way too much, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, have you watched my shows?
I know, but it's like
now. See, Jess says they buy your Patreon already. Do yes, because because you can get my content for free.
All right,
you choose to support me.
Whoa. Then you put out part of your book. I have parts of Eldamon for free.
No, we could go with the Kevin Crawford model. The Kevin Crawford model is actually not bad, right? That's the Stars Without Number, Worlds Without Number guy, right? Like 90% of his game is for free.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. It's not a good model. I would do the Glicker model of 5% of your game is free. And I actually have, where's it? I don't know if I have it here. I have the Stars Without Numbers on my shelf somewhere. I think it's on my other shelf. I have so many. I actually now have multiple shelves. I redid my shelving, by the way. So
I see it. It looks a little bit thicker, more dense.
You see it?
I got to say something. Look, I'm not saying that I had an influence on you, but I do feel like you have added a lot more books to your collection since I've sort of encouraged you to branch
Yes.
out a bit more.
You have. What's wrong about that? I feel I totally have because you know why? Because I was too stuck in the by the way, here's my, of course, Dungeons and Dragonheim, of course.
That one I do not have.
Still don't quite get it, but
All right, Pumpkin says,
I
how
have
about we
it.
split the difference and say 50% for free? I could buy that.
I wouldn't do that either. But what you do is because I was really stuck in my 5e Pathfinder hole, but also keep in mind.
So what I'm hearing is you're signing up to play in my One Ring game online. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh God, yeah, I would do that in 2 seconds. I would love that. You tell me when and where, I'll be there. As long as it's not when my game's going, as long as it's not Monday night, I can do it. No, seriously,
Can't be Monday night. That's racquetball night.
Well, there you go. And I can't do Monday because that's when I play my game. But any other day I'm free. Now the main thing is that keep in mind it didn't really this all happened at the same time because all this games of other types of games really came around after the OGL. Like half of these games I have on here didn't exist 5 years ago. So, this is a lot of this is new.
Right.
And before that, if I looked at my shelf, it would mostly be Kobold Press. It probably would have been Kobold Press, Goodman Games, Paizo, WotC. I'm trying to look what else.
Yeah.
That would be most of the shelf here.
Right.
That would have been the shelf because
Right.
that's who was around. There really weren't other people that much 5 years ago.
Yeah, so. Jess, to your point, I hope that what you described would be what happened. My fear, another fear, is that like I get to a soft. I hope that I'm.
Man,
I
you're
hope
way
that I'm,
into your head.
I hope that I'm strong enough to be able to say this sucks and just abandon it. I don't want to get caught in a sunk cost fallacy. I know I'm guilty of that in other parts of my life. Relationships where I go, I already have so much time.
Yeah, but you don't have to kickstart your relationships.
No, maybe they'd be better if I did.
Maybe they would be better. You did. It's like, hey, how about this? At these different levels, this is what you get for the relationship.
Right. You're a legendary tier girlfriend. No, but like,
in that case, you're paying her.
You get no way. I need it to be the other way around. But like, my point is, wait, I think that just makes me like a gigolo.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of things in my life where I go, I've already invested so much time and effort into this project or into this relationship or into this job or into this whatever, and I should eject. I should realize it's not working, but I don't, and instead I kind of like double down or triple down because I'm like, oh, maybe I just haven't figured it out yet. I need to like bang my head against this wall until I figure it out. So yeah, that is something I would worry about. Like I'm creating a game or I'm doing any sort of project, any sort of creative project. And then I go, yeah, this isn't working. And what I should do is abandon it. But instead I work harder on it because I'm like, no.
Oh, here we go. Mail order brides. So isn't this Russian wife fodder? I actually have stories, Derek. I know more than one person who got Russian mail order bride.
See, that's why I love Jess. She says, okay, publish a shitty game then, Derek. Stop being a baby who thinks your first foray into a new field has to be actually
I know. Would you fucking stop? You're such a baby.
I never said I wasn't.
Oh, God, you're such a baby. Jess.
I am a baby.
Jess, we're going to have to beat him up when we see him. God damn it. Just throw something out there.
I put Stephen Glicker on the thing. I knew the tough love. No, it's that is all of it. You know what you guys all sound like? You sound like all of my friends who are going, well, not anymore because I've been single for a long time, going, just break up with her already. And I'm like, yeah, I know.
Well, you did. And now look at where you're at. Hey, it all worked out.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
You're doing great. I got my place burned down.
My place burned down. Lost my job. Well, my dad died, but that had nothing to do with my relationship.
That has nothing to do with that.
I live with my ex-girlfriend. It's great. It's
live
fantastic.
with my ex-girlfriend who's got a great new boyfriend.
My ex-girlfriend lives with me. Let's semantics here, but yes. But here's the thing. I am genuinely not an unhappy person.
No. You're
but
having a great time
I
being
like
my
to,
shadow.
I like to say that I walk in the shadows of giants. Oh, Character is trying to hustle. Look, this person's trying to hustle. They want me to hire them as an artist. See, like they've got the moxie. They've got the.
There we go. You gotta hire them as an artist.
I'm going to say I'm pretty fucking far away from ever having to hire an artist.
Well, why don't you do what that guy did?
No, I'll do what that
out
guy
with a
did.
Completely AI game.
Oh no, I'm going to come up with the guy who commissioned artists to make drawings without any prompts and then made the monsters after them.
That actually is a good idea. That's actually
you're like, oh my God, that's genius.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that idea. Is that you make the monsters? You basically just have.
You basically just tell the artist, you're like, hey, do you have something cool that you've done or that you can create? And there's no prompt. Just make a cool monster, and we'll figure out the game stats.
That's how.
That's a lot easier.
Back in the 50s and back in the 40s and 50s with like amazing stories. That's what they used to do.
They would make the art and then
they would make the art and then they would write the stories around the art. They did that all the time because it was so hard to make art.
George, the first thing I thought of was two bows for sure. Did you know the two bow? Do you know the two bow story, Stephen?
No.
So when we did our Quest for the Frozen Flame adventure path, we commissioned somebody on Fiverr to do art of the PCs, and Bob was a ranger.
You did tell me. Well, tell it again. I barely remember it.
So Bob was a ranger, but Bob was told Bob went to the Patreon. He was a ranged ranger, and he said with a polar bear companion, and he said, he was going back and forth with the patrons. I didn't know about any of this, and he was basically like, should I have a long bow or should I have a short bow? Should I have a long bow? Should I have a short bow? And half the patrons were saying, oh, you should totally have a long bow. The better range is better. And the short bow people were going, yeah, but the volley penalty. Well, yeah. So Bob decided to split the difference, and he just had a character who had two bows. He had a short bow.
I said he was gonna he just split the difference, and he had a crossbow.
No, he had a crossbow. No, he had a on his character sheet. He had a long bow and a short bow.
Yeah,
which is obvious. If you've ever played Pathfinder 2, you can already tell that this is ridiculous. Now, I didn't really look too closely at it. I just told the guys to put together their character sheet so I could send the character sheet over to the artist.
Mm-hmm.
So I send Bob's ranger over to the artist, and the artist sends back a picture. It's a sketch, and it's a ranger, wearing because they were from, the land of the Mammoth Lords, right? So they're kind of tribe, kind of Arctic looking, Inuit looking people. And his character, this ranger, is dual wielding bows. They've got a long bow in one hand and a
teeth, man,
and a short bow in the other hand. There's no way to grab an arrow. And so I go, this is obviously the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And I go, Bob, what the fuck? Why does this guy have two bows? He goes, because the patron said I should have both. And I went, oh. And I sent back to the artist, and I said, the character apparently has two bows, but obviously he can't be holding two bows, because then how would he fire up an arrow? So can you send it back to him with the character shooting arrow? So the artist sends me back another sketch. Now, holding one bow. Now, you would think that the other bow would then be strapped to his back or something. No. The character is holding the bow out like this, and he's got his arm crooked with the arrow, and then the other bow is hanging from the crook of his elbow. And it was like the most absurd. I'm like, at what point do you think that this... Now, this was before AI was a thing, so I didn't really have any sort of option. So what did we end up doing?
That you think?
We went...
Maybe it was.
I said, fuck it. I said, whatever. They stole our money. Fine. I said, keep it. Bob, if you can get a refund, great. And we went to Hero Forge, and we just made everybody's characters on Hero Forge, and then we screen capped it and used that as
a lot of people do that. That's very common. That's
I know.
Very, very common. It's actually a good way to get characters.
So it's just using the Hero Forge. But anyways, that was what we ended up doing for our show. So Jess says, okay, no, the bow hanging in the crook of the elbow is the most TTRPG character bullshit I've ever heard. This is how I switch between my bows without spending an action to draw a weapon. It was, I don't even know if we have it anymore, but it was like the most ridiculous. It was both somehow, yes, it totally makes sense as a TTRPG.
Yes.
But it was
when you
bullshit.
come to PAX, I want you to draw this character. Bring your art supplies. We'll set you up.
Okay.
We'll get you a little easel.
I have one more. I have one more story about Bob's Ranger. This is the danger of
Pathfinder. You won't do it. He already is art.
Okay.
Actually, all my characters from my game need art, Jess.
This is the last story I'll tell about Bob. This is the danger of Bob. This is the danger of TTRPGs, and this is the danger of Foundry. They were playing in Quest for the Frozen Flame, and they were fighting around this underground lake, and they were fighting Lastodons, right? Water ghouls. And the fight was kind of happening on the other side of the lake. Now, the lake wasn't just difficult terrain, it was very difficult terrain. And
one quarter movement.
That's right. And Bob is standing on the far side of the lake, and no one's really paying attention, but Bob isn't shooting his bow. And everyone, eventually, after 3 rounds, people go, Bob, why aren't you shooting? And he goes, because it's too far away. And we go, what do you mean? He's like, it's 400 feet away. My bow doesn't reach that long. And we go, 400 feet away? What the fuck? And then my buddy Tim goes, Bob, are you measuring the movement distance? And he goes, yeah. And we're like, you're not shooting your arrow through the water, Bob. So he was using the Foundry tool and just dragging the ruler, and it was showing him as 400 feet because it was actually 100 feet. And he was seeing that the distance movement was 400 feet and thinking that's how far away they actually were for his bow.
I've actually heard this story. And more importantly, it does have a 400-foot range. I think you get 5. You can think of 5 minus.
Maybe that's why he wasn't sure. Yeah, he was getting a -10 to attack. Right?
It's a -10. It's a -10 to hit.
Yeah, it was pretty terrible. But anyways.
Right.
That's the danger of Foundry. All right, so what have we learned? Number 1, Derek actually has a cool idea that could actually be something that's revolutionary. It's hated by most people, but maybe there's a niche
not at
market
all. I love it, and
TTRPG.
I am good at business. So
okay. Number two.
I love that idea.
Derek is a big baby and needs to get over
it. Biggest baby, big
Okay.
fucking baby.
Number 3. Clearly, I alone truly respect this hobby and none of the rest of you do. So there's that. So there we go. That's what I've learned.
You put it on a pedestal.
Yes, that's a good way.
Too much. You know what? But that's you gotta.
Right. I need to slap it around a little bit.
You need to slap it around. You got to quote 40. You know what I was going? I was going for that 40-year-old virgin, man. You got to slap it around.
Yeah. That's
You and I were both thinking the exact same thing. I was like, I can't say that. I can't say the exact quote because that's a little too harsh for this show. But you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So there we go. No, that's true. This is the people did like Alice is Missing, although it wasn't really a role-playing game per se. But yeah. See, there you go. You just like immersion and realism, man. And I don't like immersion or realism. So there you go.
I don't like immersion and realism either.
I know you don't. I've seen your games.
We're very much we talk around our characters, and we're just because they just like story and doing funny, silly, goofy things and killing things. That's what they like. Yeah, that's fine.
That's good. It's good. It's a very valid pastime for role-playing games. I have played many years of RPGs that were just like that. So
yeah, that's how. Yeah, we're just having fun. You know, we're not. I mean, I'm doing the voices. I actually am liking the voices.
Jess, when you put it like that, I think I might rather be the most specialist boy whoever was. You know,
God, you are.
I'm the boy who lived.
You're not the boy who lived. You're the boy who lived and complained about it.
Yes, who's instantly good at an art form without ever needing to practice, just born with overwhelming innate ability. Jess, you get me. Wow, it's so amazing.
You know what you want. You're a.
You just described why I gave up on miniature painting.
Oh, yeah, miniature painting's tough. I do like miniature painting because it's very relaxing. Yeah, you're a Mary Sue.
I haven't miniature painted since they came out with the speed paints, and then I bought a bunch of speed paints at Gen Con.
Wait, so this is the man who's running out of money. How much did you spend on miniatures and miniature paintings at Gen Con?
Okay, wait, that was a long time ago. That was like 3 months ago. Things were different. I had just come off of my severance. Okay,
that was like $600, man.
Yeah, it was a lot.
God. And $600. It felt good at the time. And the funny thing is, I remember when you bought it, you said you're still, even then you knew you were never going to do it. Never.
Well, it was more aspirational. It was more believing in myself. You know,
you know what? I have an entire attic full of aspirational things, and I have given up. I don't buy anything now. I've got it to the point that, in fact, I buy this stuff even if I don't read it, I get a lot from layout and design. Like I like to look at the designs. I just got this one, the Gatekeepers, and I just like to see. Oh, look at that! I mean, look at that. That's so cool, man. Look at that dragon. What is that? I don't know. It's like a dragon with like.
It kind of looks like Stranger Things Hydra.
Yeah, Stranger Things. It looks like the Demigorgon. It's like Demigorgon dragon heads.
Demogorgon.
Demogorgon. I call it Demi. You know why? Because it's like Demi Moore.
Actually, calling it Demigorgon isn't that bad because Demi means half, and Demogorgon technically in D&D lore has two heads.
2 heads. Do you know the names of the 2 heads?
Amuel and Hestradia.
Holy shit. You win. You win this round. Wow. Thing is, I don't know if you're right or not, but yeah.
I am.
Oh, what's the Demigorgon's mother's name, huh?
I don't think so. I think it was born from the primordial abyss. So I'm going to go with doesn't have a name.
Could be from the Void Father.
Ooh. One time, like 20 years ago, I commissioned a cutesy chibi artist on Gaia Online to draw a chibi Demogorgon. Respect. George says that Demogorgon's mother's name was Karen. I respect it. That's a
now, sick burn. That's
Pumpkin, that is also true. My issue in trying to be creative is sticking for one thing longer than a month without moving to my new hyperfixation lol. I'm pretty okay with that most of the time, you know. I don't worry too much about that. When something interests me, it usually interests me for a long time. So, all right. Well, that was it. Look, thank you everybody for this self-help session. I really appreciate you. This is, by the way, this is 24/7 when I'm hanging out with Stephen at the con.
I know. It's exhausting.
It's exhausting.
It's actually not quite this intense, I will say.
No. Well, no, because I was the one who, broached this subject because I said part of it is just me figuring out what is the overlap here? How much does this actually help? I don't know. Cinnabos, it's like therapy. You can't just judge it based off of hey, I went to therapy. Am I cured? No. I mean, it's a process,
It's a process. Right. Moneyball.
It's a process.
If you say something, I can tell you what movie it's from. That's my superpower.
Jonesy, I hate losing. I hate losing more than I love winning. That's also Moneyball.
God. That movie is that's like peak performances.
I agree. In respect of my tangents, I am going to have my game, and then I'm going to have a sidebar with kind of a commentary on
the sidebars have sidebars,
and then the sidebar will have a sidebar.
In fact, we're going to call his new game Sidebars. That's what we could do. Why don't we just do another one of those million humanity type games
Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah, cards, and just so many of those types of games, and apples and oranges, and we'll call it tangents, sidebars on sidebars, or tangents of tangents.
Tangents and sidebars. That's guys,
tangents and sidebars.
Guys, we're gonna play some
TNS. Make $1 million.
Guys, we're gonna play TNS tonight. Oh, it's gonna be sweet, man.
TNS.
I love TNS.
You know what? Oh my god, and those games are so cheap to make. Those are the cheapest games on planet Earth, and you sell them for $20 at Target.
The goal
is $1 a game.
The goal is the first person to go back to the main topic loses, right? If you ever go back, you have to just keep.
Wow,
you know what? Keep going on a tangent.
No, but the thing is, everyone has cards, and those are the tangents you have to put. But you have to put. You can't choose your own tangents. You have to choose other people's tangents.
Right. Yeah, and you have to make it somehow connect to the main thing. It's like a reverse 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, right?
Yes.
You start at Kevin Bacon and you just move progressively further away from Kevin Bacon.
Right. In fact, and if you get well, that'd be too complex. And then if you get too
or what about this? What about a group game? Oh, okay, got it. Okay, you have a hand of okay, I got it. This is actually the game design. Okay, you get a handful of topics. They're tangents.
Okay,
you start. So it's a co-op game. Okay,
of course.
You start with however many people, okay? And then someone plays their topic, and they start talking about it for a while. And then, eventually, the next person in line has to play one of their cards, and they play it, overlapping your card, and they go onto that tangent. And then the next person in the circle continues. And then you keep going around the circle Okay. And then the loop keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And your goal as a group is to eventually make the tangent circle go
all the way
back around
right.
and link back to the original topic. And
right.
the larger a circle you can make, the more points that your group gets. Because if you can actually go like 30 topics and then link back around, that's pretty fucking awesome. And then maybe there's like a time limit or something like that, and then you kind of just go around, and that's where you go.
Yeah, you could do the time limit, because that's like code. Was it
like, well, not code names, but like,
well, Codename does have a time limit, but we never play with it because everyone hates it. So because it's actually pretty hard with the time limit,
right? And yeah, George, and then if everybody runs out of cards, right, you lose points or something like that. There's got to be something about the cards or something, or like maybe you get a bonus if you can use all your cards out of your hand or something like that. And
all right, dude, we just made a game. This is so easy. And by the time Jess, we will literally make this game, and we'll play with Jess. We'll play it at PAX U
because it was
publish it by this Christmas,
because it was a joke, and I didn't care about it.
Well, you know what? This is a good game idea. I hate to say it. This is like, it's so stupid, and it's so cheap to make. It's so easy to make that you could do this for nothing. It's freaking words on a piece. It's literally words on a card.
Right. Yeah. Oh, George, that's if we, you know what, we could have basic rules, and then we could have advanced rules. Basic rules are just play the cards. Advanced rules are each topic is given a difficulty value, and then if you want to, you can add up how many points are in your circle, and that's how many points you get for completing the tangent.
And then if you win, you have to say, and I won tangents and sidebars, and it was advanced.
And Kevin says, and it's something you could sell as a party game at Walmart and Target. Yes,
that's exactly what I'm saying. Dude, you make a mint. You make a mint. You sell it for $20. It costs like it'll cost like $3, $4 to print. You sell it. You then sell it to the big box stores for.
All right, done. That's it. You know what? It took 4.5 hours, but in the last 3 minutes, we have a game. There we go.
It's actually not a bad. I mean, I'm like, we're joking. It's actually a pretty good idea. It's really not a bad idea at all. It's so cheap to make, even if you would probably really easily break.
Right, and obvious, already spinning it off. Right, you can think of then you can release themed expansions. Right, like you could do like you could have a sci-fi expansion.
Yeah, definitely. You could do the fantasy expansion, the romance expansion, the sci-fi expansion.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we do it all. Then we get the Stranger Things expansion.
Well, right. Well, then you get the official license, right?
Right. You get the
official
license.
Game of Thrones edition, right?
Game of Thrones edition.
Right. You're like, well, that's funny that you mentioned Jon Snow because it reminds me of the Wildlings, right? Of course, which Jon Snow was a part of for the majority of seasons 5, 6, and 7. And it's funny because actually that's how Melisandre, who of course was a Red Priest of the Faceless God from Bravos, eventually came back to them on the night of the Long Night and ignited their, you just have this whole tangent. George says, well, if you want to make money, this is the type of shit that'll bring you $250,000 for about 3 months worth of work.
Seriously, this is so easy to do. It's kind of a joke. And it's like, and you just test it and then you put it out and you just have to have a good graphic. I mean, think about like code names, code words. That thing makes so much money. Everyone I know.
Now there's now like a code names legacy.
Oh, dude, there's so many codes.
They made like a legacy version of that game.
I looked at this game.
No, I mean the closest
$5 fucking dollars to
the
make.
closest comparison is Cards Against Humanity or Apples to Apples.
Oh,
it's literally
it's
just a deck of cards with words on them.
Yeah,
and there's not even art. It's just like a backing and a thing, and it sold more money than God. All right, well there you go. Tangents and Sidebars. I don't know if that's the official name, but why not? It doesn't even make sense, but
write that sucker down. That's just an easy game. That's
all right. That'll be
easy to make.
That'll be my goal for the week, to create a rough draft of the Tangents and Sidebar games. So there you go, patrons. Let me know in KOLC content your thoughts.
I'm dead serious. This is really easy to make, and then we could do it. It has to be something like You see, Codenames does have a winner and a loser because there is.
Well, no, but it could be a co-op game though. That's fine.
Right.
Like, have you ever played like Hanabi? Hanabi's a co-op game.
Yeah. I mean, actually, all these games are I mean, like, Cards Against Humanity is just kind of a co-op. Kind of, is it? I haven't played it in a few years. Forgot how it's played, but yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I mean, we could have definitely themed decks, like definitely
yeah.
that we kickstarted, and then we do like just the regular cards.
Well, we
and
had
then
stretch
that could be the
goals.
expansions, would be the themes.
Would be the stretch goals, you know, like, oh, we'll do a sci-fi set, we'll do a whatever fantasy set. Obviously, we can't, infringe on IPs, but done, perfect.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing. That's the beauty. You could have a monster one, and it could be the vampires and the werewolves and stuff, and then we could do tangents on that. You could do 80s movies as one. You could do like music.
Yeah,
no, man.
The options are endless. There you go.
And the best thing is you sell these side. I swear to God, you sell those things for not five. It wouldn't be five. 10, 15, $20 at
obvious.
Kmart.
It's great. And then you slap a 5e compatible on it, and it's good.
5e, man. 5e.
Yeah, if Cards Against Humanity has rules, I don't actually know what that. Is this actually the game? Like right, mix the decks, go on crazy ass tangents. Yep.
Yeah. You could have the different variations, the crazy ass tangent.
Right.
I mean, think about
George likes tangents, a storytelling game of cascading diversions. That's not bad.
You totally used ChatGPT to come up with that. You can totally tell you did not.
Well, you know what? It works because that's actually pretty good.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right. It's 5e OSR compatible.
That's what we do. We're like, wait. It's like tangents. It's a new card game and board game and 5e and OSR compatible, and just put in every keyword we know.
That's right.
We'll make $1 million.
George says that was all him. He fucking hates ChatGPT. All right.
Okay. I'm kidding. I was kidding.
It is
you know
sad
what?
it is sad that when someone has a good idea now, we're just like, what's an AI?
No, it sounded so good.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It sounded so. People, you're like, that sounds like a good idea. People don't have any ideas.
People don't have good ideas anymore. That sounds way too good.
That's what I call SEO. So there you go.
That's it. It's like that's it. Oh, this is actually not a bad tangents. It's not a bad idea. The problem with tangents is a little too generic. We'd have to look up and do a little bit of research, but
well, that's
not
why I said
bad.
Tangents and sidebars. There's no way that somebody named a game Tangents and sidebars.
No, definitely not that. No, definitely not.
Tangents
Tangents
and dragons. Yeah. No.
TNS.
Yeah, TNS. All right. So there you go. See. 3, 4,
all that we came up with your $1 million idea.
Well, yeah, because again, like it's just like Dungeon Time Extreme, right? Which is my jokey 5e game. I actually have a lot lot of really fun, cool mechanics for it because I don't give a shit about it because it's
but this is way better. This is way better than even everything we came up with. This is like this is such an easy game to do. And then the rules would be like 2 pages.
Oh yeah, it would be like a pamphlet, just
it would be a pamphlet, and then we put it in a small little box. You do it like one of these like
yeah, you'd be like a tarot
box,
like or something like that, even smaller. Yeah,
it's smaller than that even.
Yeah,
and then we could sell. Oh, dude, this thing would do great.
There you go. All right, well, that's my goal for the week. It's a great game. There you go. Thanks, everybody. That was very helpful. We came for TTRPGs and we created something completely different. But because it's not a TTRPG, ironically, the game was created on a tangent.
That would be your origin story. It's like, so I was having a life crisis, and I had my friend Steve come on my show, and we're talking about TTRPGs for 4.5 hours.
I like Kevin. I got
tangents.
This is the game that finances Derek's therapy, which will allow him to create the TTRPG.
Correct. It's actually a very good idea for a game, and and I definitely know how to get it out there. It's really not that bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, George, George, it's definitely the case where if you wanted to have some sort of competition-based thing, you would have a thing where it's like if you can't play a card from your hand, then maybe you're out or you lose points and
you would have to do the thing. I've done those games. I forgot there's where people vote and like they vote if they like it or not because like people have I forgot there's a game where you play and you like put the card up. I played a lot of these games.
Obvious, who's here in chat, is a buddy of mine. We used to play a game. It's not really even a game, but like we used to play a game around the campfire when we would go camping all the time. And basically, it's just like a person would tell a story, and you would like keep telling the story, and then you would kind of get to a point and you'd be like, which is when, and then the next person in the story had to keep continuing the story. And there was this really famous time where like it was great because you don't coordinate beforehand, but we were all telling a story about somebody who went to a doctor and like he was having all these strange symptoms, but everybody understood the joke, which was that this person was slowly turning into a Mr. Potato Head. and but nobody was actually nobody said it, but everybody got the undercurrent that and so we kept adding all these fun details, and then it finally got to my, and that's when the true horror was revealed, and it went to my buddy George, who went, "This isn't covered by your insurance," and that was and then we all laughed, and that was the punchline. That's where we finished it. Was that him turning, him turning into Mr. Potato Head was not covered by his insurance. So
see, they just naturally turn into something. Man, that's a good. Tangents is easy to play unless Derek writes.
Well, that's why there'll be an advanced version.
Well, right. We have literally, this is the rules of tangents written by normal people, and then we have advanced tangents, and more tangents written by Derek Melinda. Right. Don't play this unless
by Derek hires an editor. You mean a normal human being who doesn't have a completely fucked up approach to everything? But yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, folks. Come for the TTRPG. Stay for the popular party, the card party game.
Hey man, those things make money.
I'm well aware that they do. Right, George, that's correct. There'll be a 150-page word book, but then available online will be a Magic the Gathering size rules. See Rule 701, paragraph 3, subsection 2.
Well, the 50,000 word novella would be nothing but. It would actually, that would be the funny thing. It would be a novella on I don't know, a science fiction fantasy, and then you start it, and the first sentence is something about science fiction, and then it immediately turns into a Western. And that's the whole book. It's just goes all over the place. It's starts off fantasy, science fiction, Western, romance, and then by the end of the book, it all comes around. And you're like, hey.
Only Derek could turn a party game into a strategy game. Right, Pumpkin, because what do I hate? Party games. That's right. I hate party games. Cards Against Humanity, Apples to Apples.
And yet that's what you're going to make.
Any of those bullshit voting games, fucking hate them. They're the worst.
Good. So we're going to make Tangents.
Which is why
Tangents,
at least...
a game Derek hates. That will be the tagline.
To be clear, I liked Hanabi. And Hanabi was not a voting game, which is why Hanabi was really good. If you've ever played Hanabi, it's actually quite a fun game. It's a co-op game. It involves sharing information and trying to work together. It's actually just like Shipwreck Arcana, if you've ever played Shipwreck Arcana.
Nope.
But yeah, anyways.
Sounds horrible.
That sounds great. All right, well, thanks, Stephen. I appreciate you. I look forward to hanging out with you, man. And I get to go a day early so we can hang out a little bit. Because I'm coming in Tuesday, and we're heading up to Philly on Thursday, right? Thursday.
Yeah. I'm getting the car. I think on Wednesday we get the car, and we're getting a minivan. Not even a real car this time, because we're getting smaller and smaller. We're bringing less and less stuff.
Well,
it's also a 3-day convention.
It's a 3-day convention. We already did PAX East. It's not
only
Gen
2 hours
Con,
away.
So
far.
Yeah.
Well, I drove the minivan to Pittsburgh, and the thing was huge, and all the seats go down, and I was like, more than enough room. A lot better than a van. And I'm a little worried because you have to drive on the floor, although I know you can drive bigger cars on the floor. You can drive fucking trucks on the floor.
It's mostly that we don't need 50 cases. That's what it really comes
to. Yeah, and also purposely, by getting a smaller car, it will force me to bring less stuff.
Right. Because Stephen, you guys want to talk about fears. Steven's fear is that he's like, I'm going to run out of product. I'm going to run out of product. I'm going to run out of product.
That is my fear. That is my fear.
And I'm kind of like, that'd be a good problem to have. You didn't see the Free League guys shitting bricks because they ran out of product. They were like, yeah, we sold out. It's cool.
Oh, yeah, but the Free League guys do 500 shows, so they know. He told me, he's like, oh, I know exactly how much to bring.
Well, we've done 4 shows, 3 shows, 4 shows.
3 shows.
Well, technically Origins, but that really wasn't a show. Yeah. Well, you didn't do that one, right?
I didn't do that one. So that does not count.
So, now you know what to bring. And again, I mean, that's a good problem to have. Plus, you save the money shipping the fucking stuff back.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, now I have a huge. Now
imagine how easy breakdown will be if there's nothing left. We wouldn't even need.
I think he's going to be there.
We wouldn't even need Mr. Dragonbane.
No, Dragonbane's going to be there, and I'm going to literally
Steal him.
Yeah, I'm going to slip him some money and say, "Come on over and like work my boots."
Dude was legit amazing. I'm sure.
Like you
I'm sure he's a good.
It takes us hours to pack up and go. I'm literally like, I like literally look down, I look up, and the whole
thing was done.
Up.
That was all done.
So fast. You and I, we were like the tape. We're like, can't figure it out and like how to do it. He's like, shh.
Oh yeah.
Is this? Am I watching? Is this magic? Like, how is he doing that?
Right. That is like me watching Mark Seifter game design. I'm like, how did it? We joked about this yesterday, and now here's a 5-page dungeon ancestry. How is this happening?
Well, because he's Mark.
Well, because he's Mr. Dragonbane, and as he said, he's been working in shipping and logistics for a long time. He's also apparently a very good.
So fast.
He's also apparently a very good Dragonbane GM, but
he's also huge, so it was a lot easier for him to hack up.
Oh yeah, he was way stronger than us.
Oh, he was way stronger than we were.
Yeah. All right, well, that's gonna do it, folks. We're gonna be back Thursday. Well, actually,
you're gonna be on tomorrow.
I'm gonna be on Roll for Combat tomorrow,
and we are bringing the designers of Dolem Wood on, and that is. It is really it is so beautiful, that game. It is so I've heard nothing but like people just gushing, and the books were delayed. I know they're shipping now, and people are getting them, and I don't have the books yet, the physical books, but I do have the PDFs. And actually they were going to be on last week, but I delayed it because I wanted you to be on too.
Oh, okay. And then Thursday we're going to be doing first look. We're going to be looking at Beacon, which is a super tactical fantasy Lancer-esque TTRPG.
What the hell is that? Never even heard of it.
Beacon? It's kind of a JRPG / anime inspired here. Beacon is a tabletop role-playing game inspired by Lancer, D&D 4th edition, and the Final Fantasy games, particularly Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy 14.
That sounds right up my alley, actually. I like those.
And it's got really, I mean, the art style is super Final Fantasy coded. It is. Some people confuse it with Icon, which is the game by Lancer people, but it's made for fantasy, not mechs. But this is by Pirate Gonzalez Games, and the art's very, very anime / Final Fantasy coded. And we're gonna take a look at it, and that'll be cool. So that'll be Thursday. All right, folks. Well, thanks so much for joining me, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.
Peace.
Peace.